I wanted to start with you, Ali, because you've seen a lot of Florian Wirtz. Who would you compare him to, and is he worth this record-breaking money for Liverpool?
He's worth the money. Now, as to who I would compare him to, difficult to actually put a name to it, because there are elements to his game that I think separate him from the rest. He can dribble the ball. He is a dribbler in tight areas, but he's also a good passer of the ball and recognizes opportunities to lay the ball off once he attracts attention. He becomes such a dangerous player as an individual that he attracts attention to himself, but you have to be able to deliver the pass. Everything that you would want from a player in this sort of position. Now, the things that I would call attention to is, can he have a free role at Liverpool? Because he had a free role at Bayer Leverkusen with very little defensive responsibility. And the other thing that I would say that I think it's a plus for him, there's an edge to Florian Wirtz. There's a little nastiness to him. He may be a guy that perhaps would be smaller in stature or maybe looks like a skinny guy, and yet he seems to be very strong on the ball and a strong dribbler as such. I think his game translates well to Liverpool, and I think it translates well to the Premier League.
No matter who you are, there's a lot of pressure on you, Luis, going to Liverpool, but then you add a record-breaking price tag to it. That takes it up another notch.
Yeah, I think so. That's an extra pressure that the player is going to have arriving to Liverpool, and the expectation that you're creating to a team that already won the Premier League the last season, and is going to expecting you to put that on the table straight away, to deliver your talent and as soon as you are on the pitch. But that's something that when you see him play, he doesn't. My feeling is he doesn't feel that pressure, and that when he's on the ball, he's got the ability to stop the time and stop the moment, have the composure to decide well, to make the pass, to track the shot, to look for the last dribbling. He's got that ability. That ability is because his personality is so calm, he's so cold in the moments that it needs to be like that. So I think that even so that he's going to arrive with that price tag and with all the expectation, I think he's going to know how to manage it. He's done a great job at Leverkusen. He's been carrying on this team for the last couple of years at such a young age. So I think that he's going to be able to manage all those expectations.
Don, do you like this signing? Who does he come in and replace?
It's a good question. I think when I've watched Liverpool at their very best this season, Dan, it's when Luis Diaz has been playing as a false nine, and I think that's been their best performance, being that sort of link like Firmino was. I think Ali's right to touch on a little bit of Musiala, but I probably like him a little bit to Philippe Coutinho, the way he plays as well. So when I seen the signing, I thought a lot of money, but what a signing, because he's a brilliant player. He's got a high football IQ, very, very versatile. Dominik Szoboszlai's played as that false nine again, so it gives on a slot options, whether he wants Florian Wirtz as a nine, or if Ali said the free role. It feels a little bit unlikely he's going to get a total free role, because that's not how Liverpool play and Premier League teams play, with that number 10 where you can sort of carry them, but he's a brilliant player. I mean, the style that he plays, I mean, he's going to be brilliant for the Premier League. And I think if you're going to pigeonhole him in a position as it stands with the current Liverpool squad, I think the false nine position might suit him best.
Changes afoot then at Liverpool, of course, new faces coming in, old ones leaving, including Trent Alexander-Arnold. And it was interesting, I'm not sure if you've seen this. This is what Arne Slot had to say. We put the question in as well for the press conference ahead of their final game of this season about Trent.
I think we assumed that he's first choice anyway, so I wonder what the conversation was that he's come to see you in pre-season.
No, maybe he said it himself, and he's going to leave either way, so why not telling him? So maybe it's already a first gift I can give Xabi Alonso, but I wasn't completely happy with every single minute how he was on the training ground. So in my opinion, he could, in certain moments, he could do a bit more, to say it mildly. And that's what we talked about, combined with that I said to him, you're a much better defender than everybody tells you. Unfortunately, you don't show it all the time. And that's why people sometimes say you're not this is a part of your game you need to improve. But if you are just at it and you're focused and concentrated, there are not many players that can go around him, because he's fast, he's agile, he has great mentality. But yeah, it's about showing that every single game, because in this world we are judged not only on the 34 games we do well, we are mainly judged on the 4 games that we don't do so well. So yeah, these things we spoke about in pre-season.
And we're behind the scenes there from Arne Slot. Don, it's good to hear.
It is good to hear. I'm not sure what he gets out of it. I think the plus point of Arne Slot this season is how impeccable he's been in handling tough questions. You know, handling the 3 guys that have been out of contract for the majority of the season, and he was brilliant. He's, you know, a PR guy that can back those questions off. But I didn't really understand what he was trying to get out of leaving that little bit extra on Trent by saying he wasn't at it every single day in training. It just adds that little bit of fuel on top of a difficult weekend.
Wasn't it in the past? Like that, he was saying that if that's why he had the conversation, because Trent said he's had the conversation with him. He was saying, look, when he came in, when it was pre-season, when he was training, he didn't feel he was giving everything that he could. He's had that conversation, and he's developed now, and he's, you know, as you say, what a gift this is for Xabi Alonso.
Well, amazing. Amazing then, because, you know, we've all been in dressing rooms where, you know, you're not at it every single day, and sometimes you feel a little bit down, sometimes you feel sorry for yourself when you've run out of form, or things are just not happening for you when you run out of confidence or you lack a bit of confidence. So we've all had those days, and it's brilliant that Arne Slot has had the words with Alexander-Arnold, because, you know, he's a fantastic player going forward, but he was criticised heavily for his defending, which I actually thought was a little bit unfair, because you can't have it always, you can't have it both. But there were some games you watched and you thought, was he really brave at the far post? Did he really want to win that header? The game at Goodison last year springs to mind, where he wasn't particularly brave, but you forgive him for that because he's such a talent. That's why Real Madrid are signing him, because his numbers going forward and the way he plays the game and the way he's reinvented that number 2 position. No one's played the game like Trent Alexander-Arnold. I can't think of anyone who's played the game like him. You can look at the Cafus of this world who were brilliant going forward and, you know, world-class players, but the level of passing ability and the range of passing that he's got, he almost plays the game at right back, inverted into midfield at times like a quarterback. He's that good, so amazing player.
Luis, did you ever have this sort of conversation with managers?
Yeah, I think it's not a bad conversation that you need to have, and I can understand the way, because I kind of felt it at some point when I was at Barcelona, arriving from Valladolid, and I had the same conversation with Van Gaal, because he was telling me that I wasn't giving everything for those 2 weeks that I was staying at Barcelona. I mean, it's true that at some point my head was thinking about if I was going to stay or they were going to sell me once again. And there were conversations about Atletico de Madrid signing me for that year. So when you are on the field, you try to do it, but when you are squeezed and you have to bring your best, maybe you are not at that point. So I can understand this kind of conversation, that I think that is a normal situation. And if we think about that, Alexander-Arnold was in that kind of moment where there was no more extra in his contract. He was thinking about maybe leaving at the end of the season, or maybe I get a new contract of Liverpool. So he might have been in that kind of situation. That's why they talk. So I think it's a normal conversation between a player and a manager. And well, we saw that Arnold did a great job during the season, and then that the decision of at the beginning of the season was already made, and he was moving on.
It's also a normal conversation to be had by a new manager with established player that could be on his way out. Listen, hey, I'm coming in here. It's my first season here. I'm trying to make a statement too as a manager. And you walking around in training doesn't help you, doesn't help me, doesn't help the team. I have to go after somebody. Right now, you seem to be the easiest target, because you could be on your way out anyways, and you are walking in training. And so I need you to do the work. And it's honestly something as simple as you're making a statement as a manager that you have the power to make decisions. Others around will take notice of that as well. Oh, he is going after Trent, which maybe others haven't had in the past or haven't done as much, but he is willing to do this. It's an early statement from a manager in the early days of his tenure with Liverpool. This is an oldie but a goodie. This is something that every manager should do every time they go into a new job.
Maybe Ruben Amorim could have done that a little more when he came in, of course.
final day of the Premier League season. All eyes are going to be on what promises to be an enthralling race to qualify for next season's Champions League.
Yep, 5 teams are competing for 3 places, and 2 of them both face each other. Nottingham Forest host Chelsea, and Nuno Espirito Santo's side need to win to have any chance of playing Champions League football.
Our fans are going to be noisy because this is the best way to help the team, enjoying the day, trying to achieve together a good and a memorable game for all of us.
Do you get nervous? Are you the sort to get?
Of course. Who doesn't? It's always that sense of anxiety before the game. It's normal, but it keeps you alert.
Remind you of the permutation. So for Forest, they will qualify for the Champions League if they beat Chelsea and Newcastle or Aston Villa fail to win.
As for Chelsea, they'll qualify for the Champions League if they beat Forest, but a point will be enough for them if Newcastle lose or Aston Villa fail to win.
At this stage of the season, I think the pressure is for all the clubs that we are involved. So I think it's also for them. Or if they don't feel the pressure, it's not something that I'm worried about, because I'm just worried about our team, how we can win the game, no more than that.
Do you fear that the expectation weighs that bit more heavily on Chelsea's players than it will on Forest?
Yeah, probably yes.
Well, it's going to be good, and you'll be able to see it. Forest versus Chelsea on Sky Sports main event. You can watch it from 4 o'clock.
Now, Manchester City haven't missed out on Champions League qualification since 2010. But there's a chance that they could today.
Yeah, they're likely to need just a point against Fulham because of their vastly superior goal difference. But a defeat would put them at risk of missing out.
We have 1 game away, 95 minutes to take a result to go there. So, and after that, as the season we have done during the process, and at the end, we'll be more carefully what happened, what believe it's going to happen, anticipate the decisions, what you have to do for the best future for that club. And it's easy to take it, win a champion, but if you don't qualify, we'll survive.
Newcastle didn't feature in European competition this season, but they had a memorable Champions League group stage campaign last season.
Yeah, they're qualified for next season's Champions League if they beat Everton at St James's Park. A point would also be enough if Nottingham Forest against Chelsea ends in a draw or Aston Villa fail to win.
I don't think we can look for any favours from anybody. We have to do our bit. And that's purely going to be the only thing in our minds. There'll be no talk of other results or other teams. What will be in that respect. Afterwards, we'll see and reflect. But for us, we know what we have to do.
Huge game, I think. Don't get us wrong, if you had offered with us at the start of the season where we had a home game, last game of the season, winning would be in the Champions League, would have snapped your hand off. But we know Everton are a very good team. We've had mixed results against them. I know David Moyes is a great manager and he's got them playing well, and I'm sure that they'll be wanting to sort of spoil the party, but we're confident. I feel like we've been in these type of games regularly now as a squad over the last sort of 2 or 3 years, and we know how to prepare for them.
Well, as for Aston Villa, they finished 4th last season and reached the quarterfinals of the Champions League this season.
So to qualify for next year's competition, they'll need to win at Manchester United and also hope either Manchester City lose or Newcastle or Chelsea fail to win. A point will be enough if Newcastle lose against Everton.
We are arriving in the key moment, with the possibility to be there. Of course, it's not in our hands, but we did a really great effort to be here now, focusing the match on Sunday with chances to be there. We are very excited, motivated 100%.
We will return to the Champions League picture. First, a very significant breaking story. Real Madrid have made a statement announcing the appointment of Xabi Alonso. They say that he will be Real Madrid's head coach for the next 3 seasons, so from now until June 2028. And then a bit of background on him, one of the greatest legends of Madrid and world football, wore their shirt in 236 official matches between 2009 and 2014. Won 6 titles, European Cup in Lisbon, European Super Cup, La Liga title, 2 Copa del Rey's, 1 Spanish Super Cup. Obviously, has represented his country, Spain, won the World Cup in 2010, 2 Euros, 2008, 2012, and managed to make 113 appearances. Actually began his coaching career in Real Madrid's academy, managed under 14s during the 2018-19 season and won trophies with them, and now returns to Madrid as one of the best coaches in the world. He made history, of course, at Bayer Leverkusen. He won the League Cup and German Super Cup in 3 seasons, had that wonderful unbeaten domestic campaign, and only fell short against Atalanta in the Europa League final. So what happens now? Well, all very quickly. Tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Spanish time, Xabi Alonso presented as the new Real Madrid head coach at an event to be held at Real Madrid City. Previously, Florentino Perez, the president, will welcome him for the formal signing ceremony. Then that confirms him as the new coach for the next 3 seasons, and then he will address the media. Now, we knew that this was likely to happen once he said that he wasn't going to be continuing at Bayer Leverkusen, and then we heard that Carlo Ancelotti would become the Brazil head coach, and of course then we heard from Real Madrid that he would be departing, and they had special sort of memory of him at the game against Real Sociedad yesterday, which Madrid won, and so he ends his time in the Spanish capital on a high note. But then, well, Madridistas, you are looking at your new head coach. It's the final piece of the jigsaw. Here he is celebrating with Bayer Leverkusen fans, got a very, very fond farewell from them. A fantastic time he spent there in Germany, but now he is back with one of his former clubs with whom he won so much silverware. Now be hoping to do so again as head coach. Xabi Alonso confirmed as Real Madrid's new manager.
So it is a huge game coming up at Nottingham Forest today as they host Chelsea. Remember, there are 5 teams vying for the remaining 3 places to book their spot in the Champions League for next season. It does feel as though it's a winner-takes-all scenario at the City Ground, but there are other teams to look out for. Aston Villa are a point ahead of Forest coming into this game, and they head to Manchester United. The top 5, as it stands, with Liverpool and Arsenal already booking their place in the Champions League, sees Manchester City in 3rd. They're 2 points clear of Newcastle and Chelsea, who make up those Champions League spots. But there's so much to play for then. And joining us to look ahead to this huge tie is the Nottingham Forest director, Johnny Owen, and of course, friend of TalkSport, we should say, really. Johnny, good morning. How are you?
Hi, Johnny. Good morning. How are you? Hi, guys. How you doing? You okay?
Well, yes, all right. We want to know how the nerves are.
I'm okay, actually. I mean, whatever happens, it's been an incredible season for Forest. I think a lot of fans have sort of washed out with that feeling now. I've been out in the city the last day or 2, and the atmosphere, it was packed out yesterday. All the hotels are full. I just think Forest and the city of Nottingham are so pleased to be back in this kind of position, you know, sort of battling for Europe, the Champions League. If somebody had told me at the start of the season it'll go down to the last game against Chelsea and a possible chance of getting the Champions League, I wouldn't have believed it. It's just incredible, really.
No, he's done an amazing job, Nuno. He really has. And, you know, your home form has been pretty decent. I'd say very good at the start. Towards the end, obviously, you've had, in the last 4 home games, you've had 3 defeats, 1 in the Cup against Man City, lost to Natalie's Brentford, you know, and then you drew with Leicester. So the home form's sort of waned, hasn't it, in the last certainly in the last month.
Yeah, it has, Tony. I mean, you know, football's an incredible thing, like anything in life. Pressure can't get to you. There's no 2 ways about it. Things tightened up a bit at home, certainly. You know, we're beaten by a very good Brentford team. But the last 2 games, interestingly enough, everybody spoke about getting 4 points, you know, and everybody did sort of say, well, you know, hopefully get the 3 points against Leicester and nick a point at West Ham. So they got the 4 points. They went to West Ham, and I was down there, and it was very nervy at the end, but they won to keep themselves in contention, and they played really well, especially first half. So there were signs there that, you know, after a very long season with a small squad and fatigue was setting in, we were hit by injuries finally, that, you know, there's a bit of life there yet. So I'm quite hopeful today. I think we'll give Chelsea a game. A very good Chelsea team, spent a lot of money. They've come into a bit of form, but, you know, at the City Ground today, it'll be an incredible atmosphere today. And like I said, I can't wait for the match to start, to be honest with you.
But isn't it mad to think, you know, you're going into this game with the hope that you could get top 5, but like you pointed out at the start of the season, this wasn't a realistic expectation for anyone, mate, really, when you think how bad last season had been for Nottingham Forest. So even to come away with any European football, which is guaranteed for Forest, is simply remarkable.
It is incredible. I mean, like I said, I'd be lying if I sort of sat here and said to you, I'd be hoping to get into sort of Europe in any sort of way. I mean, they've doubled all kinds of records they've broken as well. They've doubled their points tally. The only team ever to do that in the Premier League, Like I said, like Tony just said, 10 away wins. Their away form has been astonishing, really. Doubles over Spurs and Manchester United, whatever you think of them. They both reached the Europa League final and beat Liverpool away. The only team to beat Liverpool at Anfield this season. So they have played remarkably well. The team has gelled. Like I said, it's not been a big squad. They've had some big players who've come through this year. Nico Williams, I know he's a fellow Welshman. He's been astonishing every game this season for us. For me, he's been one of the players of the season. Elliot Anderson, what a signing he's been. Morgan Gibbs-White, Chris Woods, as Tony said, getting 20 goals at the top level is no mean feat. So all these things that have happened, the two centre-halves have been fantastic. The goalkeeper, I mean, you can go through the whole team. Forest have been incredible right through the whole side all season.
Yeah. I'd say... and there's another record that can be set today is Matt Sells. He gets his 14th clean sheet today, which is a big thing. I think you have to go back about 40 odd years since that happened.
I know.
He's done brilliant, hasn't he? He's done brilliant.
He's done fantastic. I mean, it's a club, as you guys know, who've had arguably one of the greatest goalkeepers that ever played the game, Peter Shilton, playing for them when they won the 2 European Cups. So they know about a great goalkeeper at Forest, but he's right up there this season. There's no two ways about it. He's been sensational. He had a tricky time, didn't he, at Newcastle? But like a few players, they've sort of come to Forest and found the right place for him, the right shirt to wear, and that happens in football, and I do feel that a club like Forest, the size of the club and who they are, where they are in the country, it's an attractive place to come. And some players can come to Forest, and think this is a good place to come and play football. And that gives them this advantage over the summer. They've made Europe, whatever that will be. Players will want to come. So it just makes that recruitment a little bit easier in the Premier League as well.
Do you think, though, and it's probably an obvious answer in some ways, but having Champions League football is more enticing than other European Cup competitions, but even retaining players like a Morgan Gibbs-White, who's had a fantastic season and now getting the accolades of getting called up into the England squad, for example, he has been linked with moves away from Forest as well. But do you think that might be the difference between keeping him, as in securing Champions League football, or not?
I do not. I think if you've got Europe next year, first time I think it's 1995 when they last were in Europe under Frank Clark. And obviously, because of Forest, I mean, I did the film, didn't I? Yeah. Forest have got this special relationship with Europe. People do see them, certainly from our generation, as one of the great stories in the history of football, if not sport, what they did under Clough. I think that first game, under the lights in Europe, whatever competition it will be in, will have the world's media's attention, because here's this club that everybody's heard of because of these two stars are suddenly back in Europe again. So if you're a player and you're trying to buy a player as well, or retain a player, and you're telling him that story of the attention that's going to be on that ground, on that first game, like I said, it's not a difficult sell. You can sort of say to players, look, you know what, you should come to this football club because you're going to play football, it's going to be packed, it's going to be a great atmosphere, and you're going to be back in Europe again. It's a great enticement.
You're not generally a selling club. I mean, Brennan Johnson, who went to Spurs for about 50 million, but generally you managed to keep hold of a lot of the players.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, Tony. I mean, you're a London boy, and I still see a lot of the old European Cup winning players, and a lot of people that come to Nottingham Forest to play football end up settling in Nottingham. It's a nice city, it's in a nice part of the country, it's geographically sort of hour and a half from London, it's good schools, all those things that fans sometimes don't think about with footballers. Because I've worked on the board, and Tony, you can tell anybody better than this, you'd be amazed the conversations players have about, where their families are, where they are in their life, where they want to live, so all those kind of things come into the equation. It's not just you can go out and say, oh, I'm going to sign you for this. Money helps, of course, but sometimes it's the geography and the history of a club really can help, and Nottingham Forest have got an advantage where you can say to players, look, they've won some European Cups for this club. They get full houses every game. The city's a good place to live. Sometimes you get players for those things as well, and that's happened at Forest, definitely the last few years.
No, Nottingham may be lovely when it's finished.
That's so good.
Definitely a good London boy there.
But do you know what? It's interesting you say that, because this current squad may well be able to write a new history of this club. And you're right to point out the wonderful history. And that film, it's just beautiful that you put together. But it was interesting. I don't know if you saw that article once when Callum Hudson-Odoi moved to Forest. He didn't realise the European history behind the club.
Yeah.
And that's understandable of his age, perhaps, but would have been nice for him to do a bit of research before he moved to the club. But this is the chance, as I say, for this current crop of players to write a new history.
Absolutely right, Nat. And I think that's the big thing for the younger fans as well. They've all grown up on these stories and everybody's very proud of it up in Nottingham. But I think the idea that they can do it again now, I mean, they've been to Wembley twice the last 2 years, they've been promoted, all these things that have happened. And every game that comes up, it's like, this is the biggest game for a generation. Forest have had the biggest game for a generation about 5 times in the last sort of 18 months, you know, games to stay up, games to get promoted, games to get in the playoffs. This is the biggest game in a generation because there's a chance to get in the Champions League or the Europa League, which will be incredible as well. So there's this sort of buzz in the city, this feeling that this football club is kind of on its way. And listen, you know, the owner, he ruffles a few feathers. He's come into the Premier League, but he isn't here just to sort of kowtow and play along. He is in here to win. You know, that's what he wants to do. And if you think the 7 years ago when he took over, I remember sitting down with him and he sort of said to me, look, I want to try and get promoted in 5 years. I want to stay up and then I want to get into Europe. And I was thinking, well, that is ambitious, you know, considering, you know, they haven't been in the top flight and all the financial benefits you get with that. But he's been as good as his word, you know, they've done it. And every step of the way, he's kind of gone, now we have to have a winning mentality here. And that's sort of been imbued through the club. And as you said, Nuno's done a fantastic job this season. And when he came, a lot of people, you know, were like saying, oh, Steve Cooper, it's a bit hard on him, who's done a fantastic job. But it does seem to me to be an idea behind the club, that the club needs to get back to what it originally was. And that's been there right to the time I've been there. And it's been proved to be the case.
And you know what? One of those parts of that story of Marinakis and how he wants this club to progress is the fact that he brought in Edu that had been at Arsenal and been part of the success and the project with Mikel Arteta. But Edu now believes in the wider project of all the clubs that Marinakis owns. And that goes to show the pull, perhaps, of what this could end up being for Forest and all the clubs, as I say, that Marinakis owns.
Oh, yeah, I've got a funny story. I was in the boardroom the other week and I was sat by this really nice, polite fella. And we had a bit of a chat through the game and I thought, God, he knows his stuff. And I realised that it was Edu. I was sat I was like, oh, he's the new guy. Yeah, guys. But yeah, he was impressive. So, like, they are bringing in the right people, you know. And like you're saying, there is a plan behind it. You know, there's the recruitment. It's certainly the first 2 years. I mean, the big thing for me was there was this absolute ambition to stay in the Premier League, you know, by hook or crook. And a lot of people sort of said, look, you know, there was a scattergun recruitment sort of philosophy. But I keep saying to people now, but was it successful? You could say scattergun, but was it successful? And now some people are sort of grudgingly saying, well, it was successful. Well, of course it was, because you stayed up. And there was this idea, like, we have to stay up those first 2 years. We've seen the gap. You guys have spoken about it brilliantly. The gap between the Championship and the Premier League now is becoming a chasm, and that's the problem for clubs. It's coming up to the Premier League and how you stay up, you know. And Forest did it. They did it the first year, they did it the second year, and then this year, you have to remember, they were one of the favourites to go down. They really were. Like, a lot of top pundits were saying, I think Forest will go. Well, the complete opposites happened. On the third year, they've managed to really establish themselves and have this incredible season, and I'd have been delighted with the top half, like a lot of Forest fans, but they got this momentum. And I think the thing that happens in football is if you do get momentum, sometimes that can carry you to special places. And the European Cup winning team talk about this. Winning becomes a habit, like losing's a habit, and Forest have really fallen into a habit of winning this season, and it's a wonderful thing to watch from the sidelines.
Well, look, enjoy today, and thanks for being with us, Johnny. It's exciting.
Cheers, thank you very much, guys. Thank you, guys. You're always welcome at Forest.
Well, we'll hold you to that. That's Johnny Owen, very close association with Forest, one of the directors, and has put out that one. I forget the name of the film. That's the annoying thing. I couldn't think of the name of the film, the Forest one. We'll find out, just to let you know, because it's really worth watching, and I can't remember. It's a song, isn't it? I can't think what it's called. Anyhow, on the way next, we will bring you the latest odds from Colwill.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
It's the final day of the Premier League season, and although there's plenty at stake for, well, 7 clubs who are all trying to bag a European place, one of those is not Manchester United, I should say. They've had a really disappointing domestic campaign, and really when you bring in the Europa League final too. It's a season that's not gone well at all, but they are taking on an Aston Villa side who are 6th in the table. It's only goal difference that keeps them out of the all-important top 5 spots. So Villa, the visitors, will be looking to do all they can to get the result that will book them a place in the Champions League once more. Ahead of this game, the Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim said that despite constant speculation about his players' futures, they are fully focused on this game against Villa.
I always speak with my players, but the focus now is the last game. I don't know what is going to happen. We have a plan. We were prepared for both situations, with Champions League, without Champions League. We have an idea what type of squad we want, but now we have to focus on the game because we still have the last game and we'll have time to address all that situations.
All right, so that's what Amorim has had to say. One game to go, and then we'll see what happens. Joining us then to bring us all the very latest on Manchester United and maybe some more transfer news too. It's our very own chief football correspondent, Alex Crook. How are you doing, Crookie?
Hello, Crookie.
Good morning. Happy last day of the Premier League season.
Well, I bet you're happy it's coming to an end.
It's been a busy year, that's for sure.
So let's discuss Manchester United then and this torrid season. As things stand, this is going to be their worst ever in the Premier League.
Yeah, every chance they finish one place above the relegation spots, depending how much Tottenham are motivated to beat Brighton at home. United will almost certainly lose at home to Villa. In TalkSport's live commentary, I think it's a case of how many Villa want to win by. When you look at United's recent form, morale on the floor, I'm told, after what happened in Bilbao on Wednesday night, a lot of disillusioned senior players, not so much with results, but I think with the direction of travel at the football club, that the cost-cutting measures have not gone down well. So it's been a wretched year. A year ago today, since Eric Ten Hag triumphantly trotted down the Wembley steps with the FA Cup in his arms, and not much to celebrate since then. And this goes back to a point I've made numerous times on TalkSport, that actually it doesn't matter who the manager is. The issues at Manchester United go far deeper than the man in the dugout, and Ineos in the subsequent years since that FA Cup final triumph don't seem to have done an awful lot to fix those problems.
Alex, I mean, I agree with you. There are much deeper problems. The club's very problematic at the moment. But when you get to the tactical side of Amorim and the team, Manchester United, there has to be questions to be answered, because the plan, and certainly the plan against Tottenham, didn't even hurt Spurs in any shape or form.
No, absolutely. And I've spent a lot of time ranting on TalkSport about that in the last few days. I think as soon as Tottenham, devoid of their first choice midfield and lacking a bit of creativity in that area, saw Bruno Fernandes lining up as Casemiro in a deep-lying midfield role, they'd have been rubbing their hands with glee. Fernandes unable to really influence the game as he has done week in, week out, certainly in the Europa League. And you could see that he got frustrated. He gave the ball away in the lead up to what ultimately proved a very scruffy winner for Spurs. Rasmus Højlund was ineffective leading the line up front again. Luke Shaw was patently not fit and shoehorned into the team just so that Amorim didn't have to come away from this 3-4-3 system. I do think Wednesday night was on the manager. I do think Tottenham were there for the taking, and it's a massive missed opportunity, and it's one where the economic effects are going to be felt for a long, long time, because United need a rebuild. They need to get players off the wage bill. Alejandro Garnacho looks to have played his last game for the football club. But where is the money going to come from to fund these summer signings that are much needed? Because Sir Jim Ratcliffe is not shy in telling anybody who'll listen. That's why 200 more redundancies are planned, that United are skint.
Yeah, but you mentioned Garnacho. It does look like he's played his last game for the club, and there's the rumour of Fernandes perhaps being sold to Saudi Arabia. This is potential ways of making money and then help with this rebuild job.
Yeah, I think Ruben Amorim is pushing against the departure of Bruno Fernandes, but I'm told he is one of the players in particular who is disillusioned with what's happened in the last year or so since Ineos came in. So he might take a little bit of convincing to stay, and there's a lot of money on the table, not just for Manchester United, £100 million transfer fee, but also in terms of wages. I'm told he's going to be up there with the likes of Ronaldo and Karim Benzema in terms of what Al Hilal are willing to pay Bruno Fernandes to go to Saudi. He's got a deadline at the end of next week to make a decision, so we should know soon enough whether he's staying or going. In terms of Garnacho, the writing was on the wall. I think even before a ball was kicked on Wednesday night, he put out a post on social media, pictures of him celebrating goals in major cup finals. that was the first indication that he wasn't going to start this one. Then he came out in his native tongue in the mix zone afterwards. That's the area the players walk through and decide if they want to speak to the assembled journalists or not. He used an expletive to describe United's season, bemoaned the fact that he'd featured in every round of the Europa League and then only got 20 minutes to influence the final. The fan base is divided on this, and Troy Deeney was very strong when I was on air with him on Friday. He said it was a selfish response. Actually, the team is more important than one player. I could understand his frustration. If you're sitting there on the bench week in, week out, seeing Rasmus Højlund, who never looks like he's going to score a goal again, being picked ahead of you, then I think you're entitled to be frustrated. But there have been issues between Garnacho and the football club for some time. Ruben Amorim, I think, has made it clear that he doesn't really fit into his system, so they will cash in on him. Chelsea, Napoli, Atletico Madrid among his suitors. United looking for around £60 million.
Well, you're looking at other players. Matheus Cunha has been obviously linked with the football club. Do you think that one's going to happen?
I do, yeah. I think that one's pretty far down the line, and that wasn't necessarily dependent on United winning the Europa League and therefore qualifying for Champions League. So he's going to come in. I think he's already been promised the number 10 jersey. They've met with Liam Delap. I'm told they've also held talks with Antoine Semenyo, Brian Mbeumo. Brentford is potentially a target, so they are going to try and rebuild this squad. But as I say, it becomes more difficult without the financial.
Well, you're not that skin if you're looking at all them players.
Where you get all the money for
without the
these players,
financial rewards, and also it's a tougher sell, isn't it? You know, they like Victor Gyökeres, who's also on Arsenal's list. Why would you go to Manchester United ahead of Arsenal if you're Victor Gyökeres at this moment?
Yeah. While we got you on, just to bring us up to speed with some more transfer news, seeing Milos Kerkez, it looks like he's leaving Bournemouth. Yeah,
we've been reporting on this for some time. He's a player that was brought to the Premier League by Richard Hughes, now the sporting director at Liverpool. Kerkez has had an excellent season, a contender in many people's eyes for Premier League team of the season when it comes to the best left back. So I think there's every chance this one happens. I'm told the talks are maybe not quite as advanced, or they weren't last time I checked, as has been reported in some quarters. But Liverpool meaning business this window. They're trying to get a deal done for Florian Wirtz, which would be a heck of a coup for them when it looked for all the world as if.
Okay. Okay, hello. Anybody home? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whatever time it might be. God is good. All the time. Hello. We are here for the final day of the Premier League. Match week 38. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for your likes and your dislikes and everything. Mr. Why? What did I say, Mr. Trend TV? What did I say? Did I say anything funny? Did I make any mistake or something? Why are you laughing at me? What funny, bro? Funny. Anyways, all right, so you have the somewhere. Oh, I hope everything is all right and you can hear me, you can see me, and it's not too quiet or too noisy. Okay, good. So in 2 hours from now, all the games are gonna start. All the games the same time. All the games. So it's going to be epic. I'm getting too nervous right now. Very, very nervous. I'm not gonna lie. It could be one of those games that you win easily and people are like, oh, that was easy. Or one of those games that so complicated you concede early and everybody got discouraged, you know? So the main point today is to score before Forest. Because if they score, the way they are defensively solid and the maturity they have in that team, it's going to be almost impossible for Chelsea to break them down. So we better do it. We better score before they score. But like I said, it could be a very easy one. You are like in the end, that was easy because it's, second minute, Cole Palmer, bam, top bin. You're like, oh man. And then after 5 minutes, Marco Correa pops up from nowhere, boom, score a goal. So it could be one of those that you expect something and then you got something different. So you have to wait and see. But the more the game goes, the more nervous we're gonna be. So we better kill the nerves off in the first half. Final day is here, my friends. Get ready. And we're gonna have a lot of fun today. I hope so. So let me read your comment here. Are we winning today? Are you asking a question or are you affirming, you're saying we're gonna win? This is football. It's I don't have juju to predict it, not God to predict it, but I am confident that Chelsea will win because this is the last game. We can't depend always on other teams to come and like help us. We've been helped the entire season. We losing games, and other teams also are losing games. So it looks like we've been doing good, but one win in 2025 away win. We don't win away at all. Only one win, and today the game is away, and it's a Champions League spot to fight for with the same team. With Nottingham Forest in front of their fans. So it's a real test, and this is going to be a statement if Chelsea manage to beat them. It's going to be a big statement to make. It's the worst thing to lose Champions League on the last game. It's in our hands, so we have to do it. Matchday. That question is asking for predictions. I made thousands of videos on my channels. You just don't watch my regular videos. So even this morning I just made a video talking about the predictions for today. Green Turf YouTube channel. All right. I think we're gonna win. Chelsea are gonna win 2-1. That's how I feel. I think it's gonna be too nervous. We might even concede, but we're gonna come back because we have no choice. It's still possible if Chelsea draw and other results go our way, but I don't want to even think about that. I don't want to even think about the possibility of other teams helping us, and we have to depend on City to do this and Aston Villa to do that, and Newcastle need to do this in order for that, and then I'm sick and tired of I don't have a mindset for that. Okay? My mindset is this is the game. If we don't win, we are out. That is the mentality that Chelsea team need to go with. Because if you start thinking about, it's okay, relax. Let's wait and hope that another team score and no. Let's go and get the job done. That is the most important. So let's go and remind you the games today. Funny when you watch this graphic here, how Chelsea really went up until second, and all of a sudden down. Very, very funny indeed. It's not a coincidence that that was during the period that everybody or the manager told us that we're not gonna win anything. We're not fighting for anything. We are here to relax and all that. All of a sudden, whoo! So you believe on what you wanna believe, but I believe that Chelsea could have been sitting second or finish first in the league easily if we had the right mindset, the right mentality, the right tactics to go in every single game with a different plan to try to win that game at any cost. I think Chelsea had a great team to do it, but looks like we made sure that everybody understand that we are young. We're not gonna win. We are young team. We have to be together for 10 years. And then we put ourselves in this situation, dropping point at home against teams like bloody Ipswich, man. The point that we dropped this season are just so stupid, ridiculously stupid. It's not like, oh, you drop against City or Arsenal. It's just like simple games to win, and we stuck with our way of doing, no plan B, no nothing, and we just like, hey, relax. We're still young, man. We don't have to win. Let's just relax. Yeah, he baby confronted. Yeah, so that is the mentality. We just lacked mentality and determination, because when you start a season and you say we don't have any goal, I wasn't told to qualify or win anything. I'm here just to improve players day by day. We're still young. So somebody like Thomas Tuchel could have said, listen, I just took the club now. I need my own players. I need 10 seasons in order for me to win the Champions League. At Chelsea, we are used to, you bring a manager. We don't care about how long you're going to be there. You have just to win. So in the end, the manager started changing his language and backing up everything he said and pretend as if he never said, but the damage was already done, Right now he's talking about this is the Champions League where we belong. We always say that we have to qualify. We all, try to back off, but listen, man, we are not stupid. Everybody discouraged, and it's too late. You're not going to win those easy games that we were supposed to win, and you told them not to win, So that's the mindset that we have in the community is really, really bad. So as you can tell on your screen, Bournemouth are playing against Leicester City. I think Bournemouth are gonna win. Leicester City are already relegated. Jamie Vardy last game, and probably Ruud van Nistelrooy last game. Fulham against Manchester City. This one is tough, really. I want Fulham to win because it might help Chelsea somehow. And I want to see if City go to the Europa League, how Pep Guardiola is going to react playing a lower competition than the Champions League, I want to have that experience of Manchester City Conference League, So Ipswich, so I want Fulham to win, but I think City are gonna try everything to win it. It might be a draw or City win, but you never know. This is football. Anything can happen, my friends. Red card, yellow card, penalty, deflection, anything can happen. And go Fulham, go, do your thing. Do your thing and let Manchester City go to Europa League. And then Ipswich against West Ham. Ipswich relegated. West Ham very, very poor form this season. Lopetegui didn't finish the season. They took Graham Potter and things really didn't improve. It didn't improve that much. But I think next season, Graham Potter is going to do a good job over there. Because Potter need time, you know. He need time to work with his players, and it's going to pay off, you know, in long term. When he took over at Brighton, it was like that. He didn't start all of a sudden killing everybody. No, it took like almost 3 years for him to walk and get to the level that Brighton are today. It's because Potter really built that team. Liverpool against Crystal Palace. Palace might be drunk and still celebrating their FA Cup. Congratulations one more time. What a team. What a season they had. So it could be Liverpool. It's going to be Trent Alexander-Arnold last game. I don't even know if he's going to play or because people keep on booing him on the pitch. I think Liverpool are going to win this game at Anfield Stadium. They lost in the last... wait a minute. In the last 3 games, they lost 2. They drew 1, I think. So they're already on vacation. They won the game with 4 games to go. They won the league. So, which is funny. Like, between the games, they will show some clips of like Szoboszlai and Salah in Dubai in the middle of the season. That tells you that they don't take it seriously. They're already traveling all over the world. They come just to play the game because they have to play. They are professional football players. They have to finish the season somehow. Today they're going to lift the trophy at Anfield. So I think they're going to try to win this game. I think they're going to win. Liverpool are going to win this game. Could be 2-0 or 2-1. Yeah. And Manchester United against Villa. Do your thing. Manchester United. Hello. Today is your chance to just like get a good result. A little bit of feel-good factor because your team is absolutely crap. You don't want to finish 17th. The worst season in the history of Manchester United. And you know, except the seasons that they were relegated long time ago. But they have to win this game, have some feel-good factor, say goodbye, and rebuild this team from zero. The problem is Aston Villa need to win, and they are playing against the worst team in the country. They have to win this game and hope that other results go their way so they can qualify for the Champions League. So it's a tough game, really. Tough game. United show some muscles today and beat Aston Villa. I just think that it's going to be a draw. Yeah. United, they're not going to accept to lose this. It could be a 2-2 draw in this game. Newcastle United, Everton. Yeah, the Jody, man. St. James Park. Everton are already on the beach. They can't really like... They are not fighting for anything. They are not going to get relegated. They are going to their new stadium next season. I mean, their mind is already next season. So I think Newcastle are going to win. Are going to beat them 3-1 this game. Nottingham Forest, Chelsea. This one is a hope and pray. 2 games. 2 teams, not 2 games. two teams that want to qualify for the Champions League. Chelsea win, they are in the Champions League. Nottingham Forest win, they are in the Champions League. So it's going to be tough, and I already said that Chelsea to win 2-1. Very, very nervy ending, but Chelsea are going to get the business done. Southampton against Arsenal. Southampton already relegated. Ramsdale. Aaron Ramsdale is the unluckiest one. He is cursed. He got relegated with 3 teams. I think it was, let me see, Bournemouth, they got relegated. And then Sheffield United, he went there, they got relegated. And Arsenal bought him, and they were lucky to get rid of him before they got relegated, Arsenal. And then he went to Southampton. Now they got relegated. 3 relegations in less than 10 years. In 6 seasons, literally, he got relegated 3 times. So if you wanna get relegated, you sign Aaron Ramsdale. Anyways, so this game, Arsenal are gonna win. It's gonna be an away game, but Arsenal have nothing to play for. They're already second, qualified for next season's Champions League. Easy game. Yeah, Arsenal are going to win it. You know, like 3 or something. Tottenham Hotspurs and Brighton. London. No, not London derby. It's Brighton are not in London. They are close to London. Spurs, they're still celebrating parade. That parade is going to be like 3 years parade because they haven't won anything for 17 years. And then they won a big one. Conference League. The parade was amazing. I think some players still feel it with celebration, alcohol and all that. They're still a little bit drunk. So it's going to be, but today is an opportunity because I think they're going to bring the Conference League trophy in the stadium to show their fans. So they can't afford to lose, but I'm afraid Brighton also are coming. They're trying to qualify for Europe. I don't even know what competition they're going to be in. I think it's going to be a draw. Yeah, tough game, draw, 2-2. And the last game is going to be Wolves against Brentford. Wolves also, what a season. The first part of the season, shambolic relegation battle. And Mr. Pereira came and took over. And they've been doing good. They are playing home against Brentford. I think they're going to beat Brentford 2-1. All right, people. If you want to call us, you click on the link that you see on the screen right there. You don't have time, you just smash the like button. You know, we're having just fun here. Nothing else. All right, so let's go. It's too soon to start talking about lineups because it's still almost 2 hours to go. We are here really on time. Let's go check Chelsea what it's saying. Ladies and gentlemen, it's match day. Caicedo is gonna wear the mask again, number 25. Let's listen to the match preview from Chelsea journalist. Okay, let's go.
So here we are, the last Premier League game of the season, and it doesn't get much bigger than this, does it? Welcome to the City Ground. Here we are, as you can see, inside the Chelsea dressing room. Not long to go now until kickoff. Let's show you around, shall we? Let's start off with a little bit of pre-match reading for the boys when they arrive. And I also have to say, this room looking absolutely immaculate. Of course it does. A quick nod to a wonderful kit staff and medical staff as well, because they really are the team behind the team and travel the length and breadth of this country to support these boys. Let's pick out a few shirts, shall we? This man, star boy, Cole Palmer, need a big game from him today. We have Noni Madueke. Jadon Sancho back and eligible once again, having had to have sat out the game with Manchester United last weekend. We have Rhys James there, Levi Colwill. Follow us around here, Enzo Fernandez. Massive season for Enzo so far, hasn't it? We need another big game from him. And if we're talking about big game players, we have to talk about this guy, Moises Caicedo, your player of the year, the players' player of the year as well. Protective mask, ready to roll. What a season he has had. The only Chelsea player to have started each and every game in this Premier League season. The last Chelsea player to have done so, incidentally, Cesar Azpilicueta in the 18-19 season under Maurizio Sarri. Next to him, this guy, Marc Cucurella. What a season it's been for him. Big goals, big games, 7 goals, in fact, for Marc so far this season, including that big one at the Bridge against United last Friday. Deep breath, everyone. Here we go. No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure. Yeah.
So here we are, the last Premier League game
so
of the season.
And
it doesn't get much bigger than this, does it? Welcome to the
City Ground Stadium. Nottingham Forest. They have a good stadium. Beautiful. There is water there. There's a river. So yeah. As you can tell, happy birthday to Dame Baba. Remember the episode with Steven Gerrard? Dame Baba. This guy, no, he wasn't a bling bling or big name or anything, but oh Lord, he scored some important goals. The Liverpool goal, the Paris Saint-Germain goal, and some other few goals that were so key goals for Chelsea Football Club. Dame Baba. What a legend, man. What a legend. Happy birthday to you. The boys are ready, as you can tell. The champion. Yeah. Champions League, baby. Champions League is what we want. What Chelsea want and where we belong. It's the Champions League. Come on, man. Imagine today if Kalim Hassan-Odoi score against us. Lord. I don't want to even think about it, man. You got to go there and win. That's it. Noni Madueke. So, nothing yet in terms of lineup. So, we still have to wait for 44 more minutes. Get in the comment section down below. Ask a question or tell us a story or something. Smash the like button. It's very important to keep us going. So let me... All right. Ready. Yeah, baby comforted. You say that. Hey, 30. Yes, Mr. Desmond Tutu. Good evening. Confidence, man in blue. What do you mean by that? You confident about the Blues winning? What the point you trying to make, my friend? The point you trying to make, Mr. Desmond. So Moises Caicedo. Masked man, the mask of Zorro, he's ready to roll, man. Ready to roll. What everybody think about next season's next season's kit. You like it or not? This guy. Yeah, we have time to talk about kit. You know, now we have to talk about winning today. So I made a video on the green turf this morning. It's still morning though, still very early. Still sleepy somehow. Maybe need a cup of coffee, but it's okay. So we have to win. Today is the final day. No excuses, no nothing. If you haven't watched that video, I encourage you to go and watch it. Very, very cool video. Okay, so this is motivation videos that I made for the Blues. The message from the boss. Right? Enzo Maresca. Okay, so you like this kind of little video, little people?
Hey, Chelsea faithful. It's your gaffer, Enzo Maresca, the slickest bald head in football. We're going to storm Nottingham Forest like it's a Sunday picnic, smash them to bits, and waltz straight into the Champions League. Once we're there, we're not stopping. Conference League, ours, Club World Cup, in the bag. Why? Because I'm the best bald manager in the world. And my shiny dome's got more tactics than Forest's got trees. Trust the process, and let's go. Hey.
Yeah, that is the message. Baby Maresca message that I made last night. And my predictions is this. Not predictions. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's match day.
Chelsea. We had Tottenham. So that is my lineup. Just in case you ask yourself what is your lineup. Jackson is not there, right? There's no Nicholas Jackson. So nobody in front but Neto, Sancho. Like we have just to play our big guns, right? Right. No, 1, 2. Yeah, we have to play all our big guns. Reece James need to be there because he's the captain. I was thinking give James rest or put him in the second half, but I just realized that today the 90 minute is gonna look like 5 minutes. Have you noticed that when you need a result, the time goes just like fast? And when you need the time to go fast so you can see the game out, the time is just like too long. So today, 90 minutes is going to look like 5 minutes because we need to score. We need a goal. Need 3 points. So it's going to be really, really...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's match day.
Chelsea. All right, so if you want to see some cool edit, I'm on Twitter here, Green Turf. Follow me. So you're gonna find a lot of very, very nice edit. Let's continue my page here. Joao Felix, did you see yesterday? That was Joao Felix. Last game, last goal for AC Milan. What a free kick yesterday. He's coming back to Chelsea. You like it or not, it's going to be that way. He didn't ask you to go and sign him. You signed him. You didn't need him, but you spent 60 million anyways. And now everybody is hating him for no reason. I think Joao Felix deserves respect. I think he's still a very good player if he plays week in, week out in a team that fit him, in a manager that suit him. So, yeah, I don't know what we're going to do with him because clearly Maresca don't rate him. But I still rate Joao Felix for sure. Take him to the World Cup and we will see. We will see after the World Cup. So, after baby Maresca, let's listen to what baby Noni Madueke said before this game, right? Madueke, let's go.
Yo, Nottingham. Listen up. It's Noni Madueke here, and I'm bringing pure fire to the pitch when Chelsea roll into town. Cole Palmer? Ice cold, mate. He's going to freeze you lot out with his class. Let's be real. Everything about this place is shit. From the vibes to the results you're going to get. Forest, you're in for a proper hiding. Chelsea's got one mission, smash this game, and lock in that Champions League spot. Forest, you're just a speed bump. Watch us roll through. Yo, Nottingham.
Yeah. So Noni Madueke, when he calls you shit, he's going to score a hat trick. Let's hope that Noni Madueke bring his shooting boot today and score goals because he's been shooting to the moon a lot lately. So, yeah, Noni, man, do your thing. Do your thing, baby. Noni Madueke, do your thing. All right, slowly and surely we're getting closer and closer to the lineup. It's 35 minutes to go until we have the lineup. See, are you enjoying the show? Smash the like button. Come join us if you have time. But if you don't have time, we have a show that will continue for hours and hours and hours. So don't worry about it. Make some food, eat, drink, relax, and join us later. All right. Kylian Mbappe finished the Pichichi. Pichichi is like the what? The golden boot in Spain. It's called Pichichi. So he got the Pichichi because he scored so many games. 43 games in total. 31 games in La Liga. That is more than anybody in the history of Real Madrid the first season. I'm talking about the first season here. Second, third, fourth season, we don't know about. The first season for a player to come and score so many goals, Kylian Mbappe is on top. So give him some respect that he deserves, because everybody tend to say, oh, they were winning the Champions League when Mbappe wasn't there, and now Mbappe is there and they can't win. It has nothing to do with Mbappe only. It's other players, the injuries, the tactics, it's many things. So, yeah. Mbappe, Pichichi. But today we are focusing on the Premier League, match week 38. This is what we are here for. So on the GFC channel, we have also some other videos that we try to talk about every single team. I made a video last night about Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi playing in the Club World Cup because FIFA president said it. Yeah. With high speed show, he went to his house. He brought the World Cup trophy with him at Speed Studio to show people. That tells you how football is gone, really. Because now you have to go to streamer, to young kids online and try to sell your product. Football is absolutely gone as we know it. Because even election now, the president is going to TikTok big account and start dancing with them, and just to get new people, new young people to vote and stuff. So even football is going that direction too, where it's becoming really like doesn't have like the value of it used to be, like the notoriety of it used to be. It's now people are playing charity games or YouTube superstar games and stuff like that. So the real football is many young people don't watch 90 minutes of football anymore. Anyways, let's continue. Cole Palmer also sent a message, right? All this, you can find it on my page on Twitter, or you can find on the GFC YouTube channel in the short section. You're going to find some cool videos that takes me a lot of time to make and a lot of money to pay for programs and stuff to make those kind of videos. So if you like them, if you watch one of them on YouTube or something, you leave a like and you also tell me what I should do next. You give me an idea of what baby I should make the video next. Didier Drogba, baby Didier Drogba, or baby Eden Hazard or something. It takes a lot of time to do it. You have no idea how much it takes me just to make those little videos. A lot of editing and a lot of finding, a lot of fixing just to make it look more realistic. So Cole Palmer, today, what is the message? Brother, let's go.
Hi, it's me, Cole Palmer. But you can call me Ice Cold, because when I score goals, I go brrr. I'm just a little guy with big boots and even bigger dreams. Welcome to my podcast, Too Cold to Fail. So here's the thing. We got to win the next game, okay? Like, really, really win. Not just I tried my best win, but Champions League, here we come kind of win. Because we're not just playing football. We're making magic. We're bold. We're blue. And most importantly, we're too cold to fail.
Yeah, we are too cold to fail. Today is the day that we have to get the job done. Okay, so Cole Palmer wanna go to the Champions League. This is more than a football game. This is everything today. So if you wanna watch baby videos, which takes me hours and hours and even days, because I get discouraged and tired and leave. You can see on the Green Turf short sections, you'll find those baby videos that I'm making now. This is Cole Palmer, Noni Madueke. You're gonna find Noni Madueke. You're gonna find Roman Abramovich. He's coming back. Yeah, I made another baby Roman last night. And the gaffer, a baby Enzo Maresca.
Hey, Chelsea faithful. It's your gaffer, Enzo Maresca, the slickest bald head in football. We're going to storm Nottingham Forest like it's a Sunday picnic, smash 'em to bits, and waltz straight into the Champions League. Once we're there, we're not stopping. Conference League, ours, Club World Cup, in the bag. Why? Because I'm the best bald manager in the world. And my shiny dome's got more tactics than Forest's got trees. Trust the process and let's go.
All right, so trust the process and let's go. Different kind of content, but it's all cool. Let's double check. You never know. You might have the lineup already there, and you know. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's match day. No. Still no official stuff. No official lineup yet. We have to wait and see. Let me go and read some comment. Is there any here we go from anybody? Okay. Desmond said that Maresca, please maintain the squad. Don't keep on changing. Well, I don't think he has any choice though. He is not making a lot of changes anymore. Do we really have a chance? What kind of changes are you talking about? You know, it's the starting 11 is pretty much known to everybody. This is not like Conference League group stage or something. This is just like the Champions League final. Today is today. Palmer to perform at his best today to help us get the Champions League. Hopefully, today is the day. Chelsea fans and up. Okay. You want me to talk about Sunderland or what? Okay, please talk about a few words about incredible Sunderland achievement. Back from the dead, all the way back from the lower division back to the top, and the long road they travel. I hate them. That is first of all. It's too long to travel to Sunderland and play games. Their stadium is not like St. James Park where Chelsea always lose or often lose, but still a very, very tough ground to go to. And also they beat Coventry in the semi-final of the playoffs. So not happy. They had the last minute goal. Coventry came up with a very good plan. Frank Lampard was cruising. They lost the first game at home. Coventry. They went away. They were leading comfortably the game. I was celebrating. I was like, come on, Super Frankie, come on. But the last minute, somehow, they managed to find a goal. It was heartbreaking, really, to lose in this manner the last minute. I wanted Frank Lampard to be in this position with Coventry. That's why I hate Sunderland. But yeah, very good story. They dropped to few levels, right? They went to the Championship. They got relegated to League One, for probably League Two, and they came back, boom, 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 boom. They are where they are. So I think that part of the country, they deserve another big team instead of being only like Newcastle. That's why they only derby, they so-called derby. They are not like in the same city or anything, but some kind of regional derby is, you know, it just make that part of the country more exciting, and the rivalry is gonna be tough to watch next season between Sunderland and Newcastle United. So yeah, impressive comeback to the Premier League. And hopefully they stay for a long time. And the young guy who scored the winner, he's like 19 years old or 18 years. And that young man he's leaving the club already. So they beat Coventry like on aggregate, you know. They beat Coventry on aggregate 3-2. It was close. It was 2-2 for a long period of time, aggregate. That would have taken them to like penalties or something, you know. And then it was like 120th minute, because it was already like what is called extra time, 30 minutes, you know. And then the game was already over. So in the added time, 120th plus 2, and that's where they score. It was heartbreaking. Literally the last touch of the game. I was like, bro, that hurt. That really hurt. But hey, when it's your year, it's your year. I'm sure Frank Lampard is coming back to the Premier League next season. I think he's not going to wait for the playoffs or whatever. He took them from the relegation to playoffs, right? Without making any transfer signing, somebody's team. He just came, adjust the situation, and got them where they are. So it's heartbreaking, but if you see where they were fighting relegation to winning, it's all good. So, yeah, good story. Job Bellingham, Jude Bellingham's brother, helped them get promoted. So good for them, man. Good for them. Welcome to the Premier League and another long trip for Chelsea Football Club. We're going to beat you. That's the most important. We're going to beat you in the Premier League. Sunderland. All right. Desmond said, the clubs who are promoted to the Premier League, Sunderland, the team that we are just talking about, and then Leeds United, and Burnley. Burnley, Leeds, and Sunderland. Frank Lampard is not Premier League level, let's be honest. Well, I don't know what your definition of being honest. You are acting like if you are some kind of god or something. You are not God, my friends. Frank Lampard is that's what people said when he was growing up. He can't do this, he can't do that, but he proved that one of the best midfielders in the entire world. He has no speed, no dribbling ability, no nothing, just hard work. So you can say whatever you want about Frank Lampard, but he qualified us for the Champions League easily with no transfer window, transfer ban, and took us to the Champions League with 0 defeat until Thomas Tuchel took over. So it's easy to come and take somebody's team and win after 3 months, somebody's team. But when it comes to build your own team and win, we saw what happened. So depending on what your narrative is, the circumstances and conditions that he took over Premier League teams are completely different. But everybody got a theory, and especially Chelsea fans. They try to target certain players or certain managers, especially when you are English and you are from Chelsea Academy. Lampard is not from Chelsea Academy. I'm just talking in general here. The way we judge people on social media is where you're coming from. So, excellent manager, excellent Premier League manager, in my opinion, with what he... And the championship teams this season could even beat Chelsea easily. I mean, what is... Yeah. It is what it is. And you learn with time that you are into the business. Lampard have learned a lot. We don't talk about tactics here, bro. He been there, done it, study, played for 20 plus years in a professional level. It's not us like on the keyboard and pretend that we know better than him. He knows what he's doing. There are contexts that people don't want to mention because it's black or white. That's what people wanna hear, but I'm not gonna get into that. But I don't want anybody to disrespect a Chelsea hero and legend like Frank Lampard, regardless of what you think. If you look at circumstances that he took over Chelsea, no transfer, no nothing, and then the next season bought a bunch of players like Werner, Kai Havertz, Ziyech. All of them got injured from November, December, January. How many injuries we have? Kai Havertz got COVID, Werner got COVID. A lot of circumstances that if he was another manager, people were going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But he's English and he's Chelsea, and we have just to copy paste narrative. What I don't allow is like disrespecting somebody who has done too much to this club. It's depend on generations. I understand the new generation is insulting generation. That's what people want to hear is black or white. You are bad or you are good, or tactics and what do you know about tactics? What level have you played, and what school have you graduated and get your your credential for us to acknowledge that you know better than him. It's not about tactics. Somebody who took the team from relegation, in the championship they have 24 teams, and they play every 2 days there is a game. Absolutely carnage. Right? Yeah, it's and you see the tactics that he came. You see the principles, you can tell. So it's easy to judge people from your computer, but when you analyze, actually, it's not that black or white. Oh, do we have let me see. The lineup? Not yet, no. No lineup yet. But I think the lineup is loading. 15 minutes to go until we have the lineup. Remember that the team that play in red and white strips in the championship playoffs final always loses. Yesterday, Sheffield played in red and white, and Sunderland in beige and not their normal red. It's not always. You always come up with conspiracy theories and you believe too much in spirituality. You believe in God. Those things don't happen. I told you the other day that you came up with some theories about Tottenham Hotspurs here, right? What did I tell you about Tottenham Hotspurs? They were going to win. After the game, you just disappear. You didn't show up anymore, right? What did you say? Oh, I want the city of Manchester, blah, 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 blah. You made your own theories, and what happened? You lost. I told you what all those narrative and, conspiracy theories and juju stuff, they don't exist. They exist in your mind. If you believe on them, and then you're gonna see it happening, because that is how the world works. Everything is gonna expire one way or another. I can name you many teams that play at Wembley with strips, red, white strips, and they won. That would be, and it will be teams that will be in the same position and win. All right. What team? The season that it was Huddersfield Town with I don't know what team they played against. It was like three years ago in the playoffs at Wembley. And they beat Huddersfield. Huddersfield were playing with their blue. blue kit and the other team were playing with strips. I don't know what team it was. There are so many of them, but you guys, you just want to dig to the dark side of history, to the conspiracy and evil and curse, and you know, you want to dig too much into that side of the story, my friend. Let's go. I'm trying to check if we have already the lineup. Not yet. No lineup yet. Still waiting and still waiting. Very, very interesting today. Yeah, still no lineups, but gonna be there very, very soon. Kevin De Bruyne is playing his last game in the Premier League today, and then he's gonna be moving to Napoli to join his brother Lukaku, Big Romelu Lukaku, with Kevin De Bruyne under Antonio Conte. I think they're gonna cook. I think they're gonna do very well in the Champions League. Antonio Conte is very, very unlucky, really, in European competitions. He got to a final of Europa League a few years ago with Lukaku. Lukaku? Was Lukaku there? Yeah, I think. Lukaku, Inter Milan. Yeah. And they failed in the final. Lukaku actually scored an own goal. Not like scoring an own goal, but deflection took his leg. You know when somebody shoot a powerful shot and you try to deflect it, you try to kick it long, but it just deflected somehow and went to the goal. And then it was 1-0, so they lost the final. And also Lukaku, he will miss a big chance every final. He will miss some chances that you are like, bro, how could you miss this? But it is what it is. That is big Rom. Big goals, big games, but also big misses. So what is going on? Let's check on what is going on. So the Premier League trophy is ready to be given to Liverpool at Anfield Stadium. As you can tell, it's ready, prepared. I don't know if they're going to have a parade tomorrow or something and go on vacation. And Liverpool are doing wonder on the market already. Florian Wirtz coming to Liverpool. Frimpong coming to Liverpool. Who else? I heard that they might even work very hard to go for Isak. Keep an eye open on that. So they are going for big names. And the players who are already mature enough to help them win. Now, they're not going to go to the kindergarten project like Chelsea. They are going for it. So, very good transfer window. The goalkeeper. Give me a second. Checking something. Okay, I'm back. And Alonso now is the manager of Real Madrid. It's been confirmed. It's official. It's a here we go. Real Madrid announced him. And tomorrow, the 26th, Brazil are going to announce Carlo Ancelotti. He's already in Brazil by now. Private jet after the game yesterday. He's going to be announced. An interesting chapter for Don Carlo. Don Carlo is going. Man, give us the lineup, man. We are looking for the lineup. I think somebody already got the lineup. They just don't want to publish it. So cool. Boom. Here we go. Robert Sanchez in goal. Reece James the captain. Tosin Adarabioyo. Colwill. Cucurella. Caicedo. Enzo Fernandez. Madueke, Palma, Sancho, and Neto. So I missed one. I thought it was Chalobah instead of Tosin, but the rest of the team, I kind of got it. Got it only Tosin because I thought it was gonna be Mr. Chalobah. On the bench, Jorgensen, Anchapong, Badiashile, Chalobah, Gusto, Lavia, Gisbury Hall, George, and Gio. Very interesting. Neto, Sancho, Palma, Madueke, Enzo, Caicedo, Cuckoo, Orwell, Tosin, and Captain James, and Robert Sanchez. Yeah, I think another guy that I don't see in the starting 11 that I said I want to see him is Lavia. Why are we leaving Lavia out? I wanted to see all of them on the pitch. Reece James play him from his natural position instead of inverting him. Play traditional 4-3-3. But he never listened to anybody, isn't Mr. Enzo Maresca? So it's useless. You don't even complain about anything. Today is not about complaining or names or whatever. We just want to win. Probably the second half when we are winning and you can bring General Lavia to close the shop. You never know. We don't have a lot of game changers from the bench. Maybe Gio, if you want to play a different kind of game, the last 20 minutes, you throw him out there and you put the ball. You can play long football, long ball, when you have somebody like Gio, right? He can hold the ball. He's very good in air. But when Jackson is there and you're throwing the ball to somebody who doesn't know how to do it, and then you put him in trouble because he's gonna elbow somebody and get in trouble. So yeah, interesting lineup. And shortly we're gonna go and see the lineup from our friends or enemies, Nottingham Forest, very, very soon. We're gonna see. Very, very interesting. Let's go to Nottingham Forest, right? Nottingham. We're gonna cut the forest today or burn the forest or freeze the forest because we have the fire on Noni Madueke and we also have the ice cold freezing Cole Palmer, right? So they haven't even posted. Wait. This is forest, right? Yeah. This is Nottingham Forest press conference and all that. So they haven't really released their starting 11 yet. So they haven't released their starting 11 yet. So, or probably it will be wise for me to check on the website. Let me see if I can find somehow a way to get to the the website. Premier League browser. I am trying to see all the games and the lineups for all those games. So give me a second. Okay, so what we can do now. Boom. There you have it. So we're gonna try to double check on the website. Interact. So let's go to matches today. Look at that. Absolute cinema. So the first game that we're gonna be checking here is gonna be Chelsea game. This one, huh? Let's check on the lineups. So yeah, this is Nottingham Forest. You have the lineup there, my friends. Matchday. He used to be at Strasbourg. He was sold last summer, and he's one of the best in the Premier League, while Chelsea are struggling with Robert Sanchez in goal. They could have had this guy for like 10 million from Strasbourg, because Strasbourg is not, they are not gonna charge us a lot of money. So they have, and look at that, Murillo. Murillo is in the starting 11. Ahaha! All of a sudden, huh? And the guy got a knock. He was struggling. In the press conference, the manager said, no, he's not going to be there. And I knew it because I made a video about it. I told you, everybody become fit when they play against Chelsea. Nico Williams. Nikola Milokovic. Olaena. Ibrahim Sangari. Anderson. Gibbs White. Dominguez. Chris Wood. Elanga. Kalim Hassanado is not there in the starting 11. Let me check on. Kalim Hassanado is on the bench, yeah. With, yeah. So they have a very strong bench that can come and hurt Chelsea. But you know what? We are Chelsea, man. We are the Chelsea, okay? We are the Chelsea. We can do it. We're gonna do it. On via plan or via plan. So yeah, the lineup, you have it here. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go back and check on. So Chelsea again. They have Robert Sanchez. They have Cuckoo. They have Torsen, Colwill, Reece James, Enzo Fernandez, Cole Palmer. Moises Caicedo, 30 games out of 30. 38 games played out of 38 in the Premier League. Every single game this brother played. He deserves a long... No, we're not even going to have any vacation. I feel sorry for the players because when we beat Forest today and on Wednesday we go and beat Betis, they're going to have like 1 week to recover and then we fly to America. The season is not over yet. Our season is very, very long season, bro. All right, so Pedro Neto, Noni Madueke, Jadon Sancho. Very interesting lineup. I'm not going to complain about anything. Why or why not? It's just win. Just win. Just win, man. Just win. Let's go and get the job done. So the game is going to start in 57 minutes, my people. This is very interesting, to be honest with you. So Bournemouth against Leicester City. Fulham against Fulham against Manchester City. Ipswich against West Ham. Liverpool, Crystal Palace. Manchester United against Aston Villa. Newcastle United against Newcastle, let me finish. So Newcastle United against Everton, yeah. Nottingham Forest against Chelsea, of course. Southampton against Arsenal. Spurs. Brighton. Spurs, champions of Europe. Can you really sing like champions of Europe when you win like the Conference League? Yeah, they're gonna sing it like next season. Expect Spurs to show off their trophy and get on Arsenal fans singing champions of Europe. You'll never sing that. So Arsenal really. Okay, so Wolves against Brentford is the last on this table here. But we are going to focus on the Chelsea game. That is the most important for us. Mark is back from vacation.
What up? What up?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. So, at long last, today is going to be a redefinition of our football club, where the club is going. It will depend on the results that we are going to get today, and obviously, and I know for sure, if we are unable to qualify for the Champions League, that mess that we've been experiencing for the past 2-3 years will still continue. We are going to buy babies, nurture them, sell them, make money. But that's not what I'm here for today. Today I'm going to talk about the football club that I love so much, and I want them to go to the Champions League. I believe that we could have gone to the Champions League so easily if we had not, dropped some points starting from January up to now. There were some matches I thought we could have won easily, but for some reason, we're not able to win. And I know a lot of people have criticized the coach because in Chelsea Football Club, when things are going wrong, it seems we put all the burden on our coaches, and everybody have a legit, criticism. And I don't want to say that whatever someone is saying is wrong or it's not the right thing to say, but everybody have their own opinion. But others also look into a bigger picture and see why sometimes some of the performance are not really great. And at the end of the day, I know the man who is handling the team will face the fire, but we also have to be fair to the extent that there are so many things that will account to some of the bad results that we normally have. And at the beginning of maybe the January transfer, if we had improved in terms of the squad, I don't think he will be limited in terms of the players that he has. And a lot of people are talking about getting a striker, but it seems nothing has been done. And
is the transfer window already open?
No, I'm talking about the January one. But I guess in a few weeks, the windows are going to open. And if you look at some of the players that we've been linked with, sometimes I get a little bit frustrated. How on earth a football club, a serious football club, will be linked to a player like Garnacho, who is sitting on the bench on a team that plays 16th position in the Premier League? These are some of the things when we hear, it gets some fans so frustrated, because I wouldn't say Garnacho is a bad player. Probably he could come into our football club and make the difference. Maybe over there, he's not being surrounded by the kind of players that will bring the best out of him. So I'm not going to bullshit the guy. But the point is he the right person to come in and make the difference? These are some of the questions we need to ask. We don't have to be so like passionate about certain things. We need to tackle the real issues. And when you talk about some of these things, people might think that you hate the owners or probably you don't like them. No, I don't know them personally. They are here to help the football club. If they make it better, we are all going to enjoy. I want them to do the right thing. They have to make the right decision so that everybody will be enjoying themselves with the football club. And let's look at where they picked the football club from and where they are taking it to. That is a very important question we should all be asking. If our football club was so bad, I don't think it will be attracted for them to, come in and purchase it. That's all that. That's my statement all the time. So if I've gotten the opportunity to come and lead this football club, we expect you to do things similar to the previous owners, running of the football club. We are not expecting you to do similar thing, but if at least you can get closer to what they used to do, and we will all be happy. And the fact that they are buying young players and they are trying to build a project, we are all into that. But the fact is, if you are building a project, you need to do the right thing. You can't just throw young players out there and be telling us that, hey, I'm building a future project for this football club. It's not going to work in a way, because if you look at the way things are structured and the way some of these boys need mentor to at least show them the way, they are not doing that. And at the end of the day, you ask yourself, would a player like Estavao will come in this season and he will be up and going? A player like Modric, when he was coming here, he was really expecting something bigger. But the moment he came in, no one was there to help him. And look at the situation he finds himself in right now. And I bet you if Modric had moved to Arsenal, Liverpool, or Manchester City, it would have been a different story. So a lot of people are making a whole lot of noise. Estavao, Cambridge Paez, they need to exercise patience, because this football club, we all don't know how they are going to perform when they come in, especially if they don't have anybody to help them. It's going to be a bit difficult. And the Premier League is a league that you can't just come in and you'll be doing wonders. It's one of the difficult leagues.
Yeah, it's a process that is known. Like even the so-called finished article, I'm always skeptical when it comes to everybody that comes to Chelsea, regardless of even how good you are. You Osimhen, you are Pato, you are whatever. I always give you, at least a season to see if you're gonna adjust. Some people can come and hit the ground running. Some people also are gonna need time to adjust into the team. But I don't think that they are bad players. It's about finding the balance between, if you already have like confirmed players who are already settled, who are really mature in age and also experience on the pitch, they can also help the young players that coming in, so they can take them on their wings and help them grow. But when a kid is learning from another kid, it's not
Even if you look at
scenario.
even if you look at our former player Thiago Silva, when he first came in, you and I know how he was struggling. There was a game against, I think, West Brom, or I forgot the team, and he was a mess. A lot of people were just chastising the guy. They were saying a whole lot of things about Thiago Silva. That was during the COVID time. But when he played for a season and he got familiar, like he was so familiar.
Yeah, he grew up. He didn't wait for a season, but because of his experience, he played in Milan with Ibrahimovic and the big Milan back then. He played in PSG, so it didn't take him long to adjust. But I still remember, like in the beginning when Lampard gave him like the captain armband, and people started, "Oh, why are you giving him the captain armband. We are a finished club because we are buying some, washed PSG rejected players. I still remember how the business of works on social media where negativity is what people want to hear. But let's say hi to Mr. Victor before we go back to you, Mr. Mark. Victor.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Oz and
Yes,
Mark.
sir.
Hi.
What's
It's kind
up,
of
bro?
a nerve-wracking day we are going to experience today. I have my doubts. I actually had you in the background, and I did the poll that you put out there, and I realized that the results was negative towards Chelsea in the sense that folks think that we will be the ones that will be
Kicked out.
in trouble today. Yeah, and there's a reason for that. I feel like if we are redirecting our conversation here as to why the fan base worldwide is kind of living on tenterhooks today, it's simply because we know the kind of players we have. Even the players he's put up there, the ball will never be stopped right before it gets into our half of the field, because the forward liners, none of them can actually tackle the ball unless it gets to Caicedo, and even the midfielders. It's only Caicedo that can really take the ball away or dispossess the ball from the opponent, right? The rest of them, the attack would just flow through them like that. If you have your attackers this feeble, small, not strong enough. I mean, how many times has our winger, the one on the left, I've forgotten his name, Pedro? Is that no? Is that
Pedro Neto or Sancho?
Pedro, yeah. How many times has Pedro Neto tried to get the ball past the defender, and the defender will just push him away because he's so small, he's so feeble. He's not good enough to be able to handle the defenders in the Premier League. And it's the same with our other wingers. The wingers we have, except for maybe the selfish one. I always say he's selfish, so I forgot his name. He is not probably on the I've forgotten names this morning, but the selfish one, he is not playing this morning. But except for him, the rest of them are always bullied. Okay, so we have a problem. They do not dispossess the ball of the opponent before it gets into the center line. Then the pressure becomes that off the midfield, and of course the back line that gets very jittery when they are under enormous pressure. And the P word, the pressure word, is today. They know that if they win, it's a Champions League. They are there, and the kind of players they have, they will push and push and push. So we are going to be under enormous pressure for 90 minutes. And our players, when they're under pressure, they buckle. Most of the time they do, because they don't like that kind of pressure. They don't like to run. Our defenders like to pass the ball among themselves, because if they lose the ball, they will have to run. If they kick the ball in and the ball comes back fast, they have to run. So it's better and safer to pass it sideways like that. So Chelsea delays a lot of time when we are passing sideways, and that's what we're going to see most of today, because I think that his counter tactics will be to slow it down, because they will come at us definitely, and they're at home and they will get the support to do so for 90 minutes. So for me, of course, we are all going in hoping that we win, but time will tell. We'll see the first half, see how it goes. Chelsea has a schizophrenic attitude towards the game. Sometimes we are very good first half, and the second half we come in and buckle. Rarely are we excellent the entire game. Rarely, the whole season. We know that. So football, half of it is mentality. So I'm hoping that the mentality towards this game is such that you win, you go up. I've always said that the political angle of the game has to always be lectured into, or inculcated into these players. Like, this is what happens. I tell all these African teams that go to the World Cup is that when you actually win the World Cup and the cup is in your hand, you change the perspective of the entire world drastically, because the idea is that an African team has won the World Cup, and that changes the perception of the game towards the African continent, with people sitting on there on channels and saying that our games are not major tournaments, our tournaments are not major tournaments. But that's coming from somewhere. So you have to always know the political angle of what is it that you're trying to do. And for me, I feel like that is what, if I were in Chelsea, the psychological aspect is what has to be put into them and said to them, this is a win. I'm sure they all know that, but it's that important, and so you have to go out there and approach the game this way. So I'm praying and hoping that, notwithstanding all my tactical analysis, the players go out there and surprise us. You said many times this morning, I had you in the background for an hour, and all you said was that, this is a game. It's a one-touch game. Who knows? There could be a deflection here and there. But even then, I was laughing. I was like, what is he talking about us? Chelsea doesn't shoot for our lives. So that deflection thing is not even likely. This is what the fan base is always worried about. The intangibles, the things that others do instinctively, that sometimes reward in a positive way, that Chelsea doesn't do most of the time. We are so predictable, and we pass the ball. We don't do things that kids with no experience at all trying to shoot will shoot or try to do something and it will result in a goal. That rarely happens with that team. This is why we are so nervous, because whatever we are going to do today, 87%, that's too accurate. 85% of it is predictable by fan base. We know what is going to happen today. This is what makes our games hard to watch. So for us, we have to be surprised if we want to win this game away and beat these guys. Because win is what assure us of anything. We are not going to depend on Manchester beating Aston Villa or whatever. We have to win. At least come out with a draw. That cushions your chances a little bit more.
I don't want to even think about the draw.
Yeah, but at least that a draw eliminates our opponents for today. A draw means that Nottingham is out, and then you need one more person to be out, and you are in Champions League.
You need some help from somewhere.
Exactly. So
it's in our hands. Today we're winning, bro. Yeah. Like today, I'm telling you right now, we're winning, regardless of we don't shoot, we don't do this. Yeah, sometimes things can go to past, right? Today it could be that day where we shoot and we score. Everything we touch turn to gold. Bro, this is one of a kind. This is one game, bro.
In a game of football, many times you create your own luck. This is why some teams are. That is why when you are making your predictions, you give the game to a team. Because they are intangible. That there are ways that they have different ways of attacking the game. When you know that your team is very monochromatic, like monotone, the way they play the game is so predictable, you go in without confidence. That's why I started my argument by telling you that I looked at your poll, and majority of the people that voted there said Chelsea will be the one with
sometimes the majority is not right. Sometimes
I am not saying that we are not going to win today. I am saying that before you go and play the game, there's a reason why we have analysts, right, who talk about the game. We are here talking about our chances, right? And the chances that what we talk about is not based out of nothing. It's based on history, based on the way we play the game. And that is why we come here and talk about it. Of course, there's one game. Anything can happen. We know that. We can go out there and lose by many. We can go out there and win by many. Or maybe squeeze away naked with just a one goal. Or they will do that otherwise. Anything can happen. No worries about that. But when we meet here to discuss the game, the foundation of it is in the history of the season, or what the season has provided to us, and that's what we base our analysis on. And basing our analysis on those things, we know that we are in for a trek, simply because we don't play that kind of game. And the last game and the mentality of these players, we have to pray today and keep our fingers crossed.
All right, let's say hi to Aziz, and we're gonna go back to Mark because he was disconnected. Aziz, are you there?
Good morning, bro. Good morning, brothers.
Good morning.
Good morning, brothers. Good morning, Mr. Victor. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for stopping by. What do you think about the game today?
Good morning, Aziz.
Good morning. We just have to go with the right mentality. This is the final. Don't care what everybody's saying on Sky Sports saying, oh, we're going to drop out. Go out there, score your first goal. They'll be forced to come out. Beat them on the counter again, score your second goal, third goal, and shut the defense. I don't care how we play. I just wanted 3 points. But what I want to say is is the mentality we take over there. We have to be physical because the atmosphere is going to be bad for us. So we have to be physical and defensively wise.
Yeah.
And we have to take our chances as well too. That's all.
Yes, sir. Mark, are you still there or are you disconnected?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, so I heard what you said about we shouldn't blame the manager all the time, which is we don't blame him all the time, by the way. But when we have we praise him for winning games the same way, I don't think also that you should also not mention the manager, because with the same players he started good. With the same players he been twisting the system a little bit and playing more direct and twisting and changing because the pressure was on, and we were winning. Even 1-0, it's a win. It's 3 points in the pocket. So, like, I don't want only to go to the owners and sporting directors only. And then when we win, it's all credit and praise to the genius Maresca. But when we lose, we go back to immediately why you didn't sign people in December. Or January or summer, he needed this and that. And one of the interview, Maresca said the reason why he joined Chelsea is because of this young team, because he wanna impose his way. They are open to listening, and he said that he participated to every single transfer. This is the guy who said when Joao Felix signed, he said he talked to the manager and he convinced him to come to Chelsea because he sees good things about him. When also Vega, we signed him, he said that he talked to the manager before he comes and he explained the plan and how he's going to be used in the team. So only when we lose and all of a sudden you go back and then the manager wasn't backed and he was the guy making calls and convincing people only not to give them a chance to play or play them absolutely out of positions. And everything need to go. We had to buy Mbappe, Haaland, Vinicius Jr. instead of this and that. And the manager accepted this project and made calls to convince players. You ask yourself, where is honesty here? Manager need to also take responsibility. When he wins, we praise him as a genius, everybody. And when we lose, it's the sporting directors and the owners. The same bunch of players that we have here been performing very well with common sense structure, and we're winning 1-0. That's it. 2-0. We even learn how to play the dark art with the players that we have. I think he tried to impose his way too much, and it was so predictable. But the time that he started twisting it, using common sense, I saw somebody like Robert Sanchez playing long when he's under pressure. Long, like, hey, I don't want to take any risk instead of give the ball away. I've seen so many little things, little tricks here and there that tells you that this manager also can adjust. He's just been stubborn, and we all know the owners messed up, the sporting director messed up, but you can still get something with the players that you have here. You can still get something from Joao Felix, from Ben Chilwell. You crying, oh, we don't have leaders, we don't have experience. Ben Chilwell, say whatever you want. Champions League winner, leader in the dressing room, very good with young people and all that. Joao Felix, say whatever you want. That brother still have some kind of skills, and you use him the right way, you can get something regardless of the narrative. He's not Chelsea level, he's blah blah blah. The same people who praised Joao Felix, who said Chelsea should break the bank, today the same expert in football are saying no, he's the worst thing ever. Why did you buy? Hey brother, we have you on a freaking record. When I was saying go buy Omorodion, buy John Duran, buy a number 9 instead of spending money on Joao Felix, you called me that I know nothing. I am a clown. My ball knowledge, blah 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 blah. Less than 5 months, you want him out and you pretend as if you never said anything. You were pushing and pushing for Joao Felix instead of a number 9. So we have to be also honest enough to balance things, my brother. Yes, the owners are absolutely crap. They have to leave this club. The sporting director didn't bring Osimhen, Haaland, whatever you want. But the bunch of players that we have, we can still get something better than what we did this season. That is my opinion. Maresca got the credit, and he also got fair critics when he messed up.
All right, also, you've said so many things, and if you and I know very well, I wouldn't defend the coach when I think the performance is so bad. A game against Ipswich, if you were here, and I know you really understood and you heard me right, I was so mad that we had to throw a point away. And I criticized the coach for making a very slow, start, because that was a game we could have won in the first half and everything will be, done. But not when he started with certain players and along the line, some of the players got injured. You were saying that he was doing so good in the beginning. Yeah, it is true. But the point is, this guy had to lose a lot of players that he started with. If our players can stay fit within the season, I don't think things will be that bad because he will have so many, alternatives.
Mr. Mark, sorry to cut you.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. When it happens like that, we are not going to have a civil, argument. When I'm done, note everything down. And if you have any rebuttal, you can do that because when you talk over me, I talk over you, the listeners can't have, a decent, discussion. So, as I was saying, he has so many problems with the squad. And you mentioned Vega, you mentioned João Felix. I just want to know, as they move away from Chelsea, how is the performance? Sometimes players tend to deteriorate, and this is something we all don't know. We are not even close to the squad, and we don't know what happens day in and day out. So if people are saying that, why do you have to send João Felix to AC Milan, Vega to Juventus, and all those areas? He's the coach, and he's more closer to the boys more than we are. So when something happens, it will be very, very difficult for you to understand if you are not very close to the guy. And what João Felix could have brought to the team if he was here. He went to Milan, and it seems it's the same story. So maybe something is wrong, or maybe the Italian system is not really good for João Felix because he is a different player. He was a different player with other coaches. But when he came in this time around, he's finding so many difficulties. And I can cite an example of Kobe Manu struggling under Amorim. That doesn't mean that young man is a bad player. So sometimes we have to look at so many things, and you know for sure that if the coach is messing up, I'm not here going to defend him. I'll come out.
Mr. Mark, I'm not cutting you, but I want to introduce something here because you are the guy who said that the manager is not backed. But why the manager pick up the phone and talk to João Felix to convince him to come to Chelsea, while clearly we needed a number 9? So blaming on because if he told them, listen, if he told them back then that I don't want you to spend 60 million on this guy, we have so many players from his natural position, bring me a number 9 that can compete with Jackson. But you make a call. It's on the record, every single press conference on my channel, bro. He said it. Why are you defending him? You explain the plan, how you gonna use him. You bring him, you play him in a different position, and you say everybody needs to play. What that has to do with the sporting director and then owners?
You said this guy called João Felix personally. Who said that?
Maresca confirmed himself. João Felix, watch on my channel the first press conference. The reason I'm here because the manager called me and explained to me the plan and how he wanna use me here, and I will be here to make history.
Let me say this thing. Sorry to cut you. João Felix coming to Chelsea wasn't Maresca's decision to bring Joao Felix. And you know the reason why this guy
You
came.
see? So Maresca said,
We
I called him, I talked to him, I convinced him, and you telling us that Maresca didn't make a call. Come on, bro. Come on. Maresca himself saying black or white on TV, bro.
Hold on. If sporting directors, have come to you that, hey, this is what we have to do.
And you have to also to learn to cut your speech because there are like 6 other people waiting. So you make 1 point, you go straight to the point, and we're gonna switch a little bit. As he's been waiting for 10 minutes.
You and I know Joao Felix came here because of Gallagher. There is no 2 ways about that. So I wouldn't even waste my time on that particular,
Omoro Dion was the guy for Gallagher. They changed their mind the last minute, and they make up a story about medical and stuff.
Is it Maresca's decision to not bring Omar Dion? Or
because they asked Maresca, and Maresca said Joao Felix was the best than bringing another Omoro Dion.
And he were there when they asked him, and he said they should bring that guy.
Who?
I said, were you there when they told him they should?
Because it's there. It's on the press conference, bro. It's there. I'm not even lying.
I'm not going to argue about this, but if you think that is how it was, then
let's be honest. Give Maresca also his responsibility and praise him when it is. We can't be cultists. People come and go. You always defend this guy.
Maresca. On this channel, you can go when we lose games, and I think he was the cause. Even starting from the how do we call it, off-season matches, you and myself were criticizing the guy, and you even said that, this tiki-taka is not helping us. We all criticize him. So I don't know why you think that I'll be soft on Maresca. And I don't know.
Let's listen to Aziz, who wanted to respond, and Makin also is there to wait. But Aziz, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. In terms of some people, when they see something but they say it's not. You get where I'm coming from? You saw the mistake of this coach from day one. I've been complaining that this coach, our pattern of play, is not bringing the best out of players. You're playing players out of position, thinking you are the next Pep Guardiola, and you've not won shit. And I've always been saying it, but you're always there defending this coach, even when we are losing. I'm not talking to you, Mr. Oates, it's not you. I'm talking to Mr. Mark. During the December to January to God knows when did we even get a win, I was saying that why you let Joao Felix go when you know we don't even have players to replace him, and you are letting him go. You are the coach. You have the final say. You can say who stays and who goes. You can go to tell the board that, okay, I don't want Joao Felix to go on loan.
And I don't want to cut you off. Joao Felix went on loan because he's not being used.
He wasn't being used. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Because Mark is going to say it's not the coach decision to let people on loan. No, the coach has part to play because they just bought him 4 months ago, and you think they're going to sabotage him and say, no, get rid, 60 million down the drain. You don't use him. They want to keep a little bit of financial value. That's why they are obligated to send some people on loan or sell them.
And all of a sudden,
let me finish.
And Joao Felix is not good now. All of a sudden.
Okay, let me finish. Sorry. Vega, you talked about Vega. When we're having defensive crisis before we call Shalova, we could have used Vega in the defense.
Exactly.
Vega is playing so well in Juventus that Juventus want to sign him.
They want to sign him. They are calling him the wall.
You could have used Vega in the defense.
Insane.
You're playing him out of position just to favor some other players. Thirdly,
so
let's go back to Palmer. The reason why I said I never wanted Joao Felix to go on loan was it might not be the goal scorer, but the way he dribbles is going to create space for our other players. If you notice during our other games that Joao Felix was playing, he was creating space for Nkuku to score. He was creating space for Enzo Fernandez to do his thing. Even the last game before he went on loan, we're about to lose 2-1. It was his dribble, his space, the way he moves the ball. They were able to foul him. That was why Rich James was able to score. and they loaned this brother out. I said you could have played him even when Jackson wasn't scoring. He has impact. We could find a way to bring the best out of him. Send Cole Palmer to the right side, let João Felix play in the middle.
Okay, so let's say hi from Mr. McKean, and thank you for being short, Mr. Aziz. Mr. McKean, what you wanted to say?
Big up, everybody. It's going to be a good day, guys. Yeah, not too much on the last game. We need to have a smooth sail, you know. And the supporter can go a long way. Now that's out the way, man. Mark, I'll need Mark as my lawyer. You know, if I'm in trouble, yeah, and Mark will get.
Yeah, Mark can be. He's a technician. He's a engineer, but he will be a very good lawyer because he's gonna convince you that he can sell you like a Toyota. And he's telling you this is a Ferrari.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
That's my back here.
Mark can sell you a Toyota.
Where is Martin and the rest getting all this optimism?
Oh no! Wait! It's so no. I love you, Mark. It's a love, bro. It's love. Don't worry about it.
What has Chelsea done?
You interrupted me,
to give you the idea that they will go to Nottingham Forest on the last day when Nottingham also can beat you and go to.
You know what? We are going to beat Nottingham.
We have hope.
We are beating Nottingham 2-0.
Yeah, we have hope, bro. Today is about positivity. Give us some positive vibe, Mr. Mr. Victor.
We
want some
support can go a long way. It can go a long way.
Let me give you a left side idea. The slaves that were here in America for 250 years.
So I love this guy, you know. This is why I love this guy.
They hoped and hoped and hoped and hoped for 250 years for some God to bring them out of slavery. You know what? Hope is not anything to hang your thing on. Sometimes you create your own luck. And that is why I'm saying that you have to proceed. This has to be seen as a glass half empty, so that you are not disappointed. Chelsea has not given you any reason.
Mark, I don't want any problems with you in the future. Yeah.
Mark is not talking. It's Victor who is
talking. Oh, it's the Victor. Oh, sorry. Go on, carry on.
So for me, I just want to say this real quick because I know others need to chip in. I am going in, not hoping. I am going in thinking this is typical Chelsea, so that when they do a better job, I get excited. But if they don't, then I'm not utterly disappointed because I know that when the chips are on the table, this team utterly disappoints us. We set up all the bad records in the Premier League. We have been called.
It's okay. Everything comes down to this today, bro. It's today, bro. Come on.
We have been called Charity Chelsea for a reason. We have set all the worst records. So I am telling you,
it's fine. The season is over. Let's finish it in good terms.
Okay.
Let's win this game.
So for me, I said to you, I have to have evidence of the work that
today you are having your evidence. Champions League.
I will be here. I'm not going anywhere.
Remember the song? It's coming to Stamford Bridge.
Victor, you can't be all logic and all facts. You know, the emotion and the passion. Yeah, that's a 50% you're missing out, man.
But the coach took that away. He told us we are not ready to win anything.
He changed.
This is the team.
He changed his language, bro.
Listen, when we were going with passion, when we were going with optimism, when we were going with hope, because logically, this team had no right to be in the second position. It's the youngest team.
Okay, let me give you some hope. Let me give you some hope. Our last games, against Nottingham Forest, have been successful, and we have them on the ropes.
No, what I'm saying
there's hope there.
Was that when we
dominated them the last time we played them.
We're not all logical, right? When we had that hope that, oh my God, the youngest team, they are excitable, they're unpredictable, and all of that, and we were in second position. We went to a what is it called? A press conference and said that we are not ready. And you realize that since December, we have been at best intermittent.
You are absolutely right. You're talking facts there. But the problem is, after that, you have to recognize also that he changed his language. He started talking about, this is Chelsea. We belong in the Champions League. Let's fight together. Yeah, he understands and acknowledge his mistakes. He acknowledged his mistakes.
Mr.
Well, and one more thing, yeah. One more thing, yeah. We've dominated them, yeah, for the last 3 to 4 times we played them. There's a beacon of hope that we can at least hold on to. Just that kind of support can go a long way. I understand João Felix could have stayed and all of that stuff, but it's gone now. Today is the make or break, and
Yeah,
it's okay. It happens.
Guys learn. Yeah, Aziz wanted to
I want to say something.
Yeah.
Mr. Mark, did you watch João Felix go yesterday?
Yeah, the free kick, amazing free kick.
Oh, that
Yeah.
was crazy.
I'm going to shut my mouth off. Secondly, this manager, you killed, because this is a young team. You don't have an older person that is gingering them in the back saying, yes, we're going to win the league. We're going to compete. This manager killed their morale because they are young. They are not used to this stuff. You're not killed. It's not like you have an Eden Hazard. You have the Diego Costa. Where you remember when Conte was saying, no, we are not in the league. We're not in the league. Because these are older players that have won the league somewhere before. Yeah. They've won the league at Chelsea before.
The
and
message
they had
was
a bad
wrong.
thing. Maresca was wrong because you don't know how to deal with kids. You give them a hope. Like, yeah, you know why they called Mourinho the demon. Mourinho is gonna sell you something. He's gonna make you believe you're the best player. See the way he made Drogba feel like I'm better than Samuel Eto'o. See the way he made all those guys feel like I'm the best. See the way he made Frank Lampard feel like I'm the best midfielder in England. Yeah. That was what and those guys were young. That was what Maresca was meant to do. Not we are not in the league, we are not ready to compete. Okay, we're not ready to compete to Chelsea have not been competing for the past 2 seasons. Who gives a hell about that? This is a big club. They've financed you with 400 million. Well, how many millions did we spend? Go out there and show what we've paid for.
Yeah, the language was bad at the beginning, but he changed a little bit. He changed already.
What's going on at Chelsea? He tells you, 2 years down the line, 3 years, Chelsea have never been in the top 4. We have been in top 4 all year. His expectations are low. The answers he gives you, are the answers. Obviously, if he's coming out and saying that, then obviously he goes in there and tell the players, hey, if you make it to the
but Victor, you have to understand, yeah, if he rebels here, he'll end up like Poch. Remember the last
No.
Poch rebelled, and when he rebelled, he got kicked out.
Thank you, Mark.
No. You want to know why Poch got kicked down?
There has to be some balance,
they
bro.
don't know the mafia activity that is going on in the football club, and these owners with the sporting directors, they do something and they expect the coach to be their PRO. That's why I'm just quiet. But very soon things are going to unravel.
And
you
come
to
that
kind of conclusion? We are talking about. And how can somebody also come to conclusion that it is Maresca who suggested that?
Why are you saying for Christ's sake? What are you saying for Christ's sake? What you're saying is even making me getting angry. No.
You can get angry.
Wait.
I love this game. I love this game.
You can get angry and nobody give a fuck about.
No. Okay.
Don't get personal, please.
You are angry.
No, I'm not getting personal. I'm angry of what he was saying. I'm not angry with Mr. I'm angry of what he was saying.
Hold on. This is something I would like to tell you.
Yes.
Everybody here is an adult. There are languages we can't even
use. Okay. My bad. I'm sorry.
You need to retract that.
Okay.
Nobody cares about your anger. So slow down. Let's.
Okay. Let me retrace. Don't be angry, Mr. The panel and everybody.
Yeah. All right.
Everybody don't be angry. What I was trying to say. We all love Chelsea. What I was trying to say. What was that game that the coach benched our key players and we drew 0-0, and he knows that we needed that game to win.
I think when he benched our right back, he was like
our right back, left back, Palmer, Jackson. We benched all our 5 players that we needed to win that game. We wouldn't have been in this mess. Even if we didn't win the Ipswich, we wouldn't have been in this mess. We would have been 3 points ahead.
Yeah. We put.
Do you get where I'm coming from? Even though anything that if would have been 3 points, I'm talking about all the mistakes this coach have done so far. Crystal Palace.
Fair enough. The coach made a very bad decision, and sorry for getting hard on you, but it's okay. We are all brothers. We are all Chelsea supporters. We shouldn't come to that level. But the point is, how can you even blame a coach if strikers get the opportunity to slot in simple balls? Okay? Some of these chances,
some of the chances that we create,
we could have won some of
we
these
could have
games.
scored goals. That's right.
Listen. The reason why we blame
Mark is right on this one. How many chances we created? So many chances, nobody scored. Yes, sir.
I mean, the thing is this: folks cannot come in here and argue that Chelsea fans are doing things that fans worldwide does. It is part and parcel of the game. When you lose games and you know one man who selected the 25 out of the 25 people he has and put them out there and gave him a strategy and a way to actually go out there and succeed, of course he's going to shoulder the blame. Of course he's going to shoulder the blame. Even if you are winning or losing, then the one man, because supposedly all of what we do on the field, just what? Drops from the head of one man. He has the strategies.
But Mr. Victor, can I also say something?
Let me tell you this. If the players do not, if a player has a pass, right, and they don't score, right? If let's say you have a striker who gets the pass many times and they don't score, yes, it is the player. But ultimately, you always have to blame the coach, who has seen what we have seen and is not doing anything about it. You have to do something about it. You have to sit. You have multiple avenues of correcting issues on the field if it is not going right. That is your job.
But Mr. Victor, I understand you. So if you give me a few seconds.
When things are going well.
Can you hear me, Mr. Victor?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Finish, please, so I can say
I'm
something.
Finishing my point here. Yes, of course, we have to blame the coach. In few instances, you could share the blame or half it and say that, half of it has to go to the players. But if things are not going on well, and especially when there is a full agreement among the fan base worldwide that there were things that were glaring, everybody knew it, that it could have been done, and the coach doesn't do it, then there is a coach who is sitting on a different planet as to the rest of us who are sitting, and you cannot tell our lying lies that what we have seen we should all see. So what I'm saying to you is that my point is, and I'm going to finish here. If we win, we give him the praise, right? That's what some of you are positing. If we lose, we should always bring in the owners,
sporting director,
the footballers, the sporting directors, blah 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 blah. But when the tactics are good, the coach deserves to be praised. For me, the coach's work is to sustain a number of wins, for me to believe in that strategy, and for the players to know that if push comes to shove, when all else fails, the things he has taught them, the things he has coached them will come and save the day. And this is why we know that we are in trouble, because Chelsea's wins are not wins that are emanating from the coach's ability to coach them. The Chelsea's wins are mostly very, very lucky, or one player being amazing, but it's not a cohesive team goal.
Okay,
we don't win
so
like that.
Yes, Mr. Victor, we got your point. People, we have 2 minutes to conclude because I have to take a break. I haven't even taken breakfast yet. It's morning here. I just woke up and went live. So I'm going to take a break for the first half and get some cereal and banana and stuff. And then come at halftime when we are smashing them 3-0. Cole Palmer with a brace in the first half, and Mr. Victor is going to come here and say it was individual brilliance. Listen, we have to be also giving the coach a little bit of credit, because even Di Matteo people say it was Jose Mourinho team and all that, but he had to be there. He's the manager there. He's making changes. He's putting those people in position. So I think we have to find a little bit of balance. I think Maresca is learning in the job. He didn't have enough experience in this level, and I think he can be a good coach if he has time. Let me go around. Mr. McKean, what do you think? First half, your score prediction. Come back at halftime to celebrate.
Yes, sir. Guys, it's not all doom and gloom. Yeah, we can do this. We've dominated them many times before in the past.
Give me your first half score, please.
Yeah. I'm getting to it. We could easily do better than we did last time because of the draw last time. This time, we could at least add another goal to it because it's so important. So I believe that we can at least have, a little 2-1 or 3-1, because I don't believe we can go goalless with the way we're going on defensively because we don't all defend together.
Your boy is in the defense today. Tosin is there instead of Chaluba, so we should win, right?
I told you about my guy, man. You don't believe. You don't believe. You're one of them. But trust me, you'll believe soon. This guy is a world-class talent, and this will be a very tough. We won't have much panic today.
All right, my brother, come back at halftime. Let's go to Mr. Mark, and then we're going to close the shop with Mr. Victor. Mark, come back at halftime. Give me some hope for this game, man.
Yeah, as I told you, this game will be the most easiest one we are going to win in this season. And at the end of the day, the master tactician, Maresca, I know he has a lot of haters within. I know he has a lot of, haters within the Chelsea community.
It's not hate, bro. We don't hate here. We're just stating fact. We just, like me, I want him to continue, by the way. For everybody, every video that I make, I criticize and I say, I can see something he needs to stay.
Constructive, criticism. But when Jackson will miss 20 chances and even don't score, and at the end of the day, we lose, and they will still blame the coach.
But he said that Jackson is his perfect goalkeeper, is perfect number 9. He doesn't need another number 9.
That should be hate, instead of us blaming Jackson to score more goals. And I also don't blame Jackson because that's not his favorite, position. So at the end of the day, we are all Chelsea supporters. We expect them back in the Champions League.
Score prediction.
Probably it will be 2-1 or 3-1 in favor of Chelsea.
2-1 or 3-1 for Chelsea. All right.
For Chelsea, yep.
All right, come back at halftime, my brother, and come help because we're going to be smashing them. Mr. Victor, very quickly close the shop. Let me get some cereal, man. I'm hungry.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I am superstitious in many ways. I've watched a lot of Chelsea games, and when we lose the toss or we win the toss, whichever one it is, which makes us do the ones we pass. We start the second half. When we start the second half, we normally win or draw majority of the time, 85% of the time. I've done the statistics myself. So that luck has to be on our side big time today. I'm hoping that we win, but my intellect, my brain is telling me the best we can do is a draw.
Your heart is telling you Chelsea to win, but your head is telling you that is it going to draw or lose.
The best we can do is a draw or lose. And so the first half will be telling. If you come back, I'll come back on and then we'll analyze it.
Yes, brother.
I hope that we at least.
And remember, this is a final. You don't play a final. You win a final. Today, I don't.
No, but a draw will help us because it gives us a point and it eliminates. What is her name?
Nottingham Forest.
Nottingham Forest.
Yeah.
So, and then we'll depend on hopefully what is happening elsewhere. But let's hope that we are in a position to do that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much, everybody. And stay tuned because we still have commentary coming your way here. I'm just behind the scenes, but I'll be popping on and off and on. Stay here. Where are you going? Okay, we're still here for the entire day, man. Celebrating Chelsea going back to the Champions League. Let's go, man. Let's go.
In fact, most football matches is crucial. I can't tell you how big this one is. If Forest get it, we then have to fight our way through what will be a very difficult, well-structured, well-organised, incredibly disciplined and well-coached Forest team. However, if we get it, I think it does throw real doubt into how they approach the game after that. But we've shown in recent weeks, months, that we can be a very funny team. We might take the lead and still find ourselves struggling because we're that young, experienced team. This may well be the day, Dave, that this young Chelsea squad team come of age, or it might be the day that it's a bit too much for us. The lads are just leaving the tunnel now, right in front of us. Anthony Taylor is referee. Reece James leads us out. This is a huge, huge game. I cannot tell you how big this is. Not just for Chelsea, of course, for Forest. Win this game, Champions League football assured for next season.
Chelsea won 3-2 here last season, same time of year, early May it was, in fact, then a really entertaining game that was. This one might be a bit different. The goal scorers on that day were Mudryk, Sterling and Jackson, so that won't be repeated this afternoon. As I say, it was 3-2 on that occasion, but much has changed for both clubs since then. Nuno making his way out, applauding the Nottingham Forest fans. There has been some speculation over his future in the last few weeks after high-profile incidents with the Nottingham Forest owner in recent weeks, when they of course drew against Leicester, and there was all sorts of controversy over Taiwo Awoniyi with his injury and the medical team there. So there's been a bit of discontent around Nottingham Forest in the last few weeks, but Nuno has done a great job there in a couple of years. He's taken them now into Europe, but the question is which European competition for them as well. They do play, they do sit in, Nottingham Forest, they do defend, they do try and hit on the break, etc, etc. At some point today, though, they may well have to win this game, and that could open things up.
Yeah, and it's all about, you know, finding your way through the first 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. You know, what does it look like? What does the game feel like? I watched us play against Newcastle a couple of weekends ago. It's like, first half hour of that game, we were getting bombarded, absolutely bombarded. And then we get a man sent off, and then we manage somehow, I'm not quite sure how Newcastle changed the mentality, but it felt at 10 men, they didn't quite know how to deal with the situation they found themselves in. Second half, we were good. And we weren't brilliant, we were good, especially against 11 men, but in the end, they get the second goal.
What do you make of team news, Jace? Obviously, we expect Neto to be up front with Sancho coming in. So how do you think it will line up?
Well, I mean, in terms of the way that I felt we would go into it, I wonder whether Lavia would start. I wonder whether Cole Palmer might start down the middle. And the reason I'm saying that is because the way that Forest set up, there's very little space to run in behind, because they are a team, defensively, are very well organised, disciplined, all of that. He's gone with Neto, it would appear. And what that does, it threatens him behind, but when a team sits slightly deeper, there is less grass to run into. For example, if you play against a side like Manchester United, who play a high line, or they're happy to, there's grass, so therefore you can overplay a pass. The way they're set up, Forest, overplaying a pass for someone as quick as Neto finds there's very little room for error. I'll have to see the way the game starts up. Palmer's key. Let me tell you now, this boy is absolutely key, because the further you sit deep, that's fine. How do they set up? Give Palmer the ball. And Neto doesn't necessarily always need space to run in behind. As we saw against Fulham, you know, he can find a yard of space and still get his shot away. Oh, there's so many variables here, Dave. I'm honestly, it's impossible to call this one. Ask me that in 7-8 minutes in. Ask me what I'm looking at 7-8 minutes in. I'll tell you how I feel this game may play out.
I'll make a note there. What I will say is that Chelsea do need to improve their away record. Since Christmas, it's not been great. Gosh. Obviously, apart from the win at Fulham, Chelsea, they've lost 6 of their last 9 away matches, and there has been a concern. The Fulham comeback was excellent on the day, but this becomes the tough one. The home fans getting behind their side. The Forest have got a big banner with a bus that's taking them into Europe, going behind the goal. Big atmosphere on the final day, and Chelsea have to deal with that on what's a rather blustery day. The sun is out, there's been showery rain as well, so all sorts of weather conditions, and we're about to line up and get underway. Both sides in their normal, both in their normal colours.
As we thought, Neto down the middle, Sancho on the left, Noni on the right, Palmer playing as a 10. You got the Caicedo and Enzo as that double pivot, although Enzo will be the one more likely to go and be that number 8 that joins the 10, if you like.
Strap yourself in, away we go. Elliot Anderson gets the game off and underway for Nottingham Forest, playing it back to his goalkeeper Matt Sells, plays a long ball over the top which Tosin whacks clear for Chelsea, up and forward again, and Milenkovic will play it back to his goalkeeper Matt Sells once more.
And of course, Dave, we need to keep everyone updated of what's going on around the country. The games that we really are interested in are going to be the ones that are at Manchester United, at Craven Cottage, and of course over at St James's Park.
Yeah, we'll keep you in touch with goals as they go in the Premier League throughout the afternoon. Play forward by Cucurella towards Sancho on the left, taking on Ola Aina, who hooks it clear towards for a throw in down the right hand side.
Yeah, just watching Forest squeezing the ball, Dave. You know, look, we're only 47 seconds into the game. I'm not saying the game's got a pattern, but just you're looking for little bits of info as the game builds about what it looks like the opposition is doing. Now there's a throw in for Chelsea, and they're sitting very, very deep.
Cucurella finding Palmer, who tries to flick it beyond Aina down by the left-hand corner. Aina turns away and whacks it clear right-footed, but straight at Jadon Sancho. He's got Cucurella in support, and the challenge comes in from Nicolas Dominguez, and Chelsea get a throw in.
Yeah, Cucurella. So whenever you watch the Chelsea side, who's the inverted fullback? Well, Cucurella's playing high and wide, helping out Sancho, who's on the ball right now.
Sancho on the left for Chelsea. Cucurella in support. Lays it square right-hand side to Caicedo. Caicedo towards
Chelsea
Palmer.
corner.
That flicks off a Forest defender and goes out for a Chelsea corner.
Well, a minute and a half into the game, it's been a nice start for Chelsea, mostly down the left-hand side. Impossible to see who's playing inverted because Chelsea have had short corner.
Corner taken short by Neto, finding Palmer, who pips the ball into the penalty area towards the back stick, and Chris Wood was back there to head it clear. It's going to fall to Caicedo midway inside the Forest half, and Caicedo will bring Chelsea forward once again. Good start here with two played. Ball chipped forward left hand side, trying to find Palmer, seen out by Dominguez, who'll get it for a goal kick.
Yeah, wrong choice of pass from Moises Caicedo, who's got the Batman mask on, if you like, to protect his injured face. And for the first time in the game, Nottingham Forest have an opportunity to show us the shape and how they're going to play. It's definitely a four at the back. Well, Aina playing at right back, the former Chelsea Academy player, of course.
Yep, Aina will play it back, in fact, to his back line. Of course, Milenkovic and Murillo and Morata have been really impressive this season. It's Milenkovic and Murillo who play this afternoon. It goes across to Nico Williams on the left-hand side.
Caicedo going very high on Gibbs White, by the way. I'm going to watch that. Is there a man marking job on Caicedo and Gibbs White? He is their danger man. He is the one that, if there's going to be creativity, more often than not, he's got his fingerprints on it at some stage. We'll keep an eye on that, Dave.
Aina long ball forward right-hand side for Nottingham Forest, trying to pick out Anthony Elanga. Chelsea get that one away towards the left-hand side, and so far so good. Nothing has happened around the country, and there's been no alarms at the back for Chelsea with only 3 minutes on the clock. Throw-in will be halfway for Forest, which Aina will take. And just looking for an option square of him. Murillo is taking a beach ball off the field to throw it back into the Nottingham Forest crowd. So a slight hold up whilst that gets sorted out.
He's a big plus for them. Lots of conversation about whether he starts or not. He's an absolute unit. Picked up an injury last weekend, I seem to remember. Got stretchered off, come back in the second half, limped his way through the second half, but managed to turn out today. Gibbs White pressing high on Sanchez.
First touch for Sanchez to loft it clear up and over halfway for Chelsea, with Madueke chasing, headed clear by Murillo for Nottingham Forest, and picked up by Sangare in midfield, who works it towards the left-hand side, and Forest on the charge here with Gibbs White's got to space. Little touch comes into Elanga on the edge of the area. Elanga is forced out wide by Cucurella. He's still got possession now for Forest, playing it back towards the right once more. Here's Dominguez, back to Elanga again. Aina's made a really good forward run towards the right corner of the area with Dominguez once more. Now Elanga for Forest, up against Cucurella. Palmer in support. In comes the ball from the right-hand side, and in the end, it's hacked clear by Colwill, and it will be a throw in to Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, a mix-up between Enzo and Neto allowed them to come out the back. Gives White a little bit of space on the left-hand side. Reece James gets in, toes the ball away. In the end, it goes to Elanga. Cucurella forces the ball wide. They don't make the most of it, but defensively, every single Chelsea player back in the final third.
That's what Forest do. They pounce on mistakes. Elanga up against Palmer here down the right. In comes the challenge of Madueke, and Forest get a corner.
Yeah. Their first corner of the game. We've already had ours. This does always represent, I feel, Dave, I watched the Championship playoff final yesterday. Sheffield United's first goal, or the only goal actually, come from a Sunderland corner, and I really feel that teams need to really help themselves play. If the keeper claims it, can we break, can we attack?
That's the first job. Here comes the corner taken by Elanga towards the near post. Awful corner. Palmer is there and it goes out for a throw into Forest. They actually, they're lucky to get a throw in out of that because it was an awful corner by Elanga, but it just bounced off Palmer and went out for a throw in.
Honestly, Dave, you and I watch so much football. If there's one thing in the modern game that I find one of the most head-scratching moments, it's a corner at near post, how often, how poor they are. However, they got another chance, this time potentially from a long throw-in.
No goals anywhere so far in the Premier League. Referee holding play up whilst he has a chat with Milenkovic and Gibbs White. Just tells them to go away back into the penalty area. I think we could be about to see a long throw-in for Nottingham Forest. A tussle between Reece James and Murillo there. It's still going on as the throw comes in. Elanga towards Aina. Back to Elanga once more. Left-footed ball is a penalty. Cucurella with a flying header away towards the edge of the area. Cleared further by Jadon Sancho. Forest's best player of the game so far. 6 play picked up once again by Aina. Attacking towards the edge of there. Skipping past Cucurella, but not past Caicedo. And now here comes the Chelsea breakaway. And Caicedo gives it away. Straight to Murillo. Murillo for Aina. Now here's Gibbs White. Gibbs White takes an awkward first touch. And then he has fouled Caicedo. And that will be a Chelsea free kick.
Chance for attack there. The pass is under hit, getting into Palmer's feet. We looked like we were going to break out. A bit scrappy in the middle of the park there from both teams. Moises Caicedo, Chelsea's player of the year, wins the free kick. It is a free kick. Gibbs White, who's playing 10. Those two, there'll be battles between those two. I highlighted earlier about, is there a man marking job on Gibbs White when they have the ball, but they're going to be, they'll see a lot of one another in this the next 90 minutes-ish.
They're actually having a go at each other, even though the ball's nowhere near them at the time.
Palmer dropping deep into that left back position. Chelsea fullback Sanchez has gone long.
Sanchez long towards halfway.
He doesn't want to do that.
It's
really
impossible for Neto to get on the end of that one. It's played forward by Elliot Anderson for Forest, but Chelsea picking up again down there, right. Here's James.
Dave, 7 minutes in, I'm not displeased by this start.
Well, I was going to ask you after 7 minutes how you saw things.
Yeah, okay. Neto dropping deep, and then it found.
Hello, it's Roman
Enzo's played the ball out to Sancho over here. Palmer's got his arms in. He's looked for that wide man. Just look for that, actually. I just wonder whether that pass he's made, he's kind of a little bit programmed. Can I find the wide men in that area? Because the easier pass would have been to Palmer.
Sangare for Nottingham Forest towards the left, and Nico Williams to strike forward now up against Madueke. Has a defensive job to do there. It's played back into midfield for Sangare once again in the centre circle, and Forest keep possession with Milenkovic towards the left, his central defensive colleague Murillo. Murillo will find Nico Williams just short of halfway, faced up by Enzo Fernandez, but foot on the ball and plays it back to Murillo once more, and then Milenkovic.
Yeah, just look at Enzo's position here. We're playing Neto down the middle. Just looking at Enzo, he's drifted out to that right-hand side. Bit too much space, actually. But Cucurella comes inside. He looks more likely to be the inverted at the moment.
Forest attack down the right with Dominguez. Back infield it goes to Dominguez. Dominguez will find... we'll get back once again from Sangare, and now Dominguez goes down the right, flicks it into the penalty, and now Ola Aina across the box it goes, looking for Chris Wood, and Colwill gets back there with a challenge and stabs it out for a corner.
Yeah, threatening attack down the right-hand side. Dominguez picks it up. Ola Aina makes a run. He's struggling a little bit, Cucurella, as you go ball or man. In the end, he does neither. Ola Aina makes a run in behind, and he drills the ball from almost the byline across the edge of the 6-yard box. Levi Colwill is there, equally as good as the defensively, just to get himself in there, but the choice of cross, could it be better? Chance here, second corner.
Elanga will take it. This time it's a deeper one towards the back stick, and Cucurella heads it clear towards the edge of the area. Anderson tries to put it back in. Colwill gets an important head onto it, still bouncing around the edge of the area. Chance for Chelsea now, break away, and they can do it. Neto goes down the right over the halfway line. 3-4 steaming up in support. Neto still going here, up against Aina, who's come across to make a challenge, goes beyond Sancho, cleared away by Murillo. First goal, by the way, is going in at Anfield. Liverpool 0, Crystal Palace 1. The FA Cup winners are in front for Ismail Sarr.
Well, a brilliant break down the right-hand side. Forest throwing men forward, and I said earlier, it does feel as though when teams throw men forward in the modern game, if you can get yourself out, there's a lot of players deep of you. Neto down the right-hand side, he had support. It looked like Enzo was in there, one of many. Palmer couldn't quite get the ball to him. Chelsea got the throw-in, and we build all of a sudden from the back.
Played it back, James, involving Caicedo, and here is Levi Colwill for Chelsea up towards halfway, and Cole Palmer back to goal, plays it back. He was being faced by Dominguez plays in Colwill once again, and now Reece James.
Yeah, Palmer keeps occupying that space, or say keeps. He's done it in the opening 10 minutes, where Cucurella comes inside, Palmer comes out, and he's the one. You really want Palmer higher up. I just wonder what that is about. I've seen Palmer do this before. Do you want to dictate play from a deeper position? Because the way that Forest set up. Not particularly great that from Milinkovic. Ball stays in play though.
Gives it straight to Reece James, and Caicedo tries to play it back to Reece James, and Caicedo, a couple of loose passes in the early stages here.
Yeah, it's not been full of quality, and maybe you can forgive it a little bit.
Sangare for Nottingham Forest, trying to feed Aina down the right. Cucurella comes across to try and make a challenge. Aina tries to go beyond him. Again, good defending by Mark Cucurella. Has been very consistent, and it will be a throw-in.
Aina, he's not shy in coming forward, is he? This is not a Forest team that are just, Ola Aina is look, he can do both. There's a lot of teams looking at him. I believe his contract's up in the summer. He can play wing back or right back. Very versatile. Very. He's showing his versatility right now.
I think if you're Forest, you've got nothing to lose here. You're in the Conference League, and now whatever you can do today, can mean improvements. You can upgrade. In comes the cross from the far side. Elanga looking for Milinkovic had made the run forward, but that's too long by Elanga. But yeah, they're in 7th place, so they've got Conference League. Yep. And if they do well, then they could get Europa League. They could get back in the Champions League. So they can't lose in effect.
Yeah, it's hard to look on the big prize, though, isn't it? It's.
Well, they've not been in Europe for best part of 30 years.
Not.
So.
No, they've not. And look, Conference League is a success. We'd asked them that 2.5 months ago. They would have said disappointed, but plenty of this game still left.
Enzo Fernandez battling there with Elliot Anderson.
It's good. Lovely from Enzo, just calming, just slowing the tempo down, keeping possession.
Madueke just short of halfway, being faced by Nico Williams, gets it back to Tosin. Tosin for Colwill.
Not closing the ball down at all, no. Forest. They're happy to fill gaps, fill spaces, just over the halfway line. Palmer again, Dave, dropped into that little space where it's allowing Cucurella to be the more central of those two. Palmer now joins.
Chelsea go down the right this time with James finding Madueke midway inside the Nottingham Forest half. Williams with the challenge, but Madueke's gone past him. It's good play by Noni Madueke. Neto out towards the right. Cross comes in now towards Sancho. Far post goes beyond everyone and seen out for a throw in over on the far side.
Nice build-up play down the right-hand side. Enzo's kind of got that international sign of saying, shoulders hunched, arms, palms open. Why is no one in there? Neto's the centre forward, and he was the one that played it out to Enzo. You're looking at Sancho, who's the wide on the left, to be that next front man. He can't quite get in front of Olarena, and Aina knows it, sees it, lets the ball run out of play. It's their throw-in.
Thrown down the right by Aina, looking for Chris Wood to head on. Colwill going to touch onto it, but picked up by Elliot Anderson for Nottingham Forest. He'll find Williams, tries to swing it forward, but James gets in the way there from the attempted ball through for Gibbs White, and now Madueke for Chelsea. He's playing a ball just backward of square, where it's picked up by Levi Colwill with 13 played. Goalless and fairly eventless so far at the City Ground. No real chances on either side. Both sides have had their spells of possession, but no more than that, and there's been little to no action goal-wise, certainly in the key games in the Premier League so far. It's as you were some 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, Tosin's thrown over the halfway line, finds a bit of space for Enzo, a bit of space out wide, right as well for Noni.
Here's Madueke now, gets it from Fernandez, cuts inside from the right-hand side. Madueke towards the edge of the D, goes for a shot which blocks. Good positive play there by Madueke. It's picked up by Sancho on the left. He's got two aimed at him. He plays back to Cucurella on halfway.
Done the right thing. Lovely play. Noni gets a bit of space, cuts inside, as Noni does. He's brilliant at that. Once he finds a yard of space, he then looked like he was threatening to shoot, has another touch, which I think was the right idea. Tosin strides over the halfway line,
but
he's robbed.
That could be crucial, because Forest will try and spring forward straight away, but thankfully the ball to Elanga was too long, and Colwill managed to get it back to Sanchez, who chips it out of play, and Colwill's giving a right rollicking there to the people in front of him.
Yeah, Sanchez there could have had a touch. He's being closed down. I don't know what he's saying there. It was Elanga that was the one that was closing him down. But just going back to that little bit of space that we found on the our right left hand side for Forest. Noni cuts in. Look like he's going to pull the trigger. Eventually he does, but it's blocked.
Here's Williams for Nottingham Forest, putting a deep cross in towards the back stick, headed up in the air by Dominguez, and Sanchez has claimed that one well over the off Gibbs White and throws it out straight away and gets Chelsea on the move with Fernandes.
More often. When Forest play the way they do, I think Sanchez can be crucial if we do get ourselves in advanced areas. Bowl the ball out, be brave in these situations. Because they've thrown men forward, naturally their shape is out of shape. In the end, we give the ball away. And Chelsea now have managed to regroup, and Forest got the ball in the mid-third.
Dominguez finding Williams, back to Elliot Anderson once again. It's a tense game so far, 15 played. It's lots of shadow play going on, and Aina forward down the right, finding Elanga. Elanga gets it back there from Gibbs White, tried to find Nicolas Dominguez. In came the challenge to block him. Back towards halfway it goes, and Sangare. And Chelsea happy enough to let Forest have the ball in these kinds of areas.
Yeah, we're not playing that high press game at all, either.
Swung forward for Gibbs White. Kukure gets a head onto it. Aina will win the throw in down the right. Had a few of these moments here, deep inside the Chelsea half.
Yeah, Forest getting the slightly more of the ball in the areas that you would like to see your team be, the final third.
Elliot Anderson with the back heel to Ola Aina now. Left-footed ball chipped into the box where it's flicked on by Gibbs White, trying to find Chris Wood, and Sanchez comes for it. So there's a bit of confusion there with Madueke, but the Chelsea goalkeeper has the ball.
Yeah, just watching Chris Wood, he's got two players around him when the ball goes wide. Ball's bowled out, bit of space for Enzo in the middle of the park. Just looking at Chris Wood there, clearly he's the danger man. You know, is it 20 plus goals this season in all comps? Yeah. He's clearly a threat, and they love to put that ball in the box. In Colwill and Tosin, between the pair of them, and having another body up close to him, you'd like to think there's not going to be a clean free header. Tosin, bit of space.
Tosin towards the left, and Palmer in that rather deep roll, somewhat back on the left-hand side and being forced back here by Sangare, and Sangare challenging with Palmer, and the ball should go Chelsea's way. Anthony Taylor is saying it's a Chelsea throw-in.
Yeah, but the Palmer dropping into that little zone where Cucurella has left, he was then followed closely by Sangare, and just seeing that develop there. I'd like to see Palmer obviously higher and not dropping as deep as he is. However, Chelsea have got the ball. Neto
down the left over the halfway line, again being faced by Sangare, but trying to go round him down the left hand side. Challenged by Sangare, did well, got the ball and played it back to Milenkovic.
Not a foul. Wins the ball, outnumbered, I'm afraid there, Neto.
And Murillo will get Forest away. Spurs lead Brighton by a goal to nil. Dominic Solanke with a penalty at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, which could lift them from the heady heights of 17th place in the table. We will see. It's played down the left for Murillo for Nottingham Forest, to Gibbs White over the halfway line to Elanga. Elanga just being tracked by Colwill. Gibbs White again to Elanga, who's got almost a free roll here. He's able to shift from left to right. Now back on the left again, Anthony Elanga finding Morgan Gibbs White. Back to Elanga once more. Forest trying to get moving, and there's a silly foul there given away by Chelsea.
It is silly, but Elanga's not only rolled the challenge, he's rolled around, but it's a foul.
Yeah, Colwill just gives him a bit of a push, and Elanga goes down a bit like he's been.
It's the modern game. Players do it to convince referees, and it's half a foul. I'll say that much, half a foul. What it does do, though, gives him a free kick wide area. Elliot Anderson over it. Murillo's there. Milenkovic there. Wood, of course, he's there. Dominguez is in there. Wood is the one to be watched, but do not discount the two centre-halves who have been excellent this season for Forest.
Anderson with the Nottingham Forest free kick midway inside the Chelsea half, clipped into the penalty area now towards the back stick right hand side where Murillo's peeled off and the flag is up for offside.
Yeah, disappointing from Forest point of view that. Murillo, he's in offside position. Shouldn't be, he's the furthest man wide. When you set up like that, it's something you learn very early on as a young pro. If you can see right across the line, do not be, because you can see everyone. Don't know who's behind you, keeping you on or offside. You should not be caught offside.
19 played, cleared by Sanchez, and losing out there was Sancho to Aina, but the ball forward for Forest was somewhat wayward, and Reece James plays it towards the right-hand side now and picked up by Noni Madueke, who's had Chelsea's best moment of the game so far when he cut in from the right and trying to do so again here, Madueke, but this time the ball for Neto was misplaced and cleared it easily by Milenkovic, who'll find Sangare for Forest. We approach the 20-minute mark, it's goalless, and Forest coming forward here with Anthony Elanga is picking up now down the right-hand side, cutting in field now. Elanga onto his left foot, square across midfield it goes. Elliot Anderson towards the left-hand side, and Nico Williams inside of Madueke, who gets a little touch onto it. Played back to Anderson once more. Elanga, left corner of the area. Elanga's cross comes in, headed clear for Chelsea at the back there by Colwill, and again the flag's up for offside.
Need to get closer to the ball, I'm afraid, at the moment. We're not getting close enough to the ball. We're not engaging in our final third. When Forest creep into it, we're not getting close enough. We're not engaging. We need to be a little bit more aggressive on their first touch. The second touch should not be a pass forward or a cross forward. It should be either backwards or sideways. It should not be in an advanced area.
Wolves 0, Brentford 1 at Molineux. Brian and Burma, plenty to talk about his future over the summer. He's got the goal there for the Bees. Nothing has happened in any of the key games that we're interested in this afternoon, but Pedro Neto has got free down the right here now for Chelsea. Neto's done really well. Ball into the penalty area, looking for Cole Palmer.
It's unlucky.
The keeper.
It's unlucky, really unlucky down the right hand side. It was absolutely nothing. Nico Williams is claiming he's pushed to the back. He's not. Be stronger. It's do you know what, right? I've just seen it again. I think this could have been ruled out. He actually gets an elbow in the back. I think it was shoulder to shoulder. Anyway, nothing further. Forest are trying to build through the middle of the park. Sangraya's got a bit of space. Oh, no. Casado, do you know what?
Casado goes in the challenge of Gibbs White, and it's not necessary there.
That is a really, really poor challenge from him. I wonder there's a bit of frustration in there because he's not. Casado loves to be involved in all the action. And do you know what? He slipped, actually. I've just seen it. He slipped. But
now
I've seen bookings for that.
At Craven Cottage, it's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1. Ilkay Gundogan has got the goal there. Now you'd expect City to take that third place. They were on 68 points coming in with a 2-point advantage over the 3 behind them. So they are in pole position and they do lead at Craven Cottage.
Yeah, I was not, in all honesty, I was never looking at that as the game. The game everyone's looking at, let's be honest, is at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Right? And then maybe at St James's Park. A bit of space for Elanga on the right-hand side.
Elanga gets it from Aina. Elanga towards the edge of the area, but it's hooked clear. Not very far by Tosin. Aina once again. Aina has been involved in the play so far for Nottingham Forest.
He's playing really high, Elanga. Aina. Really, really high. Dominguez seems to be the one that's kind of just filling in slightly. There's a lot of movement, actually. This is quite impressive, the way that Forest have started. This is a side that are looking, despite the fact that how they play and how they've been perceived, this is encouraging if you're a Forest fan.
Yeah, Forest on top here. Elanga going down the right-hand side, chipping a ball into the area. It's flicked across by Gibbs White, trying to find Chris Wood. Chelsea half deal with it. Palmer away. The clearance hits Elanga. Appeals for handball not given. Aina clips it in. Kukure's header goes backward of him. Chris Wood heads towards goal, headed away by a Colwill for a corner. That was a mess.
Yeah, real mess. Don't deal with. Starts with Cole Palmer. Not quite sure what Cole is trying to do here. In fact, I've just seen it now. It ricochets off. Is it Elliot Anderson? It is. Then the ball gets recycled, comes in the box. Chris Wood, he causes problems, he causes panic. He gives a little shove in the back of Tosin. It's enough for him to win the header. Lever Colwill can't take any chances. No one's near him. Because there's panic in there, he then heads the ball out for a corner. And Enzo is down. I don't know whether he's received a little bit of a whack on the head, but he's sitting up, but he's down. Anthony Taylor, the referee, is over him. He's being helped up. He's having a bit of water, which tells me that he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's okay.
Bit of panic.
It would strike me it's not a bad time to have a short timeout just to reorganise things, because Forest were looking quite dangerous there, but they will have a corner, and you're quite right, Colwill could take no chance at all there. So here's the Elanga corner from the right for Nottingham Forest. Here it comes now. Referee not happy. Someone's down in the penalty area from a Chelsea persuasion.
Yeah, Reece
James down.
Yeah, Sangraya is. There is so much. You sometimes, as a referee.
Sangare and James having a tussling match. There's not too much in it, really.
No, there's not. I just wonder whether Reece felt he could have been blocked off. I just wonder whether that's where he's gone down. Anyway, it's going to be... It's happening again. It's going to be an outswinger.
Yeah, 24.5 played. Elanga with the Nottingham Forest corner from the right. One arm up in the air as he swings the corner into the penalty area, looking for Wood. It's a powerful headed clearance by Tosin. The free kick does go Chelsea's way.
Yeah. Milinkovic is the one. Yeah, Milinkovic is the one that give the free kick away. Second best to win it. It's a big. I think it's Tosin that wins it. You know, it is. Yeah, it's a big header. He gets an elbow in between the shoulder blades. Big, strong header from Tosin there. Well done. He'd have known. I've been there. You know someone's going to come in and attack the ball. You've got to be brave. You've got to put your head on it. You've got to make sure you're the first to it. He was. Gets the challenge. This is good pressure from Forest.
Madueke has lost out to a combination there of Williams and Anderson. Anderson's got it now for Nottingham Forest. It's in towards Gibbs-White, 25 yards out. Now Aina once again for Forest, who are in control of the game, certainly in terms of possession at the moment.
Completely in control of this game. Chelsea are the team that are forced to sit deep. A little bit of space.
Dominguez, lovely ball round the outside down the right-hand side for Elanga once again. His ball was misplaced, but Palmer can't get a foot on it.
Can't get on the ball at the minute. Forest, every player sharper, quicker, brighter. And I say that, thank God, Gibbs-White plays the ball out. Commentators nightmare, Dave, we've all been there. But they are at the moment. The truth is they are. And I'm looking at Enzo Maresca now. He's just saying, calm down, calm down. The truth is that the Forest aren't allowing us. Forest are playing a bit more of a high-intensity game, closing the ball down. They pick and choose their moments. We are not being allowed to settle on this ball. And it's Maresca's game to settle on the ball.
26 played, Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 0, no goals at Old Trafford, no goals St James's Park, City in front at Fulham. Those are the key scores so far in the Premier League. At the moment, Chelsea still in that key 5th place for Champions League qualification.
Yeah. It's, you know, yes, we need to be kept in contact, but the truth is there's so much football to be played, as there is down the left-hand side.
And Sancho can't keep it in play. Kukurea played him in down the left-hand side, but a miscue first touch there by Jadon Sancho. Gives Forest a throw-in down the right, which Aina will take.
Yeah, Sancho's got to do better there, I'm afraid. Ball comes into him, he's unmarked.
Palmer comes in to get it off Sangare and finds Sancho again, flicks it out towards the left-hand side. Now a chance as Palmer goes up against Aina. Palmer, early ball into the penalty area, looking for Neto. Hook clear by Forest, but Caicedo wins it back up against Gibbs-White. Gets Chelsea attacking down the right now with Madueke. He'll take on Nico Williams, looking to turn inside, right corner of the penalty area. Madueke laying it back towards the right once more. Caicedo with the ball back to Tosin. Now Kukureu's come infield in that inverted role. Colwill towards the left. Better play here by Chelsea, spreading the possession round with Cole Palmer. Palmer playing it back into midfield now. And Colwill, Chelsea with their foot on the ball as they want to be. Reece James has come infield now. James finding Caicedo.
Much better.
Caicedo for Madueke. Up against over on the far side, Williams. Chelsea taking their time now with possession. Caicedo back to Madueke once more. James is the option inside him. He goes to Caicedo instead, back towards halfway.
Yeah, what this does, it forces Forest back into this shape. They're very good at it. I use the word discipline, well coached, and they are. They understand and know moments to press, moments. Now look at Chris Wood. Chris Wood's almost playing like as a midfielder now, reluctantly closing down Reece James, but good for us, bit of time and space on the ball.
And that must be a foul there on Fernandez, which is going to give Chelsea a very interesting free kick. And that comes at the end of a couple of minutes of decent possession.
I'm not convinced it's a foul, you know.
I think he throws him to the ground.
Well, let me see it again.
It's Murillo.
Yeah, he made the most of it, Enzo. He's a strong boy, Murillo.
You wouldn't want to meet Murillo on a night out, would you?
Especially down an alley. You know, I get all of that. But he's a strong boy physically. I think he overpowers Enzo. I'm not complaining. If it was the other way around, if that was Colwill on Elanga, I'd be moaning. However, I'm going to take it.
It's a really useful looking free kick here for Chelsea. It's about what.
But here's the question, Dave. Who's going to get on the end of it? Because it's going to be a ball into the box. You've got Reece James, you've got Neto, you've got Cole Palmer over. It's on the right-hand side. It's about 7 or 8 yards outside the box.
Tosin back stick here.
But it's wide. Yeah. It needs to go fast stick. It needs to go fast stick. Maybe.
Free kick comes in now. James in towards Kukurea into the area. It was away by Elanga, I think, for Forest defending. Back with Caicedo again. finding James once more. Here's Caicedo, centre circle for Chelsea. Jadon Sancho on the left-hand side. Sancho finding Madueke, who's over there from the previous free kick. Infield it goes to Sancho once more. Sancho has been faced by a couple of Forest, including Chris Wood back there defending, and Caicedo back to halfway.
It's good for them, forcing us back. The crowd are happy. This could end up back at Sanchez's feet, you know.
I think it will.
Yeah, I think it might. Tosin plays a lovely ball though into Neto, brilliant pass.
Well held by Pedro Neto, back to Noni Madueke. Madueke towards the edge of the area, now Palmer into the box. Neto, first chance of the game, and it goes wide and high from Pedro Neto. That's Chelsea's first big moment. Palmer flinging it across the right hand side, and Neto, difficult chance, first time effort, wide and away, and it's still goalless.
Tosin's pass is the one that splits their press, plays it into Neto, plays it into Noni, first time cross from Cole Palmer. It finds Neto on his favourite left foot. Oh, Levi Cole was behind him, but unless there's a shout, it's on the edge of the 6-yard box. I'm not saying it's easy, but I think he should do better. Biggest chance of the game, no question about that. Half an hour in, could be 1-0 Chelsea.
We know what he can do. We've seen what he can do. The goal at Fulham is one of the big highlights of the campaign. That time, Pedro Neto off target with the effort. Down goes Elanga.
By the way, that's too easy. All of this has been too easy.
Down the left-hand side, Nico Williams in space for Nottingham Forest. Williams with the cross looking for Wood. Headed away by James for Chelsea. Wood now outside the area with the ball towards the left-hand side. Cross goes back in towards the far post, and Sanchez sees it out wide for a goal kick.
Was that a shot?
I think it became one, didn't it?
Well,
it was a cross, surely, but
but the build-up plays too easy. They go long into Wood, way too easy. He brings it down, plays the ball out on the right-hand side. I think it was Elliot Anderson that he found eventually. Comes back out to Elliot Anderson. I still don't know.
I don't know what that was, because they didn't have a single player in the area. So
I've just watched his eyes. It's a cross.
A cross, expecting players to be there, I think.
He's got the cross wrong. He's got too much under it. Yeah. Anyway, Chelsea building the right-hand side. It's an open game. Brilliant from Noni. Oh, referee, that's a booking. Get your card out.
Elliot Anderson has gone through Noni Madueke, and he'll get a yellow card here.
It's a poor challenge that from Anderson. Brilliant from Noni. Really lovely. He's got such happy feet.
Oh, got him with both legs. Yeah. He made sure he got him with the right, but he didn't get him with the left.
He does a lovely little step over. Anderson reads it. Yeah, it's a foul. He's gone for the ball. He thinks, because there's a step over coming, he's gone with Noni's, what he thinks happening with a step over. He's clumped him. It's a booking.
Madueke is not happy with the challenge. I think he's okay.
No, and look, it's a booking. It's not a red. It's a booking. But Noni, you know what? Players moan, and if they moan enough, the next challenge that comes in on Noni might also be a yellow.
And hopefully from the same player.
Well, brilliant from Noni.
So Chelsea will have a free kick with 32 played. It's still goalless. The free kick is just over the halfway line. And Elliot Anderson in the referee's notebook in this first half, where Chelsea have had the best chance of the game so far, albeit a difficult one for Pedro Neto, off target. Still goalless, but still goalless crucially at both Old Trafford and at St James's Park. Chelsea still sit 5th in the live Premier League table. Ball over towards the right-hand side now, and Madueke hooked away by Nico Williams, straight at Caicedo, and Chelsea will try and build again down their right. Enzo Fernandez to Cucurella, back to Enzo once more. Good play. Colwill to Palmer.
He keeps dropping into this little half space, doesn't he, in where Cucurella should be, or you think. Just Dominguez is the one that's almost man marking him. Bit of space for Noni again. Can Noni really influence this game? Oh, he's giving the ball away.
Gives it away straight to Nico Williams, and Anthony Elanga then does the same, gives it straight to Reece James. So here's Tosin getting it from James and gets it back once again from Caicedo. Back with James once more. 33 on the clock. Goalless at the City Ground. Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 0 on the final day of the Premier League season. Of course, not Chelsea's final day, because the trip to Wroclaw comes up on Wednesday in the Conference League final. Away by Tosin for Cole Palmer on the left-hand side.
Dave, Tosin's played a couple of nice passes. You know, that's why I think he's in there. The pass where he plays, he's just done the same again into Enzo. He'll bypass the press. He's very good at punching balls in. Very good at that. However, he can possess away. Not down to him, by the way, but it was Noni. Ball bounced off Noni, and now Forest have got the ball.
Short by Murillo, finding Sangare. Over towards the left it goes. Chelsea get it clear. It's going to go all the way through to Matt Sells in the Nottingham Forest goal. And there's an injury now for Reece James, who claims he has taken a knock to the head here. Possibly in a challenge with a Nottingham Forest player.
Yeah, my eyes followed the ball.
Yeah.
And Anthony Taylor is over. Let's see he's okay. Let's see what happened here.
Welcome to our audio commentary coverage. This broadcast is not an official product of this competition.
Still warm, still muggy, but not quite so much sunshine. It's peaked in and out in this opening 35 minutes, but currently hiding behind a cloud is Murillo. Also sort of hiding there, sneaks up on Pedro Neto and goes to run forward up the pitch. James gets there before Wood, but Murillo still pressing and he's way up the pitch. Forest may hope there's somebody covering for their Brazilian centre half back there as Chelsea will now go on the break with Sancho. Cucurella, Murillo's back in place now as Chelsea slowed things down somewhat there. Palmer under pressure from Dominguez goes back into his own half and goes all the way back to Sanchez on the edge of his 6-yard box, who turns and fires out to Reece James with his left foot. James midway inside his own half on the right. James to Fernandes. It's back to Colwill. Palmer on the left, just over the halfway line, faced up by Alanga, so he'll roll it back to Colwill on halfway. Colwill 1-2 Cucurella. There's that sunshine back out again. Adebayo on halfway. 1-2 Colwill. Palmer, nice flick around the corner to Neto. Was he fouled by Murillo? This time, no. The decision goes the way of the Forest man, but Chelsea still have it. Cucurella midway inside the Forest half. He was almost certainly fouled by Dominguez. No. The referee tells the two of them to play on and to break it up after a little bit of afters, but we are still going on here. Tosin Adebayo looks for Neto, but Murillo read that one, steps out of defence. Nice flick on from Wood, but Colwill read it well and stuck a foot in before Anthony Alanga could sprint away. Cucurella goes back to Sanchez on the edge of the box. The two Spaniards being charged down there by Wood, and Sanchez has no choice but to clear it rugby style down the left touchline, and that was a rugby style catch too from Nuno Espirito Santo on the edge of his technical area. So Enzo Maresca still barking tactical instructions. Pedro Neto is having to be led away from Anthony Taylor by Cole Palmer for reasons unbeknownst to me, perhaps still frustrated that Murillo was not penalised for what he perceived as a foul, as we are now into the 38th minute of the afternoon. Palmer, good challenge there from Williams, and the ball will go back to Matt Sells, all in it fluorescent yellow today. It's Forest's Belgian goalkeeper. Booms that one long down the right. Cucurella wins the header above Alanga, but he was offside anyway, so free kick it is to Chelsea. So this scoreline, along with the other goalless fixtures, i.e. that at Old Trafford between Man United and Villa, and at St James's Park between Newcastle and Everton, means that we are as we were at kick-off between these two. Manchester City lead Fulham 1-0, so they're on course for booking their ticket for the Champions League next season. bouncing back from their disappointment of the FA Cup final defeat on Saturday, beating Bournemouth at home on Tuesday night, and now leading against Chelsea's West London rivals Fulham. Sanchez now a ball at his feet. Here's Neto, it comes deep for that one, and good challenge by Milenkovic, but Fernandez wins the second ball and sends Neto away down the right, and now Madueke. Neto overlapping, good challenge by Nico Williams. Throw into Chelsea. Forest wanted to throw, but Madueke has ball in hand here. Throws it down the line for Fernandez, who looks for Neto, but he was never on the same wavelength, and Murillo steps out of defence to intercept. Now Anderson midway inside his own half. Back to Murillo, just 3 attempts between these two, 1 for Forest, 2 for Chelsea, none of which have been on target. So I mean, like I said, the results elsewhere means that nothing really has changed here, but all it takes is a goal either at Old Trafford or at St James's Park to switch things up here, and well, neither side have really got themselves into top gear through the first 40 minutes. Chris Wood though has won himself a free kick there, fouled by Reece James. The two challenged for a long ball. I mean, that's always going to be Reece James at a height disadvantage, to say the least there. And Wood actually tried to peel the way rough round him, and James had him by the arm and said, "You're not going away from me." But Anthony Taylor spotted it, and that's a free kick to Forest. So Chris Wood has been kept relatively quiet through the opening 40 minutes, and there's a really nice sight to see at the City Ground. Sitting up in the box is Taiwo Awoniyi, as they also see a Nigerian flag with his name on it. More on that in a second as Forest come forward here. Alanga, he went to ground under challenge of Cole Palmer. No penalty given, and good challenge by Williams on Madueke as he tried to break away. Throw in Chelsea on the right hand side, midway inside their own half, as Cole Palmer breathes a sigh of relief as he just maybe leaned into Anthony Alanga slightly as he was trying to make his way into the box, and maybe a little bit of a tangle of the ankles, but Anthony Taylor saw nothing wrong with it. I mentioned Taiwo Awoniyi, the last Forest home game a fortnight ago that ended in a 2-2 draw against Leicester. Awoniyi, of course, collided with a post and ended up, he tried to continue, couldn't do so, but had to then get emergency surgery in his intestine, I do believe, that led to him being in a induced coma for 24 hours, but we're always assured that was part and parcel of the medical procedure. But never nice to hear anybody in induced coma, of course, particularly a football match. It was a serious enough collision, not taken off by the Forest medical staff at the time, which of course caused a bit of controversy with Nuno Espirito Santo and the Forest owner Evangelos Marinakis on the pitch at full time. But Awoniyi, good to see him in the stands here at the City Ground, and if not quite back to full health, certainly back out and amongst it, watching his side in their quest for Champions League football, which so far is as they were at kick-off. Arsenal lead 1-0 at Southampton, by the way. That's one of the more inconsequential games of the day, but Southampton did announce before kick-off it will be their manager in the Championship next season, as they look to rebuild from a quite frankly disastrous campaign, although they will not have the moniker of the Premier League's worst club after picking up a point against Manchester City that moved them on to 12 and beating Derby's record from 2008 of 11. Sancho left with a ball in, away by Milenkovic as Neto was waiting for it. Wood beats James to the next ball. Sangare knocks it down for Gibbs White. Now Alanga is up over halfway. James trying to get back to him. Williams takes it away down the left hand touchline. Leaves it for Alanga. Nice little flick from Williams. That gets a ripple of applause around the City Ground. It's Gibbs White now to Sangare, and Dominguez midway inside the Chelsea half, out onto the right hand corner of the penalty area for Anya. The sunshine is out. And Wood got there before Sanchez, but just nicks it over the bar, much like Pedro Neto's chance. Bit of a side footed effort in mid-air there from Chris Wood. Sanchez was diving for it, Wood went for it, and Johnny clip it over the crossbar. That was really nice football from Nottingham Forest, probably their best move of the match. Anya's ball, and Wood, well, he got away from Colwill, who appeared to be the man looking after him, and as Sanchez dived for it, Wood got there first, His was more with the laces in midair, not quite a volley, but just trying to touch it home. And he just puts it over the crossbar with Sanchez trying to come out to it first. Would beat him to it, but over the top it goes, and those Forest fans can sit down again. And the Chelsea fans behind that goal can breathe a sigh of relief. That's probably that and a similar one from Pedro Neto at the other end. Those are probably the two best chances for either side in a otherwise fairly even, cagey first half here at the City Ground. We're about 90 seconds until we hit the 45-minute mark, so we'll see very shortly what, if any, added time Anthony Taylor has decided is appropriate here. Here's Sancho now going down the left, Dominguez with him, but Sancho's going to go into the corner, and he just feels like he's maybe overplayed that one, maybe a little guilty of that, Sancho, and as he tries to play it back to Cucurella, Sangare intercepts and tries to go away down the right, and he sends Anya down the right hand side, over halfway. Forest on the counter attack, the roar of the City Ground gets him going. Now he plays it inside to Gibbs White, he's 30 yards to go central. Oh, look for Alanga, but Adebayo with a crucial interception. Cucurella gets to the second ball before Anya, but over a heavy touch, so it's going to be a throw in to Forest, and Forest looking dangerous on the break. There's pace there as well as power, but Gibbs White pass to Anthony Alanga just didn't have enough on it, and Tosin Adebayo was able to get rid. So now Dominguez gets it off of Elliot Anderson. Back again to Anderson. Just before that there, Jadon Sancho maybe just guilty of taking one or two too many touches. Could have got the ball into the box sooner than he did, and he invited the pressure from Dominguez and ended up losing the ball. Here's Milenkovic now midway inside his own half. Sprays it out right and slightly forward to Anderson, who's approaching the halfway line. Anya, who has been busy and dangerous down the right for Forest, can't get his pass beyond Sancho. Now the two grapple for the ball on the touchline in front of Enzo Maresca. Alanga, lovely touch away from Cucurella, who drags him to the ground, and I thought he was going to join Elliot Anderson in Anthony Taylor's notebook, but nothing as of yet, as the clock now ticks over at the 45-minute mark. A bit of elastic legs there from Anthony Alanga just to get away from Mark Cucurella, who had no choice but to bring him to the turf. Now free kick to Forest on the right hand side, just the 1 minute at a time. I didn't think there'd be too many, so this free kick to be taken by Elliot Anderson in front of Enzo Maresca's dugout on the right hand side, just inside the Chelsea half. May well be the last chance for either side to take the lead in this first half. Anderson arrows one, you can see what he's trying to do, but far too heavy, and that's catch in practice for Robert Sanchez, who will just lie down on the ball, and still at 20 seconds of added time to go, but he seems quite content with that being that for the break here. And well, there's been no goal at Old Trafford, but a significant update there is that Aston Villa have just had a man sent off. I will try and tell you who that man is momentarily, as we've just got the half-time whistle here at the City Ground. It's Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 0 at the break, and well, that's quite a significant red card at Old Trafford, as Emiliano Martinez, in what may well be his last game for Aston Villa,
everyone around the country, and no one more importantly around the country than where we are at the moment, City Ground. Forest 0, Chelsea 0. I'm delighted to say joining us now is Sam Parkins. Sam,
hi,
good afternoon.
Afternoon, mate.
Thoughts, please, on the first half?
Yeah, cagey, I suppose. A little bit worried about the lack of threat. I thought Madueke early part of the game was the one that was exciting me a little bit. But Williams has recovered to do quite well up against him, I think, last 10-15 minutes of the half. In an attacking sense, Palmer going incredibly deep, which means that, you know, he's not created a chance, had a shot himself. I presume it's a part of the game plan to get the control with the ball and move them around in terms of their press, and it needs organisation on their behalf, but it means that Chelsea haven't really got him high on the pitch. Half for two chances, really, wouldn't it? One for Neto, which if he leaves or doesn't get, Colwill probably scores, and at the other end, Chris Wood, and they can hurt you in different ways. They can hurt you through Elanga's pace, and obviously they're going to put balls in on occasion because of the brawn of Chris Wood. I was disappointed with Sancho allowing Aina to cross it. Just had to get out to him. It was incredible, really, for the reason I just stated.
Sam, listen.
Yeah.
I said that. With the ball, he ain't good enough. Without the ball, he's not been good enough.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. He needs to be more... There needs to be a little bit more care and consideration when he's in possession of the ball. Out of possession, he has got to close down. Oh, Lorraine, put the cross in, right? You can't come running out to a player with your arms behind your back, and he's not even running. You know, first thing, close the ball. If the ball hits your arm, it's the worst. He's outside the box.
Yeah,
I predict.
If that goes in the net, yeah, I've got zero sympathy for how Chelsea would have conceded there. It was on him there. And a tough finish for Wood to try and control.
Yeah, but don't stop the ball.
Oh, you've got to stop the ball.
Stop the ball, Sam.
Got to stop the ball, yeah, absolutely.
And do more. Close the ball. That ball, here's the thing, as the ball travels, so do you. You don't, your run shouldn't be to cut the cross. Your run should be to the ball. As you run, shortest route to where the ball's going to be.
Yeah.
I don't want to go on about that.
I think what you're saying now I agree with, but I think they're lopsided a little bit. Elanga pulls wide right. They don't really have a threat high on the left-hand side. Chelsea on the left-hand side, I think there's an acceptance. I don't know if there should be, but Madueke can go 1v1. He has to go 1v1 because they don't want to put balls in. Because we spoke about it pre-match. No one's going to get in the box and head the ball in the net today for Chelsea because of the profile of the players. Sancho, Palmer, they're going to be a bit more intricate on the left-hand side. As frustrating as I get with Jadon Sancho, I understand it. Yep. Madueke's the one, I think, that's got the beating of his fullback.
But that's impossible. Out of possession.
Oh, of course,
So what we're seeing now, we're seeing Cucurella come inside. Yeah. Palmer then drops into being almost like a left-back.
Yeah.
Then you've got Palmer and Sancho as your left-hand-sided players.
Yeah.
And Ola Aina... He's incredibly versatile. He play right back or wing back. I've seen him do both to great effect.
Yeah.
He is a real threat, even though he has not quite done it yet.
Yeah.
But he's the one that I'm more. If I was Enzo Maresca, I'm more concerned about their right at the moment and from him.
Yeah.
And I just want to ask you about Palmer's role in this game. They're relying on Cucurella finding space. Hasn't really happened yet. I just wonder, do we continue? I mean, look, it's been a game, a few chances. Do you keep it the same?
Yeah, I mean, the bigger picture is what's going on elsewhere, isn't it? I think
it's impossible not to look elsewhere.
So Martinez has been sent off. Am I right in saying that? I think
he's been sent off. They're down to 10.
So as it stands, a draw is enough, and obviously that's a difficult predicament with 45 minutes to go. But of course, that comes into the game plan as the second half progresses. If the point is indeed enough for Chelsea, then you of course stock the back line, you play percentages and you try and get over the line courtesy of a point. And Forest will know that therefore they have to go and win this game to get themselves above Chelsea. So we spoke about it early part of the afternoon, Dave, before we came on air. Enzo Maresca has to be aware of what's going on elsewhere, because the game plan would hugely alter if Villa are to go behind at Old Trafford.
Absolutely. He was very coy beforehand about not looking at what's happening elsewhere, but the situation has changed and you have to, and this effectively becomes a shootout. I mean, in all likelihood, the way with what's going on at Old Trafford now, I'm not saying that Villa cannot go and score a goal with 10. It's entirely possible, but on percentages, likelihood, this becomes a shootout, and Nottingham Forest will be aware of that as well.
Yeah, and I was just speaking to Jason about the distinct lack of threat really for Chelsea today, but that doesn't become a massive issue if a point is going to be enough. So, of course, it's going to be Forest, you would anticipate, as they did from the first whistle, that are going to come out fast and try and win this game. The necessity, as much as we would want that to be the passage, isn't going to be as great for Chelsea with news of what's coming in from Old Trafford. So I wouldn't say so far so good, because they've been slightly in the ascendancy, but really cagey game. Said to Jason, a game of two chances. Neto could have scored, as equally Chris Wood could have given Forest the lead at the opposite end. So no change really. I think obviously you're looking at Chalobah, probably Lavia to shore things up if that's the necessity, or you're looking at Guiu to just change the look of the attack if a goal's required.
The one thing Guiu does give you, of course, is something more physical against the likes of Milenkovic and Murillo, which Chelsea don't have, obviously. For much as the likes of Neto, etc., have their major attributes, Guiu is something different, not played for quite some time, but whether they'll throw him on in such a key game. Again, I think the situation will be what dictates what's happening. You have to know what's happening elsewhere. It's so important. But I don't know, did you ever feel that threatened by Forest? They had their spells of possession, never really came to much. Chelsea seemed fairly comfortable. Just that one incident you mentioned with Chris Wood getting in behind. There wasn't too much.
No, I never feel it's concerted extended pressure from Forest, though, is it? It's just those moments on the counter. They had one early on when a bit of hesitancy in Chelsea's midfield led to Gibbs White getting in, and Reece James got back in with a toe. And then obviously you had the opportunity for Chris Wood, which was Forest in a nutshell, I think, kind of, turning defence into attack. Every pass competed for, possession won, moved on succinctly, and then fashioning an opportunity at the Chelsea end, which fortunately, me and Jason, I think, in agreement that Jadon Sancho had to stop the cross, had to get out there. And once he didn't, it's a chance that Wood will be frustrated he hasn't scored. But no, in the main, not been too much threat on the goal, but Forest don't need too many threats. I think this game, had Wood scored there, would have been exactly how Nuno Espirito Santos would have dreamt it last night, and how he would have wanted to execute the way they would win the game.
I said to Jason earlier as well, they find themselves now in 7th place, so that's Conference League. So now what they get from that is a bonus. It would feel an awful lot worse for Chelsea if they were to drop out of the top 5 with what's going on. But of course, Forest were in the ascendancy, in the top 3 for much of the campaign, so there will be a tinge of regret there. I'm just watching Ryan Yates going through quite a hefty warm-up for Nottingham Forest. Suggestion that he might possibly be coming on in the second 45 out on the pitch there. Chelsea's bench: Jorgensen, Badiashile, Dewsbury Hall, Chalobah, Gusto, George, Achampong, Guiu and Lavia. So Enzo Maresca, I wouldn't have thought would be doing anything particularly now, but it's at what point this stalemate is kind of, if someone needs to break the stalemate, what have they got to do so?
Almost feels like, they're going to have to roll the dice first, I think. And I'm not sure, I haven't got the statistics to hand, but I just think if they get a little bit desperate, Forest, obviously we know their record when they score early part of the first half, probably early part of the second half. I don't know how the dynamic changes, or I would suspect that if things get a little bit edgy and they have to take chances towards the end, that could play into Chelsea's hands. So as it sits at the moment, it's very much dependent probably what's going on elsewhere, which dictates the substitutes. I don't expect too much change. I'd expect to see Lavia, and I'd probably expect to see Trevor Chalobah, in all likelihood, relevant of outcomes elsewhere, and the state of this game. I think those two are the most obvious ones that could impact this.
Sam, thank you for that. Enjoy the second half if you can.
Will do, and you.
And I'll see you on Wednesday night. But anyway, we are approaching the second half here out the City Ground. Goalless at the break. The big news elsewhere: Aston Villa seeing their goalkeeper Emi Martinez sent off against Manchester United. Second half is coming shortly. So the substitutes warming up on the pitch, waiting for the starting 11s to make their way back on here. Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 0. It's an expectant City ground. European football on the way for all these teams, but what competition? That's the all-important thing, as we have a big 45 minutes to come. Let's run you through the scores elsewhere. At half-time in the Premier League, no goals between Bournemouth and Leicester goals there. As we know, it's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1 at Craven Cottage, so that would put City up to 71 points and certainly safe in those Champions League places. Ipswich 0, West Ham 1, with Ipswich heading out of the Premier League today. Liverpool 0, Crystal Palace 1 in the rehearsal for next season's Charity Community Shield. Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0 at Old Trafford, but Villa down to 10 with their goalkeeper Martinez sent off, and that is leading to an unexpected appearance for Robin Olsen, who is actually leaving the club this summer, but is on for the final 45 at Old Trafford with his side down to 10 men. Newcastle 0, Everton 0 at St James's Park. That's also a game relevant to Chelsea and Forest's European aspirations. 0-0 here, of course. Arsenal lead 1-0 at Southampton. Spurs lead Brighton by a goal to 0, and Brentford are 1-up at Wolves. That's how things stand. We're watching pictures of supporters all on their phones trying to see what's going on elsewhere, but it stands out like a beacon, I suppose, the situation at Old Trafford with Villa being down to 10. We have seen teams can score with 10 players. It can happen. Yeah. You can't rely on that being 0-0. It does, but it must change the mindset slightly, because this effectively becomes now a real shootout for a top 5 finish.
Indeed, and you know, you can make a very good case to say that we're not any further down the road than we were 45-50 minutes ago. We're not. Nothing's changed, but we know in football, especially in the Premier League, how things quickly can change. There will come a point in this game and at Old Trafford where, maybe not necessarily at St James's Park, but definitely there'll come a point, if it remains like this 10, 15, 20 minutes. The 70-minute mark is going to be a really, between 60 and 70, crucially, what changes? What's the mindset? If things stay the same, the status quo is as.
Now, we are well over the time of half-time, and I suspect what's happening now is the Premier League are making sure that all the second halves kick off at the same time, because we only had 1 minute of stoppage time in the first half. We've now had a 17-minute break for half-time, and I mentioned that at Old Trafford, I think they went to +5 or +6, so there won't be that uncertainty.
I don't have a problem with that at all. That's if you're trying to keep it as fair as possible. The problem you've got with that, of course, if there's an injury, if there's an injury in the last 10 minutes of the first half, where a player is. Anyway, let's forget about that. That's inconsequential right now. The Forest players come out, massive 45 for both teams here, huge. Right now, the reality is Forest need to win. Nothing's changed for them. Chelsea probably need to win. However, the sending off at Villa Park, sorry, I do apologise, at Old Trafford, with Aston Villa going down to 10 men, changes the mindset all over, all managers. How do Villa react? What do Villa do? It almost feels like could play into Manchester United's hands. Oh, there's so many variables. Listen, forget that. We'll keep you updated of all that's going on around the country. The most important thing for us right now is that we come out of here with a win. Easier said than done, of course.
0-0 as Chelsea players make their way back onto the field for their final 45 minutes of the Premier League campaign, and a 45 minutes that will determine what their European destination is in season 25-26. Will they be back in that Champions League, which will feature 6 teams from the Premier League next season? Well, they have a job to do here, and as Jason said, win here and it's job done. Draw here, it might be enough. It depends what happens at Old Trafford mainly. Newcastle still goalless with Everton, who do have the ability to keep things tight. But this all about Chelsea, going to their pre-second half huddle here. All 11 players. Nottingham Forest also awaiting the start of the second 45. And it goes right down to the wire for qualification. Enzo Maresca, the end of his first season in charge of Chelsea, making his way out to the touchline, to the dugouts. And what on earth is going to happen? You do sense that the key, well, definitely the key moments of today are still to come, and they'll be told in the next half hour, 45 minutes.
No question about that. There's twists and turns are on their way, gang. But we're more concerned about what goes on here at the City Ground. It's still very much in our hands.
Mull of Kintyre rings out around the ground. That's the Nottingham Forest anthem. All the scarves are waving. What a journey they've had in the last few years when they were rock bottom of the Championship, and then Steve Cooper took them to promotion and beyond. So here we go with Nuno trying to take Forest into the Champions League, with Maresca trying to get Chelsea back there. We're underway for the second half. Goalless here between Forest and Chelsea going from left to right in the second half. Flick forward by Madueke, finding Fernandes, held up by Neto, back to Fernandes once again. Caicedo, and the referee blows his whistle because he's saying that Neto has fouled Sangare.
It's a weak free kick, that, Anthony Taylor. Sangare, I thought it was a weak. I saw the challenge. My eyes followed the ball. I wasn't concerned the ref would blow up. However, he has.
So free kick, as we see on our screen, images of both managers patrolling the dugouts, having had their extended half-time. The ball's back with Matt Sells, has been such a consistent goalkeeper for Nottingham Forest this season, and a really good campaign. And when it goes to Nico Williams on the left, gets it back from Murillo, who plays it forward. In comes the challenge by Caicedo to Rob Gibbs-White, and Caicedo finds Fernandes, who tried to go to the right, but Madueke runs to the left, and then Fernandes with the foul.
It's a poor pass that the referee's played on.
Free kick given quickly. Anderson towards the left-hand side, looking for Anthony Elanga. Elanga up against Colwill, but can't keep it in play. Wants the throw-in over on the near side.
Chance there, by the way, Dave. Yeah. If Enzo gets that pass right, and it's not a difficult pass for anyone's standard, let alone his. I don't quite know what he was thinking there. However, we managed to get the ball. It's a throw-in. Reece James, midway inside our mid-third.
Reece James throws in now for Chelsea. Played forward long by Enzo Fernandez, but that will be onto the head of Sangare, who knocks it forward. Gibbs-White gives a shove there to Fernandez. Referee allows it to continue, and now there's a foul by Sangare on Neto, who's clutching his head. And a rather scrappy start here to the second half.
It has been. I think that suits Chelsea, to be honest with you.
Tries to take the free kick quickly. Referee not interested. Pulls it back.
Enzo's trying to play a quick free kick. He's trying to play into Sancho out wide, who gets the ball, but the whistle was blown way before it reached Sancho.
Free kick on halfway. Caicedo to Tosin. Tosin over towards the left-hand side. And Levi Colwill will play it forward to Marc Cucurella. Cucurella to Sancho. Sancho to Palmer. Palmer to Sancho once again. Good play by Chelsea. Jadon Sancho now up against Aina. Sancho towards Cucurella on the left-hand side, but Matt Sells, the ball forward was a bit too long for Marc Cucurella, and Sells quickly off his line together.
Sancho there with the ball at his feet. So a good run from Cucurella, overpasses it. Plays the pass, overhits it. The pass was the right idea. The execution wasn't.
Murillo in a tight spot there for Forest. He's giving it away to Madueke. Neto now up against Williams. Williams trying to hold him up. Neto did well to keep possession there. Played it back to Enzo Fernandez.
Does brilliantly, Neto. Yeah, really, really well played. Use that upper body strength. Puts his body up inside alongside Nico Williams. Bit of space for Sancho on the left.
Cucurella picks out Sancho. Turns inside. Dominguez plays it back to Cucurella once again. Now Colwill for Tosin, and the ball's back in the centre circle, and Colwill out towards the right it goes, and picked up now by Neto. Chance to run at the Forest back line here. Neto cuts inside onto his left foot, clips the ball towards the far post, trying to find Sancho. Aina heads it clear. Cucurella has it on the left. Now infield for Marc Cucurella. Short ball towards Enzo Fernandez. Left hand side again to Sancho. Sancho to Palmer. Good play by Chelsea. Palmer's ball in, looking for Enzo Fernandez, and turned away by Milenkovic for a Chelsea corner.
Lovely patient build-up play. Lots of movement as well. Palmer moving out from what we've seen, a left back into a left wing, that half space in between him, Sancho, and of course Neto gets a bit of space, puts the ball in. It's been a bright start from Chelsea. Nearly 4 on the clock. It's going to be a corner. Neto takes it short.
Short corner by Pedro Neto, left-hand side. Gets it to Palmer. Palmer finding Caicedo. Back to Palmer again. Waiting for a ball to come in here. And Palmer pots that ball in now, looking for Tosin. Murillo rising to head it clear. Back with Cucurella, flicking it forward. Mistake in the back. Neto is there. And it must be a goal for Levi Colwill. Levi Colwill for Chelsea. Puts them in front in this massive game at the City Ground. Forest switched off. The ball clipped in. And Levi Colwill at the far post had the easiest of chances to slam it home. Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 1.
Oh my word, what a start to the second half. It's a corner, it's played short, they don't react. Colwill far post, it's a tap and he's still got a bit to do. Unbelievable scenes behind the goal. There's an inquest in the back for Forest. They're shaking heads. What a start. Chelsea take the lead. Remarkable stuff to this second half.
Nuno shaking his head, but the reality was they did not defend the secondary ball in. Here we go.
They don't defend the first, they don't send the short corner. Comes back out, the ball's coming, they don't deal with it. It's the Cucurella pass. He just lends it back in. It goes in, just puts the ball back in an area. Sancho plays it across the 6-yard box. Colwill's there, it's a tap and he's a mile onside. Chelsea 1-0, but where Forest?
Ball across by Neto, and Colwill times his run, definitely onside. A couple of Forest players were appealing, that will not be given. Neto does superbly there. It takes out the goalkeeper and it goes to the far post, and Colwill's there to slide it in. Only his second goal of the season. What a crucial time to get it.
Oh, unbelievable. Now come on in, boys.
Now
get the second goal.
And Madueke goes down the right-hand side for Chelsea, and plenty of space here. Madueke into the area, pulls it across, Sells, hooks it away. Might go for a corner. No, it's going to be cleared away down the left-hand side. Forest are rocking here, and Chelsea have got to try and keep up the pressure. Home fans urging them forward. They try and break away. It's picked up left-hand side by Elliot Anderson. Anderson finding Elanga. Elanga moves towards the edge of the area now. Cuts inside. Elanga's shot bobbles it through to Sanchez. Ipswich 1, West Ham 1, Spurs 1, Brighton 1.
Take the sting out of the game. Take the sting out of the game, boys. Now you don't need to go and win it. Forest have got to come out. They have to show their teeth. They have to take risks. What do? 51 on the clock, 51 up. The Chelsea fans in good voice. We've only won one away game since the beginning of December. That was a last-minute winner from Neto against Fulham. Now we find ourselves 1-0 up against one of the stiffest defences in the league. Still plenty to go, loads to go. Stay concentrated, keep a clean sheet. Champions League football returns to Stamford Bridge.
This would put Chelsea on to 69 points. Newcastle currently sat on 67. Villa stuck on 66. That will be job done, but there's plenty to do yet. Elanga gets down the left-hand side, keeps it in play. Elanga did really well, and Colwill is there to stab it away over on that far side.
Yeah, Colwill does a high five with Tosin and Sanchez. Gone to sleep a little bit down our right-hand side. Allowing Elanga there, but that's... We said this all afternoon. Forest have to do something different now. What do?
Murillo will try and club it in from the left-hand side now, and that's away for Chelsea, and they'll try and break away now with Pedro Neto. Sancho got the first header onto it. Neto will bring it away down the left. Forest getting men back to defend, but Neto's done really well here to fund his way through. He goes down, and the referee will not give anything there.
Foul.
Nottingham Forest bring it away. The foul. One back by Caicedo. Neto is still down. He's getting to his feet now. Southampton equalise against Arsenal. One apiece in that one. Left-hand side is Cucurella for Chelsea. 52 minutes played. Chelsea lead here by 1-0, and they are in pole position for the Champions League. Madueke down the right now, faced by two Nottingham Forest defenders, being forced back, but Chelsea of course now do not have to chase the game here. They've got the 1-0 advantage, but what they don't want to do is sit back too much. Tosin across to Colwill. Ipswich 1, West Ham 2, Jared Bowen in that one. Left hand side is Cole Palmer for Chelsea, going past Dominguez on the left now. Palmer still going, feeds Sancho.
Chelsea growing in confidence in this game now. Listen, goals change games, of course they do. Palmer on the left-hand side.
Palmer clips across in, and that wins a corner.
I hesitate to say the word swagger, but goals, of course, we're a side that have scored only 5 goals away from home this calendar year. That's our 6th. We're not used to this, Dave. We're not used to being in front away from home. We're a young team. Can we grow? This is a game that you could see this young team mature today. It's a tough fixture. Still plenty of the game to go. Corner, Neto. It's on the Chelsea's left.
Second goal would do Chelsea really, really well. Neto takes the short corner. Why not do it again? Gets it back left-hand side. Neto gets the cross into the penalty area. Tosin can't quite leap forward. Anderson half-heads it clear. It's further away by Sangare. It hits the referee, who might as well play on there because Chelsea are back in possession.
Yeah, they're duty bound. A bit of sympathy with. Yeah, he doesn't know where that ball's going. He's going to give it back to them. I hear you. But if he saw where the ball was going, he would give it to Chelsea. He didn't see where the ball was going, so therefore he has to give, as is the new regulations, to give it So Forest.
Now then, Callum Hudson-Odoi is about to come on for Nottingham Forest, and that name might put a shiver down your spine. He scored a stunning goal in this fixture last season, albeit Chelsea still won by 3-2. And of course, we know what he can produce, and wouldn't there be a script there that we don't want to see written?
Indeed. It's all about what's going on at Old Trafford as well, Dave. What's happening there?
Nothing is the answer. Still goalless.
Nothing. Still goalless.
Here's Williams trying to get the better of Reece James over on the left. James has done well to defend. Williams comes sliding him the challenge, but James cooks it clear towards halfway, and it goes out for a Forest throw.
Yeah, there's only one winner there. Nico Williams. Haven't seen him over the halfway line that much. Now that Forest come in again.
Thrown in quickly. Anderson gets it back from Williams. Anderson goes into the challenge with Madueke. Madueke gets round him and
Chelsea
then plays
ball.
it back off Anderson and goes out for a Chelsea goal kick. 55 play, 1-0.
Oh, I'm clock watching already, Dave. I'm clock watching already. 55, bang on the clock. We said at the beginning it's all about us, but you're never that confident that we can take care of business, especially away. Their home form, by the way, has been iffy of late.
It has.
Really iffy. They got beat 2-0 at home at Brentford. Was it Brentford or Bournemouth?
Brentford, yeah, Brentford.
Brentford.
They've lost two of their last three and drew with Leicester, which is like achieving the impossible. Played back to by Milenkovic and long ball forward by Batsells. Yes, they have been better away from home, Forest, in recent weeks. Elliot Anderson playing it back down the left-hand side to Williams again, but they're deep inside their own half here. Now he'll turn away and lob it clear towards halfway. In comes a challenge by Caicedo. Chris Wood holds the ball up here for Nottingham Forest. Wood forward for Elanga. Elanga tries to spin in between two. He's fouled by Caicedo, and it's a free kick.
I'd want to book it if it's the other way. I'd want to book it.
They've got it.
Yeah, I'd want it as well. Caicedo needs to be careful. Needs to be careful.
Yes, Elanga is trying to spin away, but Caicedo makes sure there's no way through.
Yeah, doesn't need to do that. He's got Reese's cover. However, he's an all-action hero. We know that. You know, he gets himself into scrapes in the area of the pitch that he actually plays.
So here's the change, and it's an understandable one from Nuno. He takes off defensive midfielder in Sangare, and he throws on Callum Hudson-Odoi. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Sangare's been all right for them, you know. He's picked up lots of free kick, won lots of balls. He's going to be a miss to them, but the scoreline tells you he's got to make a decision, Nuno. He's making a decision based on what he's seen in front of him. And whatever goes on at Old Trafford, they've got to win this game. A draw's no good to them. A victory is the only result that gets them anywhere near a prayer of Champions League football.
Draw might be enough for them to get Europa League, of course,
yes,
if Villa lose.
There's that to play for as well.
Long ball by Murillo up towards the edge of the area for Nottingham Forest, where it's flicked on looking for Chris Wood, who looked like he may well have been offside as he hooks over the bar anyway.
He looked offside. There might have been a foul in there as well. Yeah, he was offside. Rhino puts his flag up. Hasn't seen much of the ball, has he, Chris Wood?
That can be... we've seen him. He was definitely offside there.
He's a mile off.
I saw a game when they played at Fulham earlier in the season where they didn't have a kick for 45 minutes and he still scored.
Yeah, but there you go. That's what centre forward does. The only time you want to, you know, as a fan, the only time you want to hear his name is when he scores, and if it's in the 90th minute, fine by me.
Well, that's being played forward by Chelsea somewhat aimlessly through to Matt Sells in goal. 58 nearly on the clock here. Chelsea lead by a goal to nil. That goal early in the second half. They did start the second half well. Levi Colwill got it. Was Neto fired it back across from the recycled corner. And that's asking questions now of Nottingham Forest. They'll try and move away down the right-hand side. Gibbs White makes the run forward. It goes to Wood, back to goal to hold the ball up. Spreads it out towards the left once again, and Nico Williams, and now here's Hudson-Odoi with his first touch down the left, immediately in the action, backheel by Anderson. Williams tries to play it across. They've been forced back to a midway point in the half, and Murillo for Milenkovic to Aina. So Hudson-Odoi sets up on the left of the Nottingham Forest midfield. The ball goes over towards the right instead with Elanga. They will be a front three when they sort it out. Aina playing it back. Aina towards Gibbs White. Gibbs White will find Elanga. And Elanga in from the right. Keeping the ball here, Forest. They're kind of about 25 yards away from goal.
Good,
Dave.
Chelsea's shape is good.
Might need to be, because the cross is going to come in now, looking for Chris Wood, and indeed Caicedo back there to concede the corner.
Chelsea's shape is good. There's some defensive work to be done. You expect them to make a change, and they've done that. You expect them to be more proactive, and that's what's happening in front of us. Deal with what's happening. The next 10-15 minutes of this game, crucial. We're not a million miles away from the hour mark. Between now and 75, the game can change very, very quickly. Got to make sure we're tight defensively.
Elanga with the corner kick for Forest, trailing here by a goal to nil. Corner kick comes in deep and well taken by Sanchez. Just what Chelsea require, and now no rush to clear.
Yeah, he's claimed the ball comfortably, and now he's in no rush to get rid of the ball. I understand that. He's rolled the ball out. Forest get back, excuse me, in their shape. Just looking there, there's a little bit more of a presence up top, isn't there, for Forest in terms of bodies. And then they're definitely not pressing the ball. There will be space, as we've just seen actually in the middle of the park. Enzo picks up, largely unapproached. Sancho does the same.
Sancho for Neto, tries to go around Aina. Palmer in support on the left-hand touchline level with the edge of the penalty area now. Cole Palmer still has it, playing it back towards the left, and Sancho Chelsea trying to take some sting out of the game here with Levi Colwill chipping it forward towards Kukurea now. Kukurea deep in Forest territory. Milenkovic coming back with a challenge. That will be a Chelsea throw-in down the left, and we've reached that hour mark, and Chelsea lead by 1-0.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we're all talking about, and rightly so, about what Forest do, but how do we deal with this? We're a team that aren't used to being in front away from home. We're a young team. I don't want to go over old ground, but we are. We've shown it how.
Here's Cole Palmer in the area. Palmer almost had a shot. Now he goes left-footed, takes a deflection, and easy for Matt Sells.
Yeah, we're a team that largely find it difficult being in positions at times. What do you change? How do you change? Oh, this is going to be a big sub. This one for Chelsea.
Lavia about to come on. The ball is back in play for Nottingham Forest with Murillo down the left. Callum Hudson-Odoi in beyond Madueke. It's done well there. Hudson-Odoi has found Elliot Anderson. Ball spins away off Caicedo, goes out for a throw-in, and we're going to see a Chelsea change now. And I think it's Sancho going to come off here with Lavia coming on.
Yeah, let's see what that does. He's pointed. Does Cole Palmer now go down the middle? Sancho is off. Neto, you would have thought, well, we can play left and right. I mean, who knows what's going to happen in this. We'll tell you exactly how things line out, but you would have thought that Noni stays. I mean, we'll tell you. But I think that this move puts Palmer down the middle. I think that's what it shows me.
Okay, well, at the moment, Forest with possession inside
looks like it.
Palmer
down the middle.
Absolutely. Murillo playing it forward and finding a gap there for Morgan Gibbs-White. Tosin comes across, gets a touch onto it, and concedes the corner.
Does well, Tosin. He's a little bit unlucky. He reads the pass well, gets his body between ball and man as he plants his right foot, comes off his ankle, goes behind for a corner. 62 on the clock. Still bags of this game remaining. And it still gives Forest something to fight for. In particular, a set piece where Chris Wood can get on the end of it. How do we deal with it?
Anderson with the corner for Nottingham Forest from the left-hand side. Deep towards the back stick it goes, where it's headed across at the far post. Dominguez is there, headed across the area. Tosin away, along with Sanchez, still bouncing around. Murillo with a high foot. The referee happy with that. Tries to spin it towards goal. Bounces back to Ola Aina, who fires way off target and away for a goal kick.
Defensively, well done, boys. Throwing bodies in front of it. It was a really difficult set piece to deal with. It's an in-swinger towards the far post, but he goes beyond the far post, almost the edge of the 6-yard box. There's two bodies at the far. They win it. Ball then recycled, comes back into the box. Tosin wins a brilliant header under the fingers of Sanchez. Goes out again, bodies block the shot that comes in, then recycled again, comes to Aina on the edge of the box, left foot drills it high, wide and handsome.
If you want some light relief during the tension, it's Spurs 1, Brighton 2 at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Long ball played forward now for Chelsea. Cole Palmer trying to get in behind there. He has gone central, and in fact he's given away a free kick.
Yeah, but, I mean, Cole Palmer, Murillo's slowed up and Palmer's running, sorry, it was Milinkovic, runs into the back of him. Milinkovic is about 6'8".
Feels like it.
Yeah, he's a unit, by the way. Good player. 12 million they paid for him. It's been excellent. Him and Murillo at the back, pass the ball between one another. Chelsea's midfield now is so much more condensed. Enzo is deeper. You've just got it's a 4-5-1 almost. Oh, Reece just lost the ball slightly, didn't he?
And Hudson-Odoi collects down the left-hand side, being faced by James, and it goes out for a throw into Chelsea.
Reece. Physically, Callum, who have come up against one another many times in Chelsea's youth team.
Cole Palmer has gone down, and the Forest fans are rather unsympathetically feeling this could be
they've got some front, by the way. Honestly, killing time in a game. What Forest, honestly.
They have been known this season.
Don't even go there. I was here at Stamford. Was it Stamford Bridge?
Yeah, when it finished 1-1, didn't it?
When that happened. Matt Sells, honestly, on his own alone would have wasted 7 or 8 minutes. Go down, waste time.
Well, Palmer is back on his feet, won't require treatment. Referee showing he's adding time on.
By the clock. Keep chipping away at that clock. What gets added on, gets added on.
64 is on the clock at the moment. Throw for Chelsea down their right, which the skipper, Reece James, will take. throwing it back and walloped away by...
Not convinced by that, by the way.
No.
I'm not happy with that.
Because it might now fall for Enzo Fernandez. Two Forest players fell over each other, and now Chelsea will break away. Fernandez towards Madueke in space up against Ola Aina. Turns inside him into a central situation, and then just took it a bit too far, and then the free kick is going to go the way of Nottingham Forest, I think. Madueke and Dominguez kind of came together, and I get what it could have gone either way. They're both actually, they both look like they've been hurt in that.
Yeah, Noni.
He lost control of the ball, but
yeah, it's a foul.
Yeah.
It's a foul. No, the referee's got that right. It's a foul. He's trying to hook his ball. Yeah,
he goes through the back of.
Do you know what? It's a booking.
It's probably worth a yellow card.
Yes,
whether it's given that way or not, I don't know. Liverpool have had Ryan Gravenberch sent off in their game. They still losing to Palace by a goal to 0.
What's going on in the Premier League? I mean, the games that really matter are the ones at 0-0.
Whilst we have a stoppage in play here, let me try and establish if anything's going on at Old Trafford, where Manchester United have had 15 shots to Aston Villa's 2, and it's 0-0 in that one. And at Newcastle, where Everton have scored at St James's Park. Newcastle 0, Everton 1.
What's going on? It's remarkable stuff. What's happening, Dave?
Carlos Alcaraz has scored.
What does the league table look like?
The league table now will look like City on 71, Chelsea 69, Villa hanging on for a point at the moment on 67. It will be Newcastle missing out on 66.
I don't know what to say.
Villa hanging on for a point with 10 men at Old Trafford would still make it in.
Well, that news will get to them. And
they'll have to go and
with 10 men, they might say, do you know what, don't concede.
Yeah.
Don't concede. A point might be enough. Oh, this is unbelievable. Listen, forget that. It's hard. And
but Forest will know that as well.
Yes.
And the fans trying to get behind them, because this opens up for them as well.
Yes, it does.
If they can turn the game round, then they have got their routine.
And that means Newcastle miss out and Chelsea, Villa and Forest go through.
Yes.
I can't keep up, Dave. I'm not that clever, mate.
We did say beforehand that you could just see Everton, the Moyes Everton, could go and spoil the party there at Newcastle.
I don't even want to think about what's going on around the rest of the country, although it's impossible not to keep an eye on it. But listen, the most important thing, as we've said, and I'm looking at Reece James giving a team talk. He's got players around him. There's a lot of fist pumping, a lot of hand slapping. Come on, boys. This is in our hands. It's in our hands. Don't rely on others. Don't wait for others. Take it away from them. Take the decision from anyone else away from them. Take care of business. Maresca's now having a word with Neto. There's going to be some minutes added on. We now hit the 67 mark.
Yeah, and I don't think that Nico Dominguez is going to be able to continue
He's finished,
here.
mate. He's off. And Madueke's a lucky boy not to get a boogie. We called it at the time.
So the change will be Ryan Yates, the club skipper, is going to come on. He's come up with numerous big moments in Nottingham Forest in his lengthy time with the club. So Dominguez hobbling off. He's got a couple of physios around him. So Carlos Alcaraz making it Newcastle 0, Everton 1 at St James's Park.
Right, okay.
I'll keep you in touch. I'll keep you in touch.
Yeah, that changes everything again, of course.
It changes everything more in favour of Aston Villa. Chelsea have got the situation they want here.
Yeah.
If they win this game, they can forget what happens elsewhere.
Yeah. It's trying to concentrate here and what's going on and how we should deal with the incoming. Probably next half an hour. There's 68.
Oh, at least.
There's going to be 7 to 8 minutes added on, right? There's going to be.
Well, Ryan Yates comes on for Nottingham Forest. Takes the captain's armband.
What we need now. Well, I mean, forget that, Jason. Shut up. It's just what we need is a clean sheet, right? Clean sheet. Home and host.
22 minutes plus stoppage time to go. Back in play here with Chelsea leading by a goal to 0, and it's Matt Sells in possession here for Nottingham Forest.
Chelsea make no attempt to close the ball down. He's had to go long.
He has gone long in towards the edge of the area where Wood's having a battle with Tosin, and it's Chelsea have got possession back here with Levi Colwill, who'll play it forward. A long left-footed ball, but that's into absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, he's looked for Neto. What we don't want to do is start lumping balls like that. We don't want to give possession away cheaply, because there has to be a Forest onslaught. There has to be throwing men forward. There's going to be a cavalry. There's going to be players out of position. Can't give the ball away every time.
In comes the cross by Aina. That's going straight through to Sanchez. No trouble with that.
Go down. Sanchez has hit the deck, got the ball in his arms. Next season, of course, once the ball hits the goalkeeper's arms, 8 seconds, we'll see how that plays out. If you don't,
I hope that's not one of these rules that comes in for about a month and then they forget about it.
Yeah. Well, Sanchez is now taking ages, and he's testing. The ball's out to his feet, so he's now gone long.
So he goes long up and over halfway. Aina heads it down for Nottingham Forest. Here's Ryan Yates' first touch. We'll take it all the way back to Matt Sells with nearly 70 minutes on the clock. There will be significant stoppage time here, but of course that may be the case elsewhere as well.
Indeed.
Long ball forward by Milenkovic. Gets it back now down the right from Ryan Yates. Milenkovic to Murillo. Murillo for Nottingham Forest, chipping it forward left-footed towards the left-hand side. First touch lay off there by Callum Hudson-Odoi. Gibbs White back to him. They've combined neatly down the left-hand side. Here's Hudson-Odoi playing it further forward towards Nico Williams, overlapping here. Caicedo needs to make a challenge. Cross comes in by Williams, and Tosin is there at the near post to get it clear.
Caicedo does brilliant though, Dave. He does enough, doesn't he, to take the sting off the cross. It bobbles into Tosin, who plays the ball clear. Chelsea now sitting very, very deep, really deep in fact.
Here's Aina playing it forward, looking for Elanga. That's too long. That's out for a goal kick. No danger there.
Are we looking at a team that don't quite know how to be in this position?
Maybe.
There's a lot of those overhit passes into spaces they're not used to playing balls into unless there's huge grass, i.e. counter-attacking. 20 left plus whatever the referee decides to add on.
A worried Nuno on our screens at the moment on the touchline as Chelsea play it forward towards the halfway line, trying to get hold of the ball, but biting in there is Anderson on Fernandes. Yates towards the left and Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi playing it back to Yates once again. Yates playing it forward. Here's Murillo, square ball. Milenkovic. I think gradually those central defenders will just begin to step forward because they need a goal here. The Forest. Chris Wood lays off to Hudson-Odoi. That's a lovely ball by Hudson-Odoi towards the left-hand side. Anderson gets the crossing deep to the back post, well claimed by Sanchez.
Sanchez claims it comfortably. There's going to be a lot of those. Expect more and more. Sanchez has got to be on the edge of that 6-yard box, anticipating those crosses. They're getting a little bit more and more desperate now, Forest. They're looking for their go-to guy in Wood. He's got Tosin there. He's got Colwill around him. There's not going to be a huge amount of space the way Chelsea is now set up. And I'm a little bit concerned at how deep we're dropping and how quickly we're dropping. I understand it. We now, when we're in possession as we are now, we now need to really take care of the ball, take the sting out of the game in possession. Once they get the ball, we're going to go to that 4-5-1 shape.
Wolves 1, Brentford 1. Matchday with the equaliser there for the home side. Bournemouth 1, Leicester 0. Semenyo with the goal down at the Vitality. But key, crucially here, with 72 played, Forest 0, Chelsea 1, and other scores also going well indeed for Chelsea, with Newcastle losing, with Aston Villa only drawing. Ball over on the right-hand side now with Pedro Neto. And that's going out of play over on the far side. So, Neto concedes the throw-in. And it is going to be 1-0 still in Chelsea's favour. Newcastle 0, Everton 1 is the current situation at St James's Park. And it's now 2-0 to City at Fulham with Erling Haaland on that one. So, 73 on the clock. We're all calm. We're all stable. We're all seeing at the moment.
No, we're not. You're lying.
A league table that so far looks good for Chelsea with time to go, and the ball is on the left-hand side with Ryan Yates.
There is we're not okay, Dave. Oh my gosh.
Chelsea are one up here. Chelsea are doing their job. They've got the job done. Whatever happens elsewhere.
Dave, I look at the clock. I think someone's playing tricks on me. I think someone's stopping the clock.
Chelsea have got a free kick as well. It's even better with 17 to go.
Yeah, take the sting out of the game. Forest, the changes haven't quite had the impact that Nuno wanted. The first goal we said was going to be crucial. Absolutely crucial. We managed to get our noses in front early on in this second half.
It's gone really, really quiet. The home crowd have gone really quiet at the moment. Yeah. Cucurella forward for Chelsea. Flick forward by Madueke, looking for Cole Palmer. Whacked away by Murillo. Cucurella there, fouling, is he? Yeah. Elanga for a free kick.
Don't get booked. Don't get booked.
Back into shape. 16 to go plus stoppage time. Chelsea 16 plus stoppage time away from getting back into the Champions League, and then heading to Roslav on Wednesday to try and win the Conference League. Long ball with Forest away down the left. Hudson-Odoi gets it there from Moreno. Hudson-Odoi's cross comes in towards the back stick, looking for Elanga. Kukureya away, and Madueke further clear with 74.5 on the clock. Madueke to Palmer, holds the ball up. In comes the challenge by Milenkovic.
Yeah,
Anderson is there, and now Yates.
Tough. He's got players back. He's got Milenkovic behind him, and he's got Anderson. Was it Yates? Couldn't quite see there, but he's got one of them biting at his toes. He's got someone at his ankle, someone on his toes. Very, very difficult. But Chelsea's shape is good. We've got that back four nice and tight, nice and narrow. You've got Noni closing down that right-hand side. Oh, I don't quite know.
And that is going to be that will be a free kick to Forest midway inside the half.
Not quite sure why Levi Colwill has come out and made the challenge he has. He's clattered into the back of Gibbs White. I'm just getting that's, for me, a young player getting a little bit excited. I'm not quite sure why he needs to make that challenge or come out from where he is.
75.
Anyway, he's been good, by the way, Levi, and of course got the goal, but he's just got a little bit carried away, a little bit giddy.
So this free kick is not, I wouldn't think, is really in shooting range. It's a bit further back than that. Elanga is capable of something spectacular.
Yeah, it'll be on their mind. They need a goal.
Yeah.
But also, you're absolutely right to make the point that it's one of those areas that another 3 or 4 yards closer might be considered a shot. The fact that it's central presents a real problem unless they change the angle of the cross and play a short one. Chris Wood is the man. Milenkovic is the man. You've got to make sure there's no free headers. He's going to take it. He's going to be... He's almost dead central from Elanga. 25...
Free kick. Elanga did go for goal and kicked it straight at Robert Sanchez. No trouble there. That's a waste for them.
And the crowd.
They need 2 goals here. 1 goal for Nottingham Forest does not upgrade their situation from Conference to Europa. They need 2 goals here. They've got to go on the attack. Chelsea have got Malo Gusto standing by to come on as Palmer wins it back.
Yeah, he's given the free kick. Yeah, so don't take it early, Palmer. Take your time. Free kick. Olawane has gone in on Kukureya. The crowd. Palmer's taken it as quick as he can. He's played a long ball.
Looking to find Neto, but headed clear by Nico Williams. Neto comes back, and then in fact Neto may have handled there. Goes out
I don't know
him.
whether Palmer needs to play that quickly, Dave.
Manchester United lead Aston Villa by a goal to 0. Ahmed Diallo has got the goal at Old Trafford. Newcastle are losing. Aston Villa are losing. Chelsea are winning.
Just don't get beat here, boys.
Forest coming forward down the right-hand side. I'll give you a league table in a moment, but Aina is going away down the right against Cole. Aina's cross is far too long and away, and that goes out for a throw-in. Ahmed Diallo putting Manchester United in front at Old Trafford against Aston Villa, and Chelsea getting closer and closer. Chelsea now in 4th place in the table, as they were, and that might be salvation for Newcastle, because now it's Villa who drop out of the Champions League places, and Forest still need 2 goals here to upgrade their situation.
Forget that. It's all about us. Take care of business. Nothing going to change. Neto is going to be making way for Malo Gusto, Dave.
Yeah. Malo Gusto onto the field of play for the final 13 plus stoppage time.
Yeah, he's gone more defensive. I understand and get that. It's 13 plus what the ref decides, or 12 plus what the ref decides to add on. Reece James taking his time. Work the line. He's going to work the line.
Thrown down the right by James. Flicked away, looking for Gusto. Find himself the furthest man forward now for Chelsea at the moment.
Are we doing to Forest what Forest does? Well, are Forest getting Nuno? Are they?
They have done it to so many this season. At the moment, Chelsea have been in front since minute 50 here. That was nearly half an hour ago. And really, break it down, Forest have not done a great deal. No. But there's still time. Flick back by Ola Aina towards the edge of the area. In comes Caicedo with it. Choji's done well there against Gibbs White. Falls to Aina once again, right corner of the area. Caicedo's down injured. Cross comes in for Nottingham Forest. Appealing for handball. Lavia gets it away. Further away by Kukureya. And the referee gives Chelsea a free kick.
Well, Anthony Taylor's not is a favourite.
Well, that's yellow's going all round.
Anderson's just going in, barged Anthony Taylor.
Well, there's been yellow card shown to a player from both sides there in a real melee after the referee stopped the game. Caicedo is down holding his head, and it's all kicked off here with Mark Kukureya down.
Well, it's the foul to Kukureya that's caused the real issue. I'm not convinced it's a free kick. I try to be balanced on here. I'm not convinced.
Well, the referee came straight across to issue a yellow card to a player from both sides, but it's such a crowded melee, it's hard to see who got those yellow cards. But we're going to see exactly what happened now with Caicedo winning a first challenge, and then Cucurella won a free kick.
It's not, he catches Caicedo with his elbow. It's one of those. It's not a free kick. Oh, I'm not convinced that is either.
So it's Aina and Cucurella, which the referee stops the game for.
Cucurella wins the free kick. He wins it.
But it's what went on beyond that, where all the players started to converge. It would appear that it's calmed down.
Yeah, and this suits Chelsea. It suits Chelsea. Can't believe we're sitting here with nearly just under over 10 minutes to go.
Well, the referee is still trying to sort things out here, with the crowd getting more involved. They have gone very quiet for the last 10 minutes or so. But the ball is back in play with Chelsea. We'll confirm those bookings for you in a moment. As the ball goes to Aina on the right for Nottingham Forest. Keeps it in, does he? Over on the far side. And throwing goes in Chelsea's favour.
Yeah, the crowd are getting frustrated. Suits Chelsea. 10 to go. Expect at least 5, maybe 6, 7, possibly 8 minutes to be added on here. We know the Premier League. Oh, the throne's gone Chelsea's way. That's what.
Yeah. Gone Chelsea's way. Forest have got Jota Silva standing by to come on as Forest win it back deep inside their own half with Ryan Yates to knock it forward. And that goes out of play once again. So Nuno having to... Aina was the Nottingham Forest player booked, by the way, in that scuffle moments ago. And I'll confirm the Chelsea player in a moment. Aina got the yellow for dissent. The ball is back in play with Forest. That's been cut out by Gusto as Forest tried to play it away. Gusto comes inside. Williams now goes outside him. Decent play here by Gusto down the right. Williams comes back to make a challenge. Gusto playing it back to James.
Brilliant from Gusto. Down the right hand side. Slows the play up. Keeps possession. Draws Forest into defensive areas. Now Chelsea have had to build from the back. It's all about possession. It's all about ball retention.
And that could be a good ball to Madueke down the left hand side now for Chelsea up against Aina. Here he comes now into the area. Madueke onto his right foot, now back onto his left, flicks it through Palmer in a tight space. Palmer does brilliantly, finds Caicedo 25 yards out. Right hand side to Malo Gusto. Gusto bets to cross in. It's cleared by Aina and up and away it goes. Toastin was the player booked for Chelsea in the scuffle moments ago. 8.5 to go. They lead by a goal to nil. Everything going their way elsewhere, but still time on the clock.
Yes, there is. Yates comes away on the right back position. 81.5 on the clock. Plays the ball over hit.
Yeah, going down the right-hand side now, Anthony Elanga up against Levi Colwill. Cucurella comes back to hold him up down by the byline. And between the two of them, they've got it clear. Cucurella puts it clear, and they've found Cole Palmer. Liverpool have equalised against Paris through Mo Salah. Here's Palmer towards the left-hand side, and Madueke. Madueke back for Palmer, up against Milenkovic, who runs beyond him and gets it back to the goalkeeper.
Don't mind that, it's stretching their back line, keeping them honest. Sells plays the ball long. He doesn't want to do that. Reece James
gives it straight to James
on that huge barrel chest, brings it down brilliantly. Plays the ball to Enzo.
Enzo Fernandez down the right, being faced by Murillo. Comes off of him. It will be a throw into Forest as they are prepared to bring on Jota Silva to replace Ola Aina with 7.5 to go of normal time here. Jota Silva is the next Nottingham Forest change. Yeah, he's changed things. He's brought people on, but the flow of the game's not really changed.
No, they haven't. And this is a Forest side that have done exceptionally well this season. Make no mistake about that. But it's a Forest side that have been one-dimensional. They have built their success on getting the nose in front, staying in games, and not chasing games. Now we're seeing the worst-case scenario for Nuno. He now has to take off Oloreno, who first half was one of the brightest attacking players because he played as a right back, but more like a wing back. Jota, look, he is literally he is an attacking midfield player. I'll have a look at exactly where he plays. They've gone to 3 at the back. I think they might have done.
Yeah, looks like it.
I think they've gone to a 3 at the back.
With Hudson and Doyle playing as a left wing back.
Yeah, things are desperate. Needs must.
And they're giving it away again. Madueke gets a challenge in. It's going to fall over towards that far side with Jota Silva. 7 to go plus stoppage time here. Chelsea in front, leading, and with their rivals elsewhere losing in the race for the Champions League. Right hand side is Elanga. Elanga gives it away straight to Cucurella. A groan goes up, and then Chelsea give it away themselves. Elliot Anderson for Nottingham Forest, playing it back to Yates, who tries to put a cross in. That's blocked away. Caicedo is there again with an interception. And now Lavia looked like he was fouled by Jota Silva. Referee says play goes on. And here is Enzo Fernandez with 6.5 to go, 6 minutes to go. Out to the right-hand side. And Gusto up against Hudson-Odoi. Gusto comes in field from the right. Infield it goes to Lavia.
Oh, we're dealing with this really well. Control tempo, keeping the ball, not panicking, passing the ball straight. This is a mature performance from a very young side. Is this the day this Chelsea squad come of age to finally show that we are good enough to go into Champions League football, that we are good enough to get a nose in front and hold on to it, that we are growing in maturity?
Chelsea superbly keeping the ball deep in Forest territory. Madueke blasting his way through, and that goes just through to Matt Sells in the Nottingham Forest goal. Ipswich 1, West Ham 3 at Portman Road. Closing stages everywhere. 0-1. Chelsea lead here with 5.5 to go plus stoppage time. It's Morgan Gibbs-White for Nottingham Forest, looking for the give and go with Anderson. Gibbs-White forward once again. It's Hudson-Odoi on the left. Tussle involving Reece James.
Yeah, he ran into him. Reece held his ground. It's fine. It's a free kick. Nothing gained. It's fine.
Arsenal lead 2-1 at Southampton thanks to Martin Odegaard in the 90th minute. Free kick for Nottingham Forest. 5 minutes to go. And Fernandez gets back to defend. Gibbs-White takes the free kick short. Here's Hudson-Odoi getting it back from Elanga once again. Hudson-Odoi towards the edge of the area now, where Anderson holds the ball up and lays it back to Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White chips the ball into the area, headed across looking for Wood, toasting away, flag up for offside. Free kick.
Brilliant.
Spurs 1, Brighton 3.
Honestly, this performance second half has been so mature. It's not been easy. You're up against a side that have shown all season how good they are. And we're now finding our way that we are now minutes away from Champions League football, returning to Stamford Bridge next season. Oh, honestly, I feel worse now than I did 15 minutes ago, Dave. Honestly.
Kieran Dewsbury-Hall about to come on. Bournemouth lead Leicester by 2-0 elsewhere. Goals flying in everywhere late on, but not here, thankfully. Noni Madueke takes the applause of the Chelsea contingent away to our right-hand side.
Well done, Noni. Had another sterling performance. Had to do 2 parts of the game, one with the ball, one without it. Dewsbury-Hall comes on, slightly more defensive-minded. 86 on the clock. He's handing a little bit of paper around. Instructions for everyone. We played that 4-5-1 shape. First it was Neto down the middle, then it was Cole Palmer. Don't expect any shape to change.
Cleared away by Sanchez. Straight boom down the middle, straight through to Matt Sells in the goal. Cole Palmer standing with his arms outstretched there, wanting a slightly easier ball to deal with there.
Do you know what? That pass really was more of a clearance than it was a that was a clearance, not a pass. That's the point I'm making.
Anderson now deep for Nottingham Forest towards halfway. Time running out big time for them as the ball goes down the right. It may be Conference League football for Nottingham Forest, which would be an achievement for them, but not based on what they've done so far this season. Anderson over the halfway line for the team in red and white, with Morgan Gibbs-White on the left. Chelsea have played this game superbly and got the goal at a brilliant time, and they've got 3 minutes to go plus stoppage time to hold out here with Elanga on the left hand side, finding Gibbs-White, or trying to. Reece James comes across and covers it and sends it out for a goal kick.
For Reece. I think it's a corner though. It's a corner.
Oh,
Gibbs-White does enough.
Did he get a touch on it?
Gibbs-White does enough. He puts the pressure on. Reece toes it out. Yeah, his toe. It's enough from Gibbs-White just to force it. They need 2 goals. There's 2.5 of regulation time, but there's much more. There's another 10 of this game left.
Easily, could be double-figured stoppage time. Anything less than double-figured stoppage time is good news for Chelsea. Elanga with the Forest corner in the 88th minute here, and it comes right-footed towards the back post where everyone goes up for it, and Kukurea heads it clear. They're all still bouncing around the boxes. Anderson tries to shoot, and then Yates tries to shoot. Murillo is there. Anderson once again,
Kukurea.
Great defending. Wood back across.
Brilliant,
and Sanchez
Chelsea.
Covers.
Brilliant. Casado in there.
2-0 to Manchester United against Aston Villa.
The game's over. Villa have gone. Villa have absolutely gone. Don't worry about them. Forget them. Brilliant defending. You've got Reece James in there. You've got Lavia fighting away. Kukurea. Gusto in there fighting. Dewsbury-Hall. Kukurea again. The ball comes out of Chris Wood. Plays it back in. Finds Sanchez. This is all hands on deck. Chelsea fighting, scrapping for every single ball.
This is now all about don't lose here. That is absolutely crucial. Villa are losing 2-0 with 10 against Manchester United. A late penalty there from Christian Eriksen. So all Chelsea have to worry about, and obviously Newcastle are still losing as well. Don't lose here, and they're winning 1-0. There's 90 seconds to go, plus we think 8 minutes of stoppage time.
10 to go then.
Yeah.
There's 10 to go. And let me tell you now, I've seen enough football, Dave, I know you have as well. 10 to go is enough.
But
Chelsea win the
Caicedo wins
ball.
it back, and Caicedo finds Fernandes. Now is he going to go for the corner? No, he's going to find Cole Palmer in the area, lays it square for Lavia. Lavia keeps the move going. Lavia shoots over the crossbar, deflection, and away for a corner.
Yeah, you'd rather be at this end of the pitch taking shots and getting deflections the other end. Of course you would. Ball play, they give the ball away. Lavia on the edge of the box. Palmer plays it into him. Has a touch at his feet. So on his weaker left foot, didn't look quite comfortable enough, but plays the ball as a shot. Deflects behind for a corner. 90th minute, we've just crept into it. Cole Palmer taking as long as he possibly can. Don't be surprised if he gets a booking. Cole Palmer receiving some treatment from the Forest fans.
Referee telling him to get on with the corner in the 90th minute here.
Yeah,
Forest fans urging their team on.
Play it short.
Short corner, that's absolutely fine. Palmer and James. Hudson-Odoi comes in with the challenge,
Brilliant,
and James
Reece.
plays it off him for a throw-in.
Brilliant, Reece.
Frustration from Forest fans there. Cole Palmer giving some back to them as well.
Yeah.
But the reality is they've had 89 minutes here and not been able to break Chelsea down. Here's Palmer. And now Forest will get out and they'll drill it forward long, but that's straight through to Tosin. Let's say we've now played 90 minutes. There's only been one Nottingham Forest serious attack on goal where Wood blazed over.
Yeah, there has. And there's been
Hudson-Odoi almost miscontrolled in front of Reece James. So we played the 90 and we go into 8 minutes of stoppage time here. Chelsea
Brilliant
8 minutes
cook-around.
away from confirming Champions League.
Second half performance has been, honestly, I'm so proud of what I'm watching. So proud. It's been tough. We knew what we were going to walk into. We knew the game. The first half, I saw the game I thought I'd see. Second half, when we got a nose in front, we've shown that we're a serious team that can defend.
Murillo wallops it forward, straight out of play for a goal kick, and that sums up the frustration that Forest have found in the second half. Nuno, kind of, the expression he pulls there is one of a combination of frustration and anger because his team it's not happening for them so far.
No, it's not. And they're now a minute into that 7, and all of a sudden the Forest fans, I had to sit through at Stamford Bridge early in the season, of time wasting of gargantuan proportions. Taste your own medicine, Forest.
The Forest owner is sat slumped, that's Marinakis slumped in his chair. I doubt he'll be on the pitch afterwards. Spurs 1, Brighton 4 is the latest score from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as Chelsea play it forward long looking for Cole Palmer, and Matt Sells clears away up and over halfway looking for Wood. Chelsea have got 2 defending against Wood. Super play there involving Tosin and James, and now they'll try and get down the right with Enzo Fernandez.
Enzo's got through some work in the middle of the park. Honestly, he has. We haven't mentioned his name much because the second half has not really been his game, but he's put in a shift. Middle of the park, making up that 5 in there, making Forest work to try and find any space. It's not their game. They've been found out in this second half. This is not who they are. It's not the game they want to play. They're a good team, and they have been. The truth is, over 38 games, you need to show something different in every game.
And now Murillo.
And they've proven they're just not of that standard, I'm afraid.
Murillo straight at Cole Palmer, and now Chelsea away with Palmer over the halfway line. Tried to play in Lavia. It pinged off a Forest defender, but still, Gusto in fact allows Chelsea to win the throw-in, and we have got 6 minutes of stoppage time to go. Chelsea lead by a 1-0 and scores elsewhere very much in their favour. The jeopardy is not really on this at the moment. Just don't do anything daft in the final few moments.
Indeed.
Just all about not losing this game.
Don't lose this game. Chelsea fans in great voice. Away to our right-hand side. We won it last season. What a game that was, by the way.
Different
3-2.
game today.
Very, very different game. But we've shown that we can actually show a different side to this young squad. This has been a game that I walked into fearing. I thought a draw would probably not going to be enough, and I felt that was what was going to happen. Not a case. We got a nose in front.
Long ball forward for Nottingham Forest. Again, Tosin has headed most things
He
away
has been
today.
outstanding.
Fantastic game.
Him and Colwill, honestly, every single player has been outstanding.
Gibbs White forward for Forest, and Colwill gets a touch onto it. Didn't go quite where expected. Corner for Forest.
Yeah, that's not the clearance he wanted there. Reece slips. They've offered nothing on set pieces. There's 5 to go.
Well, they may as well throw the keeper forward now at this point with 5 to go. I'm not thinking it's happening yet, but Elanga will take it from the left-hand side, takes it short towards the left corner of the area where Hudson-Odoi cuts inside onto his left foot, ball in towards Jota Silva, and away by Gusto and Colwill in between. Every time the ball comes in, there is 2 Chelsea players exactly where the ball is.
Honestly, we have been, second half, it's been, I'm so proud. I don't want to speak too soon, but every single one of them has shown a different side to the game that
Long forward by Matt Sells to Chris Wood in the area. Wood blazes over the crossbar.
Should score.
They went totally route one there. Matt Sells over the halfway line, volleying it forward. Wood was in behind. Sanchez did well to close him down, and Wood couldn't find the target.
Should score. It's the first time we've seen the ball go over. Tosin gets caught underneath it, brings it down his thigh. Brilliant that. Is it Reece James? It is. It's Reece James that gets enough of a presence to make sure he doesn't get enough on the ball. Reece James, well done. Tosin also does enough to make sure there's presence. The pair of them, between the pair of them, and Sanchez coming rushing out, ensures that Wood doesn't get a clean strike away. We're halfway through the 8. We're nearly there. We're nearly got our hands back in Champions League football.
Final scores elsewhere: Bournemouth 2, Leicester 0, Spurs 1, Brighton 4, and Wolves 1, Brentford 1. They are the full time so far, waiting for full times in the big games that really affect us, but the big one is here with 3.5 to go of stoppage time. Forest 0, Chelsea 1. And Chelsea are so nearly there. And that was Forest's big moment to set up a nervous finale. Chris Wood, who's taken so many big chances this season, has not taken this one. Liverpool 1, Crystal Palace 1, full-time score at Anfield. Forward by Colwill, played away by Milenkovic. Kukurea heads it down for Tosin. Tosin onto his left foot, half follows it clear up and over halfway. Palmer is caught offside. That'll be a free kick for Forest. 3 minutes to go.
Three to go. Chris Wood's had their best chances. They've all been half chances, really. I say should score, and I did in comms, but when you see it again, it's not an easy chance. Ball on the right-hand side. Yates.
They've worked it to Yates, now taking on Kukurea down the right, down by the corner.
Brilliant,
Flag goes back off him. Yates has done well. Yates gets the cross in. Again, that man Tosin heads it clear once more.
Honestly, defending with your lives. They've done that. The box, the two centre-halves, Casado, Kukurea, Reece. Honestly, every single one of them in there.
Southampton 1, Arsenal 2, full-time score from St Mary's. Long throw here for Forest, taken by Jota Silva into the penalty area. Sanchez straight onto it. Sanchez catching it. Sanchez drops to the ground. Ipswich 1, West Ham 3. Final score, 2 minutes to go here.
Sanchez comes and claims there's a long throw in. No need to rush. 2 now. And what's going to be added on? It's a very, very quiet City ground. Sanchez taking his time. Do it. I saw Matt Sells take
liberties. He may as well take all the time he wants here, even if he gets the yellow card.
Yeah.
Now he punts it clear over the halfway line, and it goes straight to Matt Sells, who has to run to actually goes right behind the goal line for a goal kick.
Actually, do you know what? It's a great goal kick. It's gone out behind a goal kick. Choose up another 10-15 seconds. And now they've had to do it. Now we're talking 20 seconds.
Chelsea fans in great voice behind the goal. Matt Sells launching it clear over halfway. One last foray forward as they've thrown forward Milenkovic now, with Ryan Yates playing as a kind of centre-back as Chelsea try and spring forward with Lavia away on the left. Fulham 0, City 2 is a full-time score. City are thrown to the Champions League, but Forest being fourth, back again to their own goalkeeper, Matt Sells. So City confirming third place in the table with their victory at Craven Cottage, but the clock is counting down here at the City Ground, and Chelsea are a minute away. They lead by 1-0, and they have the ball deep inside their own half. Milenkovic tries to win it back and find Anderson. Gets round James. Anderson at the byline, pulls it across. Sanchez got a touch onto it. It should be away, and it is away.
Managed to clear it again. Honestly, we made a bit of a hash of that down the left-hand side. Don't quite know how they got the ball in the box, but Dewsbury Hall clears the ball. It comes again, far post.
Hudson-Odoi with the cross towards the back stick. It's too long for Gibbs-White. He might keep it in play down the right. He launches it back forward again towards the back stick. It may go out of play. It does go out of play. Yes! Chelsea have got a man down in the area. Half a minute to go. That ball is too long.
Reece doesn't do particularly well. They managed to get Anderson in there, fast stick. Plays the ball across. Oh, Sanchez does well. So does Dewsbury Hall. It's all literally all hands on deck.
Newcastle have lost to Everton 1-0 at St James's Park. That is a confirmed final score. Newcastle beaten. So that is going to sort things out. As long as Chelsea even get a point here, that would be enough. The league table shows Chelsea currently in fourth place, and we've played the 8 minutes of stoppage time. Newcastle would still get in because of Villa losing. Newcastle would survive in fifth place with Villa losing. Villa would have Europa League and Forest would have Conference League if it stays this way. Maresca punching the air. It's not quite done yet.
It's not
but
done
it's
yet.
very, very
We're
nearly
seconds
done.
away.
Long ball
Come
forward.
on, Taylor, blow your whistle.
Over the halfway line. We play on with 8.5 on the clock of stoppage time. Aina is there. Referee blows the final whistle. Chelsea are back in the Champions League. They've won 1-0 at Nottingham Forest. Levi Colwill's goal early in the second half. Maresca making signs to the top, to the top brass upstairs. The players all celebrating on the field of play. They've done it with a brilliant performance here at the City Ground to win by 1-0. And whatever will be in Wrocław on Wednesday, Chelsea will be in the Champions League next season.
Dave, I can't tell you how proud I am. First half was a war of attrition. Both sides knowing how valuable those points were. Second half, we're getting loads in front. I can't tell you, it was stellar, defensive, not back to the walls. It wasn't that. It wasn't a